Chapter 3464. Senior's chess skills are exquisite. This one is unable to catch up to you. Xiao Hua arranged the chess pieces and said with a smile. Then, he looked at the small monk and quietly listened to the small monk's analysis. Unexpectedly, the small monk pointed his finger and said, "You can only comprehend the mysteries of chess when your heart is undistracted. How can you beat this poor monk if your heart is distracted?" Again. Oh. Okay. Xiao Hua looked at the unfathomable small monk and thought for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and began to play according to the small monk's rhythm. The second game was naturally Xiao Hua's loss. However, the situation was much better and the time taken was much longer. Seeing the small monk beaming with joy seemed very satisfying. Without saying anything, Xiao Hua arranged the chess pieces again and began the third game with the small monk. The sun seemed to be hanging above their heads, motionless. However, Xiao Hua and the small monk had already played nearly 30 games. In the beginning, Xiao Hua was not the small monk's opponent. After 5 games, Xiao Hua gradually caught up. After 10 games, Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve. No matter how the small monk threw the chess pieces, Xiao Hua was able to easily defeat him. He casually threw the chess pieces and forced the small monk to the brink of death every time. After 15 games, it was a complete copy of Xiao Hua's first game. The small monk was utterly defeated as soon as the game started. He was no longer Xiao Hua's opponent. However, what Xiao Hua did not understand was that the little monk seemed to be very happy with this simple game of Go. Despite being killed one game after another, he did not give up one game after another. Aside from the gradually increasing awkwardness between his brows, the expression in his eyes grew even more intense. After one game, a new one was placed. The small monk suddenly flicked his sleeves and stood up. "I'm not playing anymore. Damn it, you are much better than Wang Bianfei." Ah. Xiao Hua was stunned when he saw the small monk acting shamelessly like a naughty child. However, before Xiao Hua could stand up, the small monk pointed behind Xiao Hua and said, "Hey, isn't that Wang Bianfei? Are you looking for him?" Xiao Hua hurriedly turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. In the distance, there were still specks of light in the forest. Where was the figure of a person? What is the meaning of this? Xiao Hua vaguely felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, something that shocked him happened. The small monk sitting in front of him disappeared. How is this possible? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. Presently, he wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was a nascent soul grandmaster of the Tao sect and a 5-foot golden lotus realm of the Buddhist sect. Which one of his cultivations wasn't enviable? However, this little monk had actually quietly disappeared in front of him. Xiao Hua didn't feel anything at all. How could he not be surprised? What level had this little monk's cultivation reached? However, when he thought of the fact that the other party had been waiting for him at the Little Ling Long Temple on the Great Snow Mountain 10,000 years ago, he must be at least a Buddha Lord, right? In other people's eyes, he really looked like a child. However, when he thought of this, Xiao Hua was stunned again. He looked at the scattered stones on the ground, as well as the vertical and horizontal lines. This so-called chess skill was nothing more than an ordinary country child's play. Why did this senior expert care so much about it? Could it be? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly reached out to take out the black triangle from his bosom. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he unexpectedly discovered that this object was not ordinary. This is a Buddhist treasure. Xiao Hua immediately understood. This little monk was probably waiting here for this object. Immediately after, Xiao Hua used his Buddhist sense to take a look. However, he still couldn't see anything. In the end, he used his Dharma eyes to see that this black triangle hid a thumb-sized chess piece. It really is a chess piece. This senior is unfathomable. Xiao Hua closed his Dharma eyes. He was truly convinced. Immediately after, Xiao Hua bowed towards the sky. "I am Bodhi. Thank you Buddha Lord for bestowing this treasure. Hee hee. Suddenly, a light laugh came from afar. Wasn't that the voice of the small monk? Xiaohua hurriedly released his Buddhist sense and scattered it towards that direction. Oh? Why is there a child here? Xiaohua's Buddhist sense naturally couldn't catch up with the small monk. However, 100 li away from the Buddhist sense, he saw a child who wasn't even 10 years old. He was holding a charcoal pencil and sitting cross-legged in front of a flower and tree that was taller than a person. He was drawing something on the ground in front of him stroke by stroke. The child's clothes looked shabby and several places were sewn with patches. He was also carrying a small embroidered bag on his back. Although this embroidered bag was sewn with needle and thread and rags, it was very clean. Just as Xiaohua was about to withdraw his Buddhist sense, a person who looked like a servant quickly walked over from the valley not far from the child. Seeing the child, he hurriedly shouted, Wang Bianfei, why are you here? Quick, quick, Lord Wang is looking for you. Wang Bianfei? Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, isn't this the Wang Bianfei that the little monk was talking about? Soon after, Xiaohua's eyes turned and he leaped into the sky and flew towards the place where Wang Bianfei was. When he flew closer, Xiaohua could already see clearly that this was a small mountain village built in the middle of several mountains. There were more than 100 families in the mountain village. At this time, some people were farming on the mountain and some people were hunting in the mountain ridge. Within the village, women were weaving and planting vegetables, washing and cleaning. There was also a group of children playing and making noise. It was a lively scene of a village. At this time, Wang Bianfei was standing in the courtyard of the largest family in the mountain village. A middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was saying something to him in a sharp voice. Another middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears was arrogantly sitting on a recliner not far away. He was holding a palm leaf fan in one hand and a wine pot in the other. The fat man fanned himself a few times and snorted a few times. He then stuffed the wine pot into his mouth and took a few sips. He looked very free and unfettered. Xiaohua's body was hidden in the air and he could already hear clearly. He heard the middle-aged man say, Wang Bianfei, Lord Wang called you over today because he took a fancy to your painting skills. I heard that everything you paint is vivid and lifelike. Today, I want to let you show off your skills. As he spoke, he took out a silver ingot from his bosom and said with a smile, if your painting can satisfy Lord Wang, then this silver ingot is yours. Wang Bianfei glanced at the silver ingot. His expression did not change and he did not accept the silver ingot. He only slightly nodded and said, Head butler, please tell this lowly one what to paint today. If this lowly one's painting can't satisfy Lord Wang, how can this lowly one dare to accept this silver ingot? To others, it is extremely difficult, but to you, it is very simple. The skinny butler slightly smiled and put the silver ingot back into his bosom. Wang Bianfei slightly frowned. He looked at Lord Wang who was not far away and then looked at the butler. He bit his lips and said in a low voice, Head butler, this lowly one has a question. I don't know if I should ask. There is no harm in speaking. The head butler very generously waved his hand. Although this lowly one knows how to paint, this lowly one is still small and clumsy. It is impossible for this lowly one to satisfy Lord Wang. Wang Bianfei opened his mouth and his words were mature again. If Lord Wang has any important matters, please feel free to invite the great painters in Pingxi City to do it. This lowly one knows that his painting is not worth a silver ingot. Hee hee. Since Lord Wang asked you to come, he naturally has his own plans. The butler looked at Wang Bianfei with some astonishment. He really did not expect Wang Bianfei, a child who was not even 10 years old, to be able to think so much. He smiled and said, You don't have to ask so many questions. Just focus on painting. Wang Bianfei nodded and said, This lowly one understands. Immediately after, the butler walked to the fatty's side and whispered a few words. The fatty waved his hand to indicate that he understood. The butler then brought Wang Bianfei into the backyard. The backyard was a place that was similar to a garden. A lady dressed in gorgeous clothes was sitting on a swing. The butler brought Wang Bianfei forward and pulled Wang Bianfei, saying, "Aren't you going to greet young lady?" "Yes, this lowly one greets young lady." As if he understood something, Wang Bianfei calmly bowed and greeted. Get up." The young lady seemed to have something on her mind. She absent-mindedly waved the circular fan in her hand a few times and said. Seeing that the young lady did not pay attention to Wang Bianfei, the butler hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei to the side and said in a low voice, "Lord asked you to come here today because he wants you to paint a portrait of the young lady. This is very important. You must paint it well. As long as Lord and young lady are satisfied, that silver ingot just now will be yours." "Yes, this lowly one understands." Wang Bianfei nodded vigorously. "This lowly one will do his best to paint it well." "Good." The butler clapped his hands and said, "It's up to you." After saying that, the butler waved his hand and a few servants who were already at the side immediately brought over a desk, rice paper, brush, ink and other items. After the servants had arranged the items properly, a few servant girls quickly walked over and opened up the rice paper and other items and put them away. There was even a little girl who walked to the side of the desk and prepared to grind an ink stick. Wang Bianfei hurriedly waved his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. He walked to the side of the inkstone and carefully took out the ink stick. He poured some clear water into the inkstone and slowly ground it. At the same time, he frowned and stared at the young lady who was also frowning while sitting on the swing. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the entire back garden was silent except for the sound of the wind. A few servants and servant girls were puzzled, but they did not dare to make a sound. They stole glances at Wang Bianfei and then at the butler. The butler patiently waited for a while, but when he saw Wang Bianfei's reaction, he looked left and right and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. He quietly retreated to the entrance of the garden and looked at the Lord and Wang Bianfei in the distance. "That's strange, what is this? Even if he wants to paint a portrait for this young lady, he should find an adult painter. There may not be any in this village, but there are plenty in Pingxi City. There's no reason to find this child." Xiao Hua, who was invisible in the air, felt a little strange and secretly said, "Moreover, there are only 100 or so families in this village. How can there be such a rich Lord Wang? He is 10 times or even 100 times richer than a local rich man." He looked at Wang Bianfei again. He stared straight at the young lady for more than enough time to eat a meal. Then, he slightly closed his eyes and composed himself. He then turned around and walked to the front of the desk. He lifted his foot and stepped on a small stool that had been prepared earlier. He reached out and picked up a slightly thick brush from the brush washer. He dipped the brush in the thick ink of the inkstone and waved his hand to draw on the rice paper. Chapter 3465. Xiao Hua was very curious and leaned over to take a look. He saw that Wang Bianfei's first few strokes were actually drawing around the entire xian paper. Not to mention a human figure, even a graffiti seemed to look better than Wang Bianfei's few strokes. However, in just a few breaths, Wang Bianfei only slightly drew on these lines, and an extremely plump woman's silhouette was revealed. Good. Xiao Hua didn't know how to draw, but seeing how confident Wang Bianfei was and how he didn't even look at the woman, and how his brush seemed to have the help of the gods, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, such an intelligent child is indeed rare in this world. And at this moment, he also understood why Lord Wang didn't look for other painters. Wang Bianfei used a thick brush to outline the rough outline of the portrait. Then, he picked up a small, thin brush to draw on the outline in detail. In the end, he took out a small, rough red brush from his embroidery bag and slightly modified the cheeks and lips of the portrait. Finally, he took a deep breath and took out the thickest brush from the brush washer. He dipped it in ink and touched the eyes of the portrait twice with lightning speed. Xiao Hua felt his eyes light up. The person on the xian paper seemed to have come alive. That kind of bashfulness, that kind of blurred mental journey, all of a sudden revealed the thoughts of the young lady on the swing. Good. Xiaohua forgot that he was hiding at the side and almost called out. Fortunately, Wang Bianfei was concentrating on brewing and didn't notice. When he put away the brush, he raised his head and called out, "Housekeeper, I'm done drawing." After finishing the portrait, Wang Bianfei's high spirits immediately disappeared. He carefully put down the brush and respectfully said while standing at the side, "Master, master." The housekeeper didn't come over and instead called out, "So fast?" Lord Wang quickly ran over. The fat on his body trembled and beads of sweat dripped down. The two were originally happy, but when they walked to the front of the desk and saw the portrait Wang Bianfei drew, their faces immediately froze. "Master." Seeing this, Wang Bianfei's face also slightly changed. He said in a low voice, "Could it be I didn't draw well?" "Humph." Old Master Wang snorted coldly and didn't say anything. He glanced at the butler. At this moment, the young lady also walked over from the swing. When she saw the portrait, her expression changed greatly. There were tears in her eyes. She covered her face and quickly walked away. The steward's face changed, and he said angrily to Wang Bianfei, "Don't you have eyes? My family's young miss is as beautiful as a flower, how could you paint her like this? With this painting of yours, how could the son of the deputy county magistrate take a fancy to miss?" But. Wang Bianfei was stunned. He looked at his painting in confusion and said curiously, "Master, I painted it according to Miss's appearance. It's exactly the same." Wang Yifei didn't understand the inside story, but Xiaohua, who was in midair, had a clear mind. Sure enough, that housekeeper pointed his finger at the left cheek of the portrait and shouted, "My family's miss clearly doesn't have a mole here, why did you draw one here?" "Master, I've been wronged." Wang Bianfei hurriedly defended himself. "Miss clearly has a black mole on her left cheek, and it's not small. There are 4 more on it." "Shut up." The steward slapped Wang Bianfei's face and said angrily, "Quickly, remove this black mole." "No." Wang Bianfei's face was red with 5 finger marks. His tears flowed out, but he still clenched his teeth and said, "Father said that a painter is the eyes of people. Whatever you see, you have to draw. If you fake it, you're not a painter. Little baby." Master Wang next to him took out a gold ingot from his arms and shook it in front of Wang Bianfei's eyes. He smiled and said, "If you remove this black mole, I'll give you this gold ingot." Unfortunately, Wang Bianfei looked at the gold ingot, slightly bit his lips and shook his head. "No, I saw it, so I have to draw it, humph." Master Wang flung his sleeve and threw the gold ingot on the ground. He said coldly, "If it weren't for this black mole, I wouldn't have asked you to draw it." After saying that, he panted and left. "Wang Bianfei, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The steward looked at the gold ingot on the ground and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. He carefully picked it up and wiped away the dust on it and said, "I know that in your family, only your mother makes a living by weaving and starching. The charcoal and paper that you use to draw every day are all exchanged by your mother's hard work every day and night. Now you only need to gently move the brush and this gold ingot is yours. It's enough for your family's expenses for 10 years. Think about these 10 years, your mother doesn't have to work hard, don't you think that you..." At this point, the steward didn't say anything more and looked at Wang Bianfei with confidence. "No." Unfortunately, Wang Bianfei still shook his head. As the saying goes, don't do good because it's small, don't do evil because it's small. 1,000 miles of dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. As long as I start to draw a fake painting and lie for the first time, I can't do it again. Pa. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to finish speaking, the steward gave him another slap. The other half of Wang Bianfei's face turned red again. Xiaohua was slightly angry and raised his hand. But just as he was about to make a move, he frowned again. He looked left and right and asked curiously, "This Wang Bianfei should be that senior's friend despite the difference in age, right? With that senior's divine ability, it's impossible that he doesn't know about this matter." Why doesn't he make a move? Thinking of this, Xiaohua also put down his hand and looked on with interest. Master. Wang Bianfei's tears fell down, feeling very wronged. Unfortunately, the steward still didn't plan to let him go. He pointed at the painting and said coldly, Wang Bianfei, look at what you've drawn. It doesn't look like my family's young miss at all. I won't let you remove the mole. This rice paper is 1 tael of silver. You can leave after you pay the money. You. Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright. Where do I have 1 tael of silver? You also didn't say that I have to pay the money if I don't draw well. I don't care so much. Since your drawing doesn't look like it, you have to pay the money. I can draw whatever I see. How can my drawing not look like it? Wang Bianfei argued, how about master let the young miss compare with this painting? Is the young miss someone you can see whenever you want? The steward sneered, unless you can prove that whatever you draw looks like it, otherwise, Wang Bianfei might not be able to tell that this was a small trap, but Xiaohua understood. However, with him here, he wasn't afraid that Wang Bianfei's life would be in danger. Thus, he simply flew to the top of the wall and sat there to watch. However, after that little monk disappeared, he didn't appear again. Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness several times, but there was no trace of him within 100 li. Master, how do you want me to prove it? Wang Bianfei took the bait as expected. After all, he couldn't afford to pay that tael of silver. The steward's mouth revealed a trace of a sinister smile and said, this is easy. I will invite your mother from home and let her be locked together with my family's vicious dog. As long as you can draw a tiger that scares the vicious dog, it will prove that your drawing is good. If you can't, tsk, either you let the vicious dog eat your mother, or you remove the mole from this painting. You. Wang Bianfei didn't think that he would suddenly drag his mother into this. His mind was in a mess. Men. Steward E ordered, tie up Wang Bianfei's mother and bring her here. Yes. The nearby servants had already responded and hurriedly left. But, I have never seen a tiger before. How can I draw this? Wang Bianfei's face turned red as he hurriedly explained. Steward E flicked his sleeve and left with his head raised. Mother. Wang Yifei cried and stumbled as he ran out. The servants were in high spirits. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to plead with Master Wang, they had already brought Wang Bianfei's mother over. Wang Bianfei's mother looked to be around 30 years old. However, the hair on her temples was already white and there were many wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Even that pair of eyes were slightly squinted. Clearly, she had been working very hard under the oil lamp at night. Son, how did you offend Master Wang? Hurry up and apologize to him. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't know what happened. Seeing the Wang family's servants' ferociousness, she was already trembling in fear. The moment she entered the courtyard, she hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, before Wang Bianfei could reply, woof woof. A few fierce dog barks sounded and a dog cage that was taller than a person was already carried out. Wang Bianfei's mother seemed to be extremely afraid of dogs. Upon hearing this sound, she immediately collapsed onto the ground. Mother. Wang Bianfei didn't seem to think that his mother would be so afraid of dogs. Because in the past, whenever he encountered dogs, it was always his mother who stood in front of him. However, at this moment, he had already forgotten that he was afraid of dogs and bravely rushed over. However, evil people were fiercer than dogs. Without waiting for him to run over, a servant blocked him. The other 2 servants even lifted up his mother and threw her into the dog cage. Although the vicious dog had already been chained to a corner of the dog cage, the vicious dog still pounced on Wang Bianfei's mother. The dog's barks blew up Wang Bianfei's mother's hair and the vicious dog's saliva even splashed onto her body. Wang Bianfei's mother's 4 limbs trembled. She couldn't stand at all. She used all her strength to hold on to the wooden stick on the dog cage. The fingernails on her hands were all turning blue. Son, how did you offend Master Wang? Hearing his mother's voice that was close to a moan coming from her throat, Wang Bianfei bit his lips so hard that blood trickled out. His hands clenched tightly and the tears that flowed out stopped at this moment. He glanced at the triumphant housekeeper and shouted, "Bring the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone over." "Alrighty." The housekeeper laughed and waved his hand. "You should have known better. Why did you have to do this?" However, when the servants brought the writing table over, to the housekeeper's surprise, Wang Bianfei didn't remove the mole on the drawing nor did he redraw it. Instead, he focused on drawing the tiger stroke by stroke. Chapter 3466. Xiao Hua was also filled with righteous indignation as he watched from the high wall. Even though he was already a nascent soul master, he still couldn't help but want to take action when he saw such an evil thing. However, when he saw Wang Bianfei unyieldingly draw the tiger, his heart moved again. He looked at the lady in the dog cage and saw that there was no danger to her life. Moreover, the metal chain was extremely sturdy. He stopped and watched with great interest as Wang Bianfei drew the tiger. He wanted to see how Wang Bianfei's tiger would be able to scare the evil dog. Unfortunately, after a moment, Xiao Hua smiled. It was very simple. Wang Yifei's tiger was not a tiger at all. Instead, it was like a cat, an enlarged cat. Is this what it means to draw a tiger but not a cat? Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. The evil housekeeper's face was originally ugly, but when he saw Wang Yifei's tiger, he unconsciously became happy. Knowing that Wang Yifei didn't know how to draw a tiger, he had to modify the young Mrs. portrait according to his own calculations. Moreover, he also understood that his young Mrs. face was flawed. He absolutely couldn't let the painters in Pingxi City draw it. In that case, before the young Mrs. portrait was sent to the county magistrate's mansion, the county magistrate's son would already know. Although this Wang Yifei was young, he seemed to draw better than ordinary painters. His master really had to rely on this Wang Yifei. How about it? The evil housekeeper laughed. You want to scare the evil dog with this tiger? Do you want me to release the evil dog? But Wang Yifei's face turned red. I said that I can draw anything that I have seen. I have never seen this tiger before. The evil housekeeper grinned. Whether you see it or not is your business. Whether you release the dog or not is my business. Master, master. Wang Yifei saw that the evil housekeeper was about to raise his hand. His eyes turned and he hurriedly ran in front of Master Wang. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Master, can you give me 3 days? No, 1 day, I will go up the mountain. Go up the mountain? Master Wang looked at the side helplessly. Hearing Wang Yifei's pleading, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Wang Yifei shouted, I will go up the mountain to see if there is a tiger. I will come back and draw a real tiger. When old Master Wang heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want Wang Yifei to draw a tiger. He wanted Wang Yifei to draw a portrait of his daughter. Just as old Master Wang was about to get angry, young Miss Wang came out. At this moment, young Miss Wang's face was covered with a veil. She said a few words in front of old Master Wang, then turned around and left. Old Master Wang looked at his daughter with pity. He raised his hand and said, All right, I'll give you 1 day. Go and come back quickly. If by this time tomorrow, you still can't draw a tiger that can scare the evil dogs, don't blame me. Yes, yes, I understand. Wang Bianfei hurriedly got up from the ground and ran to his mother, shouting, Mother, wait for your son for a day, your son will definitely save you from inside. Wang Bianfei's mother did not understand what had happened, but she understood that her son wanted to go up the mountain to find the tiger. She was originally frightened by the vicious dog, but at this time, she did not know where the courage came from. She stood up from the ground and said anxiously, Son, you are not even 10 years old, how can you go up the mountain by yourself? How can you escape from the tiger's mouth? Don't worry about mother, mother would rather be eaten by this vicious dog than let you go up the mountain. With that, Wang Bianfei's mother walked towards the vicious dog. Wang Biafei was scared out of his wits, but the servants next to him were nimble. They hurriedly took a few wooden forks and pressed the vicious dog that pounced on Wang Biafei's mother to the ground. Mother. Wang Biafei gritted his teeth and forced a smile on his face. Don't worry, boy secretly went up the mountain to draw last year. He also saw the tiger, but he did not draw it. This time, boy went up the mountain to secretly take a look. He will come back immediately after drawing the tiger. There will be no problem. But even after listening to Wang Biafei's explanation, Wang Biafei's mother was still not at ease. Just as she was about to say something, Wang Biafei waved his hand and hurriedly ran out of the Wang family. He said while running, "Mother, boy will be back soon, it will be very fast." After Wang Biafei left, only a few dog barks could be heard in the Wang family's courtyard. The servants were all silent. That evil housekeeper did not expect things to develop like this. What are you waiting for? Lord Wang raised his head and shouted at the housekeeper, "Why are you still not following Wang Biafei? If he really went up the mountain, how can a child like him be the tiger's opponent?" "Lord, don't worry." The housekeeper hurriedly smiled. Wang Biafei was just saying. This lowly one has never gone up the mountain to see the tiger. Where can he find the tiger? He probably went to the mountain and saw that he could not go up the mountain, so he naturally came back. Go quickly. Lord Wang impatiently said in anger, "This is what Miss said. You can't even do such a small thing, what a fool." Yes, this lowly one will go now." The housekeeper promised and hurriedly left with 2 servants. Not long after, a servant girl hurriedly came out from the backyard. She said a few words in front of Lord Wang and hurriedly went out. Lord Wang's face showed helplessness. He waved his hand and ordered a few servants to carry Wang Biafei's mother out of the dog cage and bring her to a firewood room at the side. "This miss is not bad." Xiao Hua stood in the air and watched, nodding slightly. Then his figure flew up again and followed Wang Biafei, who was running in the distance. Behind Wang Biafei, there were naturally the housekeeper and a few others. However, these people chased Wang Biafei out of the village and lost him. After all, the mountain village was surrounded by fields and could go up the mountain from anywhere. Wang Biafei was also small, so who knew where he went? Housekeeper. A servant looked at the road leading up the mountain and said with a smile, "Wang Biafei is only a child, how can he go up the mountain by himself? Besides, this mountain is so big, where is he going to find a tiger? Don't worry, even if he goes, he will come back in less than half a day when it's dark. You and I don't have to accompany him to run around blindly." How can I go up the mountain? Go, bring the wine and meat, I will wait here for that kid to escape back. The housekeeper ordered and sat down on a stone. The other 2 servants secretly went back. Looking at the corner of the mountain village, the servant girl who came out earlier also came out of a small courtyard. Behind her was an old hunter with white hair and beard. The servant girl returned to the Wang family's courtyard and the old hunter quickly went up the mountain. Xiao Hua flew in the air while invisible, overlooking everything that happened in this small mountain village. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who said that the Pure Land world is a paradise? Not to mention that there are wild beasts and evil dogs here, there are also a lot of evil people and evil deeds here. It is no different from the hidden Immortal continent. People, won't change their nature just because they are in a different place. Clasping his hands behind his back, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense and followed Wang Biafei up the mountain. He didn't understand why the so-called senior led him to this small mountain village and why he met Wang Biafei. However, he was also patient. It was only a day, he wanted to see how things would end in the end. This was not out of the Wang family's servant's expectation. However, this servant only guessed half of it right. This mountain was indeed big. Wang Biafei couldn't find the tiger in a day. However, what he didn't guess was that Wang Biafei didn't hesitate at all and went up the mountain by following the vague mountain path. However, this mountain was really big. Wang Biafei went straight for nearly half a day. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he was still groping in the mountain forest and didn't even see a tiger's hair. Of course, Xiaohua knew where the tiger was. However, he didn't need to remind him. The old hunter found Wang Biafei's trace and went up the mountain from the side. He even took advantage of Wang Biafei's blind groping to catch a tiger cub from the tiger's den and went to meet Wang Biafei. This was definitely an intentional chance encounter. Wang Biafei saw the old hunter. When he saw the tiger cub in the old hunter's hand, Wang Biafei hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa Zhang, did you catch a tiger cub?" "Oh. Wang family's boy, it's so late, why are you still on the mountain?" The old hunter naturally didn't reveal any trace of his whereabouts. He was very surprised and shouted, "Quickly go down the mountain, it's already late, it's too dangerous here." "Grandpa, where did you catch this tiger? Are you going back to the village?" Wang Biafei asked somewhat anxiously. The old hunter smiled and said, "Grandpa is old, how can I catch a tiger? This tiger cub was picked up by Grandpa on the road. Now, I am going to send it back to the tiger's den." Why do you want to send it back?" Wang Biafei didn't understand. "Little guy, if you don't go home, won't your mother look for you all over the village?" The old hunter smiled and said, "If this tiger cub is missing, won't that dumb insect look for you all over the mountain? And it is very likely that it will directly rush into our village, that will be troublesome." Hearing the old hunter mention his mother, Wang Biafei couldn't help but cry again. After all, he was still a child who was not even 10 years old. "Oh, little boy, what happened to you? Are you lost?" "Don't worry, Grandpa will send this tiger back, and then we will go down the mountain together." The old hunter hurriedly comforted him. But Wang Biafei asked again, "Grandpa, can you take me to the tiger's den? I want to see what a real tiger looks like." You don't want to live anymore?" The old hunter was shocked. He was afraid that the maid who looked for him earlier didn't explain clearly, so he quickly replied, "Even I don't dare to go to the tiger's den. Don't forget, a tiger's nose is more sensitive than a dog's, and it can run faster than a dog. Once you get close to its den, it will immediately notice you, it will be too late for you to run away." Then Wang Biafei hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I just want to see a real tiger, it's fine if I don't get close to it." "You silly child." The old hunter smiled and said, "Don't I have a tiger here? Although it's not a big tiger, after you see it, you can think of it as a big tiger, right?" This. Wang Biafei was a little hesitant. Chapter 3467. The old hunter urged, "Little guy, if you want to see it, hurry up. I estimate that there's still more than an hour before the tiger returns to its den. By then, I'll have to send this little tiger back to its den." "Okay, Grandpa, put the tiger down and let me have a good look." Wang Wanfei made up his mind, "I want to draw a picture of a tiger." Not bad, child, you will definitely become a great painter in our Pingxi city." Hearing this, the old hunter finally relaxed. He put the little tiger down and sat at the side to smoke his pipe. The little tiger was much bigger than a cat, but smaller than a dog. It was furry and cute. Wang Wanfei played with the little tiger for a while, then took out a charcoal pencil and started to draw. The little tiger circled around Wang Wanfei while the old hunter watched with a smile. Wang Wanfei's drawing skills were really good. He finished drawing in a moment. However, on the rough paper, the little tiger's charmingly naive look was vivid on the paper. Where was the imposing manner of an adult tiger? Wang Wanfei looked at the tiger drawing and felt like crying. "Child, didn't you draw very well?" The old hunter didn't know the whole story and asked with a smile, "Why are you unhappy?" Wang Wanfei bit his lips, his little face was gloomy like the shadow of dusk. He then asked the old hunter tentatively, "Grandpa, can you tell me where the tiger's den is? I really just want to see." Without waiting for Wang Wanfei to finish, the old hunter's face changed slightly and stood up. He knocked the pipe on the rock a few times and said unhappily, "Child, why do you have to go to the tiger's den? Even I don't dare to go to the tiger's den today, if it wasn't for Miss Wang." At this point, the old hunter realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. Wang Wanfei was also stunned and asked, "Grandpa, did you say Miss Wang?" It was also at this moment that a gust of wind suddenly blew, and an unpleasant stench came from the foot of the mountain. Oh no! The old hunter saw the strong wind and immediately woke up. He jumped down from the rock and shouted, "Child, run, the tiger is coming." Ouch! The old hunter did not expect the big tiger to come so early and follow its scent to this place. He knew better than Wang Bianfei how powerful the tigers in the mountains were. How could he not panic now? As the saying goes, when one is in a hurry, one makes a mistake. The old hunter stepped on the edge of a rock and fell to the ground. "Grandpa!" Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright and hurried over to support him. Although the old hunter was old, he was quite agile and immediately jumped up from the ground. However, when he stood on the ground, the old hunter's face was ghastly pale because he had sprained his ankle and it looked very serious. His ankle was visibly swollen. "Run!" The old hunter pushed Wang Yifei and said, "I'm here, dumb insect won't chase you." "No." Wang Bianfei panicked at first, but now he calmed down and said seriously, "Grandpa came for me, so how can I abandon Grandpa and run away? Even if I die, I want to die in front of my grandfather." Roar! An angry tiger's roar shook the forest in the twilight. The birds were startled and flew away. The fierce wind rose again. The originally cheerful little tiger also raised its head and roared in a low voice. "Run!" The old hunter saw that the situation was very urgent, so he immediately pulled Wang Bianfei and ran down the mountain. The old hunter was running with a limp, and Wang Bianfei's legs were short, so the two of them couldn't run fast at all. When a huge tiger showed up from the hill, the two of them had only run a distance of several hundred feet. Seeing the big tiger, the little tiger, who was chasing after the two of them, turned around and ran towards the big tiger. The old hunter's face was pale. He grabbed Wang Bianfei's collar and ran even faster without caring about his injured leg. He hoped that the big tiger would see its child and stop chasing them. Unfortunately, the old hunter miscalculated. The big tiger roared and jumped down from the hill. It ran towards the little tiger and caught it with its mouth. Then it continued to chase after the two of them. "We're going to die," that was the only thought in the old hunter's mind. However, at that moment, the old hunter's eyes lit up. There was a crack in the mountain wall that was as tall as a person. He grabbed Wang Bianfei and ran towards it without hesitation. Fortunately, the crack was just big enough for one person to enter. The inside of the crack was not too shallow either. It was about 4 feet wide. After the old hunter threw Wang Bianfei in, he squeezed in with his body sideways. Just as the old hunter entered, the tiger pounced on the crack. It slammed its claws on the crack, and the sound of rocks breaking could be heard. It was as if the entire mountain wall was shaking. The old hunter had never been so close to a tiger before. He was so scared that he sat on the ground and crawled into the crack. However, before the old hunter could take more than a few steps, he hit the rock wall and Wang Bianfei. He could not take another step forward. Roar! The tiger pounced on the crack and let out a loud roar. The stench from its bloody mouth really hit them in the face. Then, the tiger stretched out its claws from the crack and tried to grab Wang Bianfei and the old hunter. The tiger's shining claws swayed in front of Wang Bianfei's eyes. Different from the old hunter's panic, although Wang Bianfei's little face was also pale, his eyes were filled with surprise. He clenched his little hands tightly and stared at the angry tiger without blinking. Seeing that someone actually dared to look at it, the tiger became even angrier. It crazily attacked the crack, leaving deep marks on the hard rock wall. Fortunately, the tiger was not a demon and did not think of using its tail. Otherwise, the two of them would not have survived. Xiao Hua naturally hid himself not far away. Wang Bianfei and the old hunter were not in any danger, so he did not have to do anything. He just watched quietly. The big tiger roared for a whole meal. Seeing that it had no effect, it simply lay on the ground and guarded. The little tiger was also leisurely strolling by the side. At that moment, the sky was completely dark. Inside the crack, Wang Bianfei's eyes were like stars. The tiger's madness just now was deeply imprinted in his mind. He stared at the tiger outside the crack, not daring to close his eyes, for fear that he would forget the tiger's anger. However, a child was still a child after all, especially after being frightened. In less than an hour, his eyes slowly closed. He had experienced too many things today, and only a peaceful sleep was the best place for him to go. Wang Bianfei fell asleep, but the old hunter did not dare to sleep. He exercised his ankle while paying attention to the movement outside the crevice. However, the night wind was getting colder, and it was quiet outside. He could not hear the tiger's voice at all, so the old hunter gradually fell asleep. When the sun rose and the light shone into the crack, the old hunter hurriedly opened his eyes. His feet were getting more and more swollen, and he could not touch the ground at all. However, he still leaned in front of the crack and secretly peeked outside. Roar. An angry roar, followed by another black shadow. The old hunter was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Rip. The tiger's claws tore the old hunter's lapel. The furious tiger had actually waited for an entire night. What? What should we do? The old hunter sat on the ground, worried because his stomach was growling and his mouth was dry. If the tiger did not leave and stayed here for a day or two, even if they did not starve to death, they would die of thirst. When the tiger roared, Wang Bianfei was also startled awake. He looked around and realized his situation. Looking at the old hunter's worried face, he thought for a while and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I have an idea." "You? What idea do you have?" The old hunter looked at Wang Bianfei. He did not blame Wang Bianfei, but how could he not hate him in his heart? However, Wang Bianfei said confidently, "Grandpa, please wait." As he spoke, Wang Bianfei took out a piece of straw paper and a charcoal pencil from the embroidered bag he carefully placed on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly, then waved the charcoal pencil and drew something on the straw paper. The old hunter naturally did not believe Wang Bianfei. He did not look at him, but stared at the crack with his brows tightly knitted. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Wang Bianfei stopped and put away the charcoal pencil. He looked at the drawing on the straw paper and was very satisfied. However, when he raised the straw paper, he looked at the rock wall again. He thought for a while and said a few words to the old hunter. "What? You're saying that I'm holding the straw paper? But you think that a tiger drawn on the straw paper can scare away a real tiger outside? Are you sure?" The old hunter heard and said in disbelief. Wang Bianfei smiled, "Grandpa, you can try. If it weren't for the fact that I'm short and can't be compared to a tiger, I would have tried it myself." The old hunter looked at the lifelike tiger on the straw paper. Although he did not believe Wang Bianfei's words, his heart was moved. After thinking for a while, the old hunter raised the tiger drawing and slowly walked behind the crack. Roar. As if it had heard the footsteps, the tiger pounced again. However, it was different this time. The tiger suddenly saw another tiger coming out from the crack. It was stunned at first and stared at the tiger drawing for a moment. Then, it growled a few times, grabbed the little tiger by the neck, curled its tail and ran away quickly. The old hunter's hands and feet were trembling. His ears were pricked up and he did not dare to breathe loudly. He waited for a full meal before he carefully jumped out. Looking at the mountain path that was already calm, he looked at the tiger drawing in his hand. He could not believe what had just happened. "Let's go, Grandpa." Wang Bianfei took the tiger drawing from the old hunter's hand and carefully put it away. He looked down the mountain and said firmly. The old hunter nodded. The old and the young cuddled together and slowly walked down the mountain. The housekeeper at the foot of the mountain was now very anxious. He waited at the foot of the mountain until the sky turned dark, but Wang Bianfei did not come down. When he returned to the Wang family to report, he was reprimanded by the young lady of the Wang family and was forced to go up the mountain to search. However, who dared to go up the mountain when the sky turned dark? He could only wait at the foot of the mountain with a few servants and wait until dawn to go up the mountain to search. Chapter 3468. Wang Bianfei wasn't surprised to see Butler Yi go up the mountain. Since Miss Wang could let the old hunter go up the mountain, she could naturally let the butler go up the mountain. However, when he thought of how Butler Yi's idea almost cost him his life, Wang Bianfei's face turned cold. The butler didn't care about Wang Bianfei's attitude. As long as Wang Bianfei didn't die, he could answer to Miss Wang. The old hunter was naturally sent home by the servants while Wang Bianfei was brought back to the Wang family by the butler. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't sleep the entire night. When she saw her son return safely, her vision turned black and she couldn't stand steadily. Wang Bianfei was shocked. He didn't care about anything else and wanted to pounce over. However, he was stopped by the butler. Wang Bianfei. The butler sneered, "Your mother is fine. She ate a lot of chicken, duck, and fish last night. Today, you came back. Originally, I wanted to send her back to the dog cage. However, since her body is weak, there's no need to send her back. Our agreement is still in place. If you're not confident, there's still half a day left." Wang Bianfei looked at his unconscious mother with heartache and interrupted the butler, "No need. Let's do it now." "Okay." The butler waved his hand and said, "Bring everything over." Woof woof. The vicious dog barked and was brought into the dog cage. A few servants brought over the desk and the portrait from before. When Wang Yifei's mother heard the dogs barking, she actually slowly woke up. At this moment, Master Wang also walked over slowly and sat on the armchair at the side. Wang Bianfei didn't walk to the desk. Instead, he took out the straw paper from his embroidered bag and walked quickly to the dog cage. The vicious dog in the dog cage saw someone coming and barked even louder. It was unknown whether it was intentional or accidental, but the vicious dog broke free from the chains. The door of the dog cage wasn't closed and the vicious dog pounced out of the dog cage towards Wang Bianfei. "Son!" Wang Bianfei's mother suddenly jumped up from the ground. She no longer cared about her fear of the vicious dog and ran towards Wang Bianfei, wanting to block in front of Wang Bianfei. Looking back at Wang Bianfei, he was calm and collected. Seeing the vicious dog pouncing towards him, he suddenly raised the piece of paper. With a shake of his hand, the picture of a roaring tiger opened. Awoo! The grass paper fluttered in the wind. Although the tiger on the paper was silent, its demeanor was clear, as if it was about to break free from the paper. When the vicious dog saw it, it was so scared that it crawled on the ground and howled. For a moment, it even peed and defecated. Seeing this scene, not only Wang Bianfei's mother, but even the housekeeper and old Master Wang were stunned. "Father." A clear and melodious voice sounded from behind the crowd. "Please let Wang Bianfei go. I was born with a short life, and my face is slightly blemished. Even if Wang Bianfei painted me as a fairy, wouldn't people ignore me when they see me? If he doesn't mind his daughter's flaws, so what if Wang Bianfei paints his daughter's true face? Alas, my daughter. You don't understand." Lord Wang sighed and said, "The first sight is the most important. If the son of the deputy county magistrate saw your true face at first sight, he would definitely not take a second look. But if he didn't see it, he would naturally have a good impression. Even if he saw it again, he might not care." But Miss Wang hesitated and didn't know how to continue. At this moment, Wang Bianfei bit her lips, looked at Miss Wang and whispered a few words. "Oh." Miss Wang was stunned and immediately understood. She sighed and said, "Perhaps this is the only way." As she spoke, Miss Wang walked to the door of the backyard. She raised her hand and a round fan was raised, covering her left cheek. The morning light was bright and beautiful, and the red plum blossoms were in full bloom. Outside the moon, there was a girl holding a round fan. Her beautiful face was half exposed, and it was really moving. Good, good, good. Seeing Wang Bianfei's painting of a beauty, old Master Wang clapped his hands excitedly. He took out a large ingot of gold and threw it into Wang Bianfei's hand. He shouted, "This is my real daughter. Wang Bianfei, if you had done this earlier, why would you do this?" Wang Bianfei lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. She reached out to receive the golden words and raised her head again. "It's all this little one's fault. I don't know the ways of the world and have caused trouble for old master. Go, go." Old Master Wang was in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "If this marriage is successful, I'll invite you to drink wine." "Yes, this little one knows. Many thanks for old master's generous gift." Wang Bianfei finished speaking and turned around to support his mother and left the Wang family. When they returned home, Wang Bianfei respectfully helped his mother to sit on a chair. He then knelt down on the ground with a plop sound and kowtowed. Tears flowed down his face as he sobbed, "This boy is unfilial. I've let mother suffer." "Son." Wang Bianfei's mother looked at her sweetheart. She didn't know what to say. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She touched Wang Bianfei's head and said after a long time, "Get up." "Yes, mother." Wang Bianfei obediently got up and stood beside his mother. Wang Bianfei's mother looked at her son who was half a head taller than her. Her eyes were filled with kindness. She smiled and said, "Mother didn't suffer. You don't have to worry. You can paint according to your own wishes and not be moved by old Master Wang's threats. Mother also won't say anything. Even if you know how to be flexible in the end and use the spring and autumn art to fulfill young Miss Wang's wish, you can also escape. Mother also won't say anything. As for mother being pulled into the dog cage, don't even think about it. Mother is the child's sky. Even if you want mother to die immediately, mother is willing." Mother. Wang Bianfei's face was really red. He really regretted that his persistence put his mother in danger. As she spoke, Wang Yifei's mother's smile immediately vanished and changed into a serious expression. She reprimanded, "What mother wants to punish you today is that you actually lied to mother and went up the mountain to look for a tiger without permission." Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly knelt down again and extended his hand. He lowered his head and said, "Boy knows his wrongs. Boy is willing to accept punishment. And, come over here and receive your punishment in front of your father." Wang Bianfei's mother got up. Her tone was a bit sad. She turned around and went to the inner room. Wang Bianfei's face slightly changed. His small teeth bit his lips until they turned white. He knew that if he didn't make mother sad, mother definitely wouldn't let him be punished in front of father's portrait. On the wall of the inner room, there was a portrait. The middle-aged man in the portrait was very similar to Wang Bianfei. It was Wang Bianfei's father who died early in his prime. Wang Bianfei obediently knelt in front of father's portrait and extended his two small hands. Wang Bianfei's mother picked up a ferrule from the offering table. She slightly bit her lips and raised the ferrule up high. With a pa sound, it hit Wang Bianfei's small palm. Hiss. Wang Bianfei took a cold breath and didn't cry out in pain. Even so, how could Wang Bianfei's mother not hear it? The corner of her mouth slightly twitched and her hand unconsciously trembled. However, she gritted her teeth and raised it again. With a pa sound, the ferrule came down again. Wang Bianfei's arm involuntarily trembled again. However, when Wang Bianfei's mother raised the ferrule again, her gaze fell on Wang Bianfei's hand. On his palm, there were two dark red marks from the ruler. There were a few bloody scratches from the mountain rocks. Now, with a hit, they split open again and blood flowed out. These blood stained the rough calluses on his fingers red. "Son." Seeing this scene, how could Wang Bianfei's mother still hit him? She couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching cry and threw the feral to the ground. She hugged Wang Bianfei's small head and cried out loud. Seeing his mother's loss of self-control, Wang Bianfei instead calmed down. He leaned into his mother's embrace and said word by word, "Mother, don't feel sorry for this boy. Boy made a mistake and should be punished. It's this boy who is unfilial and made mother sad." However, the more Wang Bianfei spoke like this, the more Wang Bianfei's mother's heart ached. She cried for an entire meal's worth of time before stopping. Xiao Hua, who was invisibly standing outside the room, felt his heart ache when he heard this. He used his hand to touch his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. After Wang Yifei's mother finished crying, she remembered that Wang Yifei had not eaten a drop of rice or drank a drop of water for half a day and a night. She hurriedly took her son out of the room and prepared food for him. Although the food was simple and crude, Wang Yifei sat by his mother's side and ate very happily. Wang Bianfei's mother then took out Wang Bianfei's clothes from the basket at the side and began to sew. "Son," looking at Wang Bianfei eating in big mouthfuls, Wang Bianfei's mother said as usual, "You also saw it. It's not easy for us orphans and widows to live in this world. You have to properly learn painting and become the best great painter in Pingxi City like your father. Only then can you stand out among your peers, only then can you." Speaking to this point, Wang Bianfei didn't raise his head like before and obediently agreed. Instead, he lowered his head and only ate, not replying. Wang Bianfei's mother glanced at her son and didn't pay him any attention. She only thought that her child was starving and continued, "There's mother to take care of the family. You don't have to care too much. You can only properly learn painting. When your father was still alive, he told mother that your talent far surpassed yours. You can definitely become the most famous great painter in Pingxi City, even, mother." Wang Bianfei, who had been burying his head in eating, suddenly raised his head. He looked at his mother and said word by word, "Boy, doesn't want to learn painting anymore." "What?" Wang Bianfei's mother was stunned. The sewing needle suddenly pierced her finger and a bean-sized drop of blood instantly flowed out of her finger. However, she didn't seem to see it as she stared at Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei saw that his mother's gaze was so sharp. His eyes unconsciously flickered and he wanted to lower his head. "You." Wang Bianfei's mother was about to get angry. However, she took a deep breath and placed her bleeding finger in her mouth to suck it. She suppressed her emotions and said indifferently, "Why don't you want to learn painting?" "Mother." Wang Bianfei was a little scared. However, looking at the broken porcelain bowl in front of him, he bit his lips and said, "Boy said it. Mother, don't be angry." Chapter 3469. Say it. You're all grown up. Mother can't possibly worry about everything for you. Wang Yifei's mother nodded and asked, "Moreover, mother doesn't know how to paint. If you have any thoughts, you can say them. Mother will listen first. Could it be that you don't like to paint anymore?" "Mother." Wang Yifei said as he pushed the bowl to one side. He stood up and said, "Boy naturally likes to paint. However, after yesterday's incident at old Master Wang's house, boy feels that painting alone is of no use. Even if boy becomes a great painter in Pingxi City, like father, won't he still be unable to control his own fate?" Speaking till here, Wang Yifei stole a glance at the inner room. Although his mother had never told him how his father passed away, he more or less knew some of the things that happened in the past from the villagers. His father was probably as straightforward as him, and because of some things he had offended the influential people, right? Wang Yifei's mother was silent. How could she not know these things? But what could she do? Wang Yifei didn't know what his mother was thinking. He hurriedly explained, "Mother, perhaps you still don't know the details?" After waiting for Wang Bianfei to clearly explain the cause of the matter, he then said, "Mother, take a look." Facing a rich man from a village, this child only slightly resisted, and they took mother away and threw mother into a dog cage. How can they treat a person's life as their own? In the end, even if the boy risked his life and won the bet, the boy still had no choice but to give in. If the boy didn't give in, even if they didn't say anything about today's matter, it would be inevitable that they would make things difficult for us in the future. We are fish on the chopping block. Also, yesterday's matter, if it wasn't for the kind Miss Wang, not only would the matter of the painting not be left at that, even the boy's life would be in danger. It doesn't feel good to have my life in the hands of others. Wang Bianfei said very seriously, from this matter, the boy has already seen that even if the boy becomes the best painter in Pingxi City, even if the boy becomes the most famous painter in the entire Buddhist kingdom, he will still be someone else's plaything. Whatever the others ask the boy to draw, the boy has to draw. Whatever the others don't ask the boy to draw, the boy can't draw. What's the point of having such a great painter? Just like today, when the boy drew well, the Wang family rewarded him with an ingot of gold and praised him, saying that the boy was talented and was a useful person. In the future, others would give him more gold and praise. Even if they said that the boy was the best painter in history, what was the use? Fate is not in one's own hands. In the end, it is all for naught. Son. Wang Bianfei's mother was somewhat stunned. She really couldn't think of a 10-year-old child who could think so much. Who told you all this? Wang Bianfei hesitated for a moment and said, less than half of it was the little monk who told me. Most of it was the boy himself. Little monk? Wang Bianfei's mother's expression changed greatly. She hurriedly asked, then, if you don't want to learn painting, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to become a monk. Mother, in this world, other than monks who have great magical powers, there are many people like monks. Wang Bianfei smiled. He knew that his mother was worried that if he became a monk, he wouldn't be able to get married, thus cutting off the Wang family's bloodline. Wang Bianfei's mother was puzzled and asked, in this world, other than the masters in the temples, what is better than being a great painter? Cultivator. Wang Bianfei said without hesitation, Mother, in this world, there is a kind of person called cultivator. Monks seem to be a kind of cultivator. Other than monks, there are also scholars and Taoists. Scholar mother has heard of them. Wang Bianfei's mother frowned, but Taoist mother has never heard of them. But mother knows that scholars are all people without the strength to truss up a chicken. Boy also doesn't know. Wang Bianfei smiled bitterly. These were all told by the little monk to the boy. Son, these are all indiscernible things. Then you, what are you going to do now? Wang Bianfei's mother wasn't moved. She still talked about the reality in front of Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei's gaze was firm as he replied, since there are cultivators in this world, then the boy will definitely be able to find them. Wang Bianfei's mother smiled and said, that's good. Mother will pack up. Let's go find them together. Mother. Wang Bianfei immediately woke up. There were only 2 people in this family. If he left, what would his mother do? Not to mention how he would survive if he left the mountain village. If his mother was alone at home, how would she live without her son? Alas, an ideal is always an ideal. In front of reality, there is always an illusory side. A village child who is not even 10 years old wants to leave the home of an orphan and a widow to cultivate. This is simply dreaming. When he heard up to here, Xiaohua came to a sudden understanding. He finally understood why that senior from the Buddhist sect had led him here. However, he was still somewhat puzzled. Since that senior is a master from the Tantric sect, he had already attained the Buddha fruit 10,000 years ago. Then, enlightening Wang Bianfei and leading him into the Buddhist sect was simply a piece of cake. Even if Wang Bianfei reckoned that for the sake of the Wang family, he would have to marry and have children in the future. After all, the Tantric sect didn't care about this. Why did they want him to come here? Thinking like this, Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. This was because he had already realized that the senior from the Buddhist sect must have already known that he possessed the Taoist sect's techniques. That senior from the Buddhist sect respected Wang Bianfei's choice and hoped that Xiaohua would pass on the Taoist sect's mantle to Wang Bianfei. Since Xiaohua had witnessed this matter from beginning to end, he also liked the exceptionally intelligent Wang Bianfei. His filial piety towards his mother especially moved his heart. Of course, Xiaohua also seemed to see a familiar shadow on Wang Bianfei. On this continent, or perhaps on other continents, in a village called the Guozhuang House, 100 years ago, or perhaps even longer ago, an ignorant child was like him. He saw the hardships of life from oppression, thought of resistance, and thought of his own future. Just based on this feeling of the future, Xiaohua was also willing to lend a hand. Thinking here, Xiaohua slowly flew into the house. His figure appeared out of thin air, and he said with a smile, "Boundless Taoist Master, I greet you." "Ah. You, who are you?" Wang Bianfei's mother was very surprised. She pulled Wang Bianfei behind her and protected Wang Bianfei with both hands as she said anxiously. Looking at Wang Bianfei, who was protected by his mother, there was no surprise on his face. His pair of curious eyes looked up and down at Xiaohua. Without waiting for his mother to speak, he laughed softly, "Mother, don't be afraid. This is just a ghost, a wild ghost can't hurt mother." Finished speaking, Wang Bianfei actually waved his hand disdainfully and said, "You go back first. Tell the little monk that I'm afraid I don't have time to play chess with him today. Let him think of a few moves, don't let me kill him all of a sudden." "Hee hee." Xiaohua laughed and extended his hand. Wang Bianfei's figure involuntarily flew out from behind his mother and landed in midair. Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't move her body at all. At this time, Wang Bianfei was stupefied. He looked at himself in disbelief, then looked at Xiaohua and said in shock, You're not a ghost?" "I naturally am not." Xiaohua still had a smile on his face. "I? Dao. I'm master." Wang Bianfei's mother was very anxious. She had already forgotten the word Daoist that Wang Bianfei had just said. She shouted, "If you have anything to say, you can tell the servant. As long as this servant can agree, I will agree. You must not hurt my son. Boundless Taoist Master." Xiaohua chanted a Daoist name and waved his hand. Wang Bianfei landed on the ground and Wang Bianfei's mother could also move freely. "Daoist Master? Strange, how can you touch me?" Wang Bianfei landed on the ground and didn't panic. His eyes were like stars as he looked at Xiaohua strangely. "Right? Why are you looking for me?" Seeing that Wang Bianfei was actually disrespectful to Xiaohua, Wang Bianfei's mother was extremely scared. She hurriedly smiled and said, "Daoist Master, please don't mind him. My son is still young, please don't lower yourself to his level." "No matter." Xiaohua said with a smile, "I's name is Xiaohua, Daoist name is Daoist Master Xiao. Yesterday, when I passed by here, I just happened to witness Wang Bianfei painting a tiger. Last night, when that hungry tiger was roaring in the mountain ridge, I was also at the side. I extremely admire Wang Bianfei's aptitude and filial piety. Just now, I heard that Wang Bianfei had the heart to pursue the Tao, so I showed myself." "Ah." Wang Bianfei's mother was dumbfounded. She looked at Xiaohua up and down and said in a low voice, Little monk, you don't have a fever, right?" Wang Bianfei even laughed out loud. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, did you team up with this little monk to brush me off? You're really funny. You even passed by here, and you can actually look at me from the side. Why didn't I see you?" Hee hee. Xiaohua naturally knew that someone as intelligent as Wang Bianfei wouldn't casually believe him. He said with a smile, "You've never cultivated before, so how can you see I? Come, don't be afraid. I'll let you see I's methods." After saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and sucked in the two people. His figure turned into the wind and flew towards the sky outside the house. "How was it?" Standing in the air, Xiaohua asked with a smile. Wang Bianfei supported his mother and stood in the air. His eyes were shining as he curiously looked at everything that had shrunk below his feet. Wang Bianfei's mother's face was pale. Her hands tightly held onto her son's hand, not knowing how to answer. Go. Xiaohua once again used the wind escape technique. He suddenly rose another 100 feet and asked again, how was it? Wang Bianfei bit his lips and looked at his mother who had already closed her eyes. He said, Daoist. Daoist master, can you go any higher? What's so difficult about that? Xiaohua laughed loudly. He brought the two of them to the edge of the heavenly fire, wind, and lightning before stopping. Chapter 3470. Looking at the endless thunder, fire, and wind, Wang Bianfei's face flushed with excitement. He shouted, Fun, fun. The little monk has never brought me here before. You're so awesome. Ah. Xiaohua sweated. This is called fun. Son, hurry back. When has Wang Bianfei's mother ever experienced this kind of situation? Her bones were already weak and her muscles were already numb. She shouted weakly. But the strange thing is, she wasn't talking to Xiaohua, but to Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei hurriedly replied, Yes, mother, let's go back now. Saying this, Wang Bianfei was about to fly down. Looking at Wang Bianfei's appearance, Xiaohua smiled and watched with folded arms. Why can't I go back? Wang Bianfei turned pale with fright. Nonsense, if I don't bring you down, how can you go down? Xiaohua scolded. But Wang Bianfei opened his mouth, as if he suddenly understood something. He asked curiously, could it be? I'm not dreaming. Son, hurry back. Hurry back. Wang Bianfei's mother urged again. Wang Bianfei said respectfully to Xiaohua, Daoist priest, this lowly one already knows Daoist priest's divine ability, please send this lowly one back. Okay, look at the changes in the surroundings, can you comprehend something? Xiaohua's heart moved. He thought of some of his comprehension from a long time ago. He nodded and said, even if there isn't, you can see if you're dreaming or not. Yes, this lowly one understands. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked around. The earth came closer from afar, the village grew bigger from small. When Wang Bianfei returned to his house, his face was still filled with confusion. He still didn't dare to believe whether he was dreaming or not. Wang Bianfei's mother also sat there blankly, looking like she didn't dare to believe. Wang Bianfei, I heard what you said outside the house earlier. What you said was very good, your own fate must be controlled by your own hands. Xiaohua said indifferently, even if you don't have the ability to control it now, you must have an unyielding heart. How big the heart is, how big the world is. I was born in the Tao sect and was similar to you from a young age. We were both born in a small village. I may not be able to move mountains and create seas, but I am still capable of causing storms and clouds. Are you willing to be my disciple in name? Taoist priest. Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to speak, his mother cried out, Please don't take my son away, he's still young, don't worry, sister-in-law. Xiaohua said with a smile, I won't take him away for the time being, and I won't forbid him from getting married in the future either. If he is willing to enter I's tutelage, I will only temporarily pass on the mnemonic chant and cultivation method to him, and wait until he cultivates to a certain level in the future. By then, not only will sister-in-law live a long life, even your son will be able to marry a celestial immortal for you. Really? Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't believe it. Out. Xiaohua almost said, monks don't lie. When Wang Bianfei heard that he could prolong his mother's lifespan, his eyes lit up. He nodded his head firmly and said, Since Taoist priest says so, then I am willing to be your disciple. It's just, what is a disciple in name? A disciple in name is to first remember your name, and wait until you have succeeded in your cultivation, only then can I truly accept you as my disciple. Xiaohua explained, if your cultivation isn't good, I won't accept you as my disciple. Then, how many disciples does Taoist priest have? This. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. I currently have a few disciples in name like you, but I don't have any true disciples. Then, what are the rules for becoming Daoist priest's disciple? Wang Bianfei looked somewhat disappointed and asked again. Xiaohua slightly scratched his head, thought for a moment and said, for the time being, there are no rules. Since you are just a disciple in name, I will first give you some cultivation method to cultivate. I can't stay here for long, so I will first pass on some cultivation method to you and give you some pointers. Everything can wait until later. Can't stay for long? Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled by Xiaohua's words, but he didn't dare to ask more, and very cleverly claimed to be a disciple and asked, then, can disciples still paint? Hee, why can't you? Xiaohua said with a smile, actually, Master also knows Confucian cultivation methods. In the future, if you are willing, you can also cultivate. According to Master's knowledge, the 6 arts of Confucian cultivation are etiquette, music, archery, imperial, calligraphy, and mathematics. Calligraphy includes painting. Disciple Wang Bianfei pays respect to Master. Wang Bianfei no longer dared to neglect, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. On the side, Wang Bianfei's mother was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Wang Bianfei to be so decisive, and suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. Xiaohua raised his hand and helped Wang Bianfei up, and said with a smile, since you have entered my sect, you are my disciple. With me here, I will definitely not let you be bullied. Saying this, Xiaohua smiled at Wang Bianfei's mother and said, Sister-in-law, I will borrow your child for 3 days, after 3 days, I will bring him back. These are some of my Daoist priest's spiritual dates, taste them first. Remember, you have to eat them bit by bit, don't swallow them all in one bite. Daoist priest. Wang Bianfei's mother seemed to still want to say something, but Xiaohua had already turned into a cool breeze and fled far away. Only a few dates that looked dazzling with golden light were left on the table. When Wang Bianfei opened his eyes, he was on the mountain ridge beside the mountain village. From the top of the mountain, he could still see his family's house. Seeing that he was not far from home, Wang Bianfei's heart felt a bit more at ease, and said with a smile, Master, you are very good to disciple, wanting to quickly teach disciple divine abilities, disciple is very grateful. But next time, can you properly talk to mother first? If his disciple is on the mountain, he won't be too worried in his heart. Okay. Xiaohua nodded, opened his mouth and said a few words, then turned his head and said with a smile, Master has already told your mother. Thank you Master. Wang Bianfei was very happy, Master is much better than that little monk. That little monk only knows how to play chess with disciple. Shoo. Xiaohua hurriedly stopped, that is a senior of the Buddhist sect, don't treat him lightly. Senior? Him? Wang Bianfei almost laughed out, playing chess every day, he still has to play chess, what's senior? Forget it, let's not talk about others. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Master's time is limited, I have to leave this place soon, how about I teach you a simple cultivation technique first? Master can leave this place? Wang Bianfei asked very inexplicably. Xiaohua looked up and down, also puzzled, why can't I leave? What do you mean by that? However, Xiaohua did not take Wang Bianfei's words seriously, how could a country child know the divine abilities of a nascent soul master? Immediately, Xiaohua took out a Dao sect entry cultivation technique and taught it to Wang Bianfei. What made Xiaohua surprised was that this Wang Bianfei was smarter than Lu Yi. After only listening to it a few times, he already understood it, and after asking a few difficult questions, he could already practice. Damn it! This aptitude, isn't it too monstrous? Xiaohua was really speechless, he originally wanted to use 3 days to teach, who knew that it would be finished in just half an hour, how could he not be depressed? Disciple, you practice, see if you can detect the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiaohua weakly instructed. Wang Bianfei was very surprised, he smiled and said, Master, you didn't make a mistake, right? How can there be spiritual energy of heaven and earth here? I told you to try, just try, Xiao Hua said unhappily. Of course, Wang Bianfei did not understand. He could only do as he was told, but after a full 2 hours, he replied with a crying face, Master, disciple can't sense it. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. He thought for a moment and said, Disciple, close your eyes. If there is any abnormal movement, don't use your eyes to resist. Let Master take a look for you. Finished speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hand. That white bone soul bridge appeared in his hand. Wang Bianfei looked at this bone ball carved out of white bone very strangely. He obediently closed his eyes. Xiao Hua waved his hand. The soul bridge floated in the air. Then the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows flashed with a dark green brilliance. But just as this dark green seal text appeared, with the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows as the center point, strands of space cracks covered the entire space faster than lightning. Whether it was Wang Bianfei, the mountain peak, or even the entire Pure Land world turned into fragments in these cracks. What's going on? Seeing these countless fragments disappear along with countless memories, Xiao Hua was dumbfounded, and then Xiao Hua's eyes became dizzy, but before he could wake up from the dizziness, a fragrance came from his mouth, a very natural reaction, a very familiar feeling. Xiao Hua did not even need to open his eyes. He whispered in his heart, Red Dawn. However, when Xiao Hua called out Fairy Hongxia's name in his heart, he immediately woke up. He was in the Pure Land world. It was 8 poles away from the Dawn Rain continent. Even if Fairy Hongxia's cultivation was 10 times stronger, she would not be able to chase him here. Then, other than Fairy Hongxia, who else could be beside Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua opened his eyes as if he was in a dream. In front of him was Xian's flushed face. Moreover, on those thin eyelids, faint red lines were clearly visible. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think about what happened, he suddenly came here from the small mountain village in the Pure Land world. The slightly trembling eyelids in front of him suddenly opened. In those close eyes, first there was a kind of sweetness, then there was astonishment, and after a few breaths, it turned into shyness and anger. In the end, all the eyes turned into a mass of golden light. Then, Xian urged her body to escape from Xiao Hua's embrace, but at this moment, the two of them finally saw their situation. Xiao Hua and Xian were intimately hugging each other, face to face. Xiao Hua's forehead was against Xian's forehead, Xian's eyes were against Xiao Hua's eyes. Even if the two of them tried their best to tilt their heads back, they were still tightly huddled together. Chapter 3471. Their auras had never been so close before. Xiao Hua slightly tilted his head, trying his best to avoid looking at Xian's face. He hurriedly asked, Xian, what's going on? Little monk Xian's tone was extremely cold. She also tilted her head, as if she hated Xiao Hua very much. Can't you see for yourself? How would I know what happened? While speaking, Xian also looked up and down. See. Looking around, Xiao Hua unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a space of nothingness. The entire space seemed to be boundless. In this space, there were 2 kinds of colors. One was the part where Xiao Hua and Xian were. It was completely pitch black. The endless black gas mixed with the black flame was surging violently like the sea. The other was pure blue. It was above Xiao Hua's head. This pure blue was not the sky blue of the space outside, but a kind of crystal clear blue of water. Moreover, this blue water was different from the black gas. It took the shape of a jade and flowed above the entire space like a fountain. Not only did it cover the entire sky above the black gas, even the boundless distance was filled with a kind of blue water. As for Xiao Hua and Xian, they were at the intersection of this water blue and pitch black. After Xiao Hua finished looking around, he hurriedly lowered his head. He saw that his entire body was bound by strands of black gas. This black gas was mixed with black flames. Wasn't this the demonic gas he was extremely familiar with? Damn it, how can there be demonic gas? Xiao Hua was puzzled. What is this place? You didn't you already take your father's flying sword and leave? Why did you suddenly appear here? Io, that's not right, you called me little monk? Suddenly, Xiaohua distinguished from the appellation. How could Xian, who had just escaped, still call him little monk? Even if she didn't call him Xiao Lang, young master was already catchy. Your father just turned into a flying sword. Xian angrily said, you're a Buddhist disciple, don't tell me you don't even know about illusion arrays? Illusion array? Xiaohua was stupefied, completely stupefied. He knew about illusion arrays, but he didn't think that illusion arrays could actually become real. Everything that had happened to him seemed to be vivid in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed to be real. Xian didn't say anything. Everything that happened in the profound water palace might have been his own wishful thinking, but what about the little monk, Wang Bianfei, and everything that happened to Wang Bianfei? Could it be that everything was what he was thinking? Xian gazed at Xiaohua, who was hugging her tightly, and she said furiously, we fell into an illusion formation as soon as we entered the dark water palace. If my guess is correct, then this is an illusory formation created by the demon Qi. Everything that has happened since we entered the profound water palace is an illusory formation. Xiaohua frowned slightly, and asked curiously, how can you be so sure? Why don't you say that this is the illusory array? Or perhaps, you and I haven't escaped from the illusion array yet? When Xian heard this, she didn't refute and said, that's right. I can't deny that what we're seeing right now is also an illusion. Then what should we do? Xiaohua was hugging Xian with both hands. He couldn't pinch his thigh even if he wanted to. He even felt that even if this was an illusion array, pinching his thigh would definitely hurt because this wasn't a dream. However, he could vaguely confirm that everything in front of him was probably real because the injuries to his internal organs had appeared again. Let's break free first. Xian said helplessly, don't tell me you want to hug me for the rest of your life? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about the Xian in the illusion, he originally wanted to say something glib, but when he saw the disdain at the corner of Xian's mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. He smiled bitterly and said, do you think this little monk doesn't want to? This little monk has already tried just now. This demon Qi is extremely powerful. Every strand has the strength of 1,000 caddies. Although this little monk has some strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to break free. Moreover, this demon Qi seems to be restricting this little monk's telekinesis. This little monk wants to use the golden body technique, but this little monk is afraid of hurting benefactor. In fact, there were some things that Xiaohua didn't say. His divine sense couldn't leave his body, his true essence couldn't be activated, and he couldn't even send his primordial spirit into his nascent soul. Xiaohua certainly had other divine abilities, but he didn't try them one by one. Buddhism has always been the nemesis of demons. But in this place, Buddhism's cultivation is completely restrained by demon Qi. Serves you right. Xian coldly snorted, compared to my Confucian cultivation, you're really lacking. As she spoke, Xian waved her hand and took out the golden hairpin from her hair. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden Qi on it. Benefactor, isn't your imperial equipment only able to be used 3 times? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reminded her. Xian rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently, if this little one doesn't use it, could it be that you have a way? Besides, this little one didn't completely activate this item, so it can't be considered the last time. Okay. Xiaohua was reprimanded by Xian. His mouth and nose were itching from Xian's hair, so he couldn't get angry anymore. He then looked at Xian, who saw the golden hairpin flickering with brilliance, and hurriedly slapped the golden hairpin on her head. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and a golden light soared into the sky, like thousands of golden swords stabbing into the void. Woo! An extremely loud rumbling sound rang out, and a boundless amount of righteous Qi bombarded down from the void. Not only did it crash into the demonic qi binding Xiaohua and Xian, it also knocked down the demonic qi several zhang around them. That righteous qi really was the nemesis of demon qi. In an instant, the demon qi completely melted away, and the blue water jade necklace above Xiaohua and Xian's heads pressed down. Let's go. Seeing the demon qi around him greatly reduced, Xiaohua stretched his arms and tore apart the remaining demon qi. Xiaohua didn't have time to remove his arms from Xian's back, so he grabbed Xian's slender waist and soared into the sky. Let go. Xian's face was cold. It's not like I can't fly, I don't need you to carry me. You're a little monk of the Buddhist sect, remember your identity. Xiaohua was quite embarrassed, and hurriedly withdrew his hands, and said with a smile, this little monk was rude, female benefactor, please don't blame me. Humph. Xian coldly snorted, no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. The golden hairpin above her head turned into a ball of golden light, protecting her. Xian's eyes slightly narrowed, and the golden light in her eyes flourished. Looking around, after escaping from the demon qi, Xiaohua's divine sense returned to normal. Moreover, in this space, divine sense and Buddhist sense were not restricted, so Xiaohua released his divine sense as well. The space seemed to be as boundless as it could be seen with the naked eye. Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, but didn't find the boundary. When his divine sense came into contact with the pitch-black demon qi, it was immediately swallowed, and when it came into contact with the blue water jade necklace, it was immediately bounced back. In the end, after searching for a while, Xiaohua didn't find anything. When he looked at Xian again, the golden pupils in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her face revealed disappointment. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked, female benefactor, the person you're looking for isn't here? That person isn't here. Xian slightly nodded, seems like this time I came in vain. It's not a wasted trip. Xiaohua indifferently said, at least we know that in this ancient array, there is an immortal artifact, and this immortal artifact is suppressing a demon artifact. At this point, Xiaohua asked again, but this immortal artifact, this little monk feels that it doesn't live up to its name, why doesn't it have the aura of an immortal artifact? Oh. What kind of aura does the immortal artifact in little monk's eyes have? Xian asked with interest. Xiaohua naturally told her about the situation in the Kunlun mirror that he encountered in the illusion. Little monk. Xian laughed, in the eyes of ordinary people, you're an immortal. Don't tell me that you usually release your aura when you have nothing to do. You bully ordinary people for no reason. Perhaps Xiaohua somewhat understood Xian's meaning, but this is an immortal artifact, something that shouldn't exist in the ultimate land of bliss. Xian looked at the blue water above her head, and then looked at the pitch black under her feet, as if taking advantage of this time to rest. She suppressed her temper and explained, since it's not something from the ultimate land of bliss, when it comes to the ultimate land of bliss, it will be suppressed by the ultimate land of bliss. Not to mention an immortal artifact, even if an immortal came, it would also be the same. This immortal artifact has not been activated, so it should be similar to an ordinary imperial artifact. Also, didn't you see? This immortal artifact has been suppressing a demon artifact for who knows how many years. Although the immortal artifact has the ancient array to provide vitality, it must be consumed. Now, whether it's an immortal artifact or a demon artifact, I'm afraid that it has reached the point of exhaustion. At this point, does female benefactor know what this immortal artifact is? Xiaohua reminded, especially, does female benefactor know how to get out of here? If this one knew, would this one still stand here and talk nonsense with you? Xian said with a bitter smile, if we get out, even watching the sunset on the banks of the Sage River would be more interesting than here, right? Xiaohua's face was bitter. He raised his head to look at the blue jade, then lowered his head to look at the vast demon qi. He sighed and said, then what should we do? Rumble. Right at this moment, in a place high up in the sky, where Xiaohua's gaze and divine sense could not reach, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came. Following that rumbling sound, the jade above the two people's heads rapidly shrank. At the same time, the demon qi under their feet rose like a rising tide. Speaking of Gu Zhen, his figure easily passed through the blue halo. His eyes were filled with brilliance, and he unconsciously closed them. When he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. Because in front of him was a blue space. In this space, there were tens of thousands of jade, one set on another, one connected to another. The entire jade seemed to be one, but if one looked carefully, each strand of blue was a jade. Gu Zhen released his Buddhist sense. With his Buddhist sense in the lotus realm, he could not see the true appearance of the jade. Even when his Buddhist sense reached its limit, he could not see the end of this space. Moreover, when he turned back to look at the arch bridge he came from, there was already no trace of it. He was just standing in the void. Chapter 3472. Gu Zhen thought for a bit and then took out a jade bead from his robe. The jade bead was like a drop of water and had the same color as the jade. Gu Zhen opened his mouth and sucked the bead into his mouth. Then, he reached into his Qingquan pouch and took out a shining golden staff. This staff was different from Xiao Hua's 9-dragon staff. It was as thick as a bowl and very smooth. There was no dragon shape at all. At the top of the staff, there was a bump the size of a cucumber. It was very similar to the demon's subduing pestle. Amitabha. Gu Zhen chanted the name of Buddha and Buddha light flashed around him. The golden Buddha statue appeared again. As the Buddha light flowed around Gu Zhen's skin like dragons and snakes, the golden Buddha statue grew to over 300 feet tall. Gu Zhen was overjoyed. He knew that he had recovered with the help of the heavenly dragon. He chanted the scripture he got from the jade bead. He threw the staff in his hand and began to form seals. Gu Zhen's hands were very clumsy. The light of Buddha was like mercury, orderly but difficult to condense into the mudra that Gu Zhen formed. Gu Zhen had long been a bodhisattva. He did not know how many mudras he had made in his life, but he had never felt that it was as difficult as it was today. Every time he moved, the light of Buddha flowed. Every inch of the light of Buddha flowed, he felt that something was being extracted from him. Was it karma, merit, or something else? Gu Zhen did not know. He only knew that when the Buddhist seal was formed, a feeling of being able to destroy the world rose from the bottom of his heart. A desire to roam freely filled his mind. Go. Gu Zhen flipped his hand and the Buddhist seal turned into a mantra condensed from Buddhist light and landed on the staff. The staff let out a rumbling sound and at the same time, it shone brightly. Roar. An extremely loud dragon roar came from the staff. The staff rapidly expanded and turned into a 1,000 feet long heavenly dragon. It danced in the air for a moment before landing in Gu Zhen's hand. The heavenly dragon's aura suddenly appeared. Gu Zhen was very proud. He raised the dragon with his hand and smashed it towards the thousands of blue pearls in front of him. When the Buddhist light was produced, the countless jade talismans had already rushed towards Gu Zhen. At this time, the heavenly dragon dance attacked. It was like a huge wave splashing into the sky. The jade talismans danced in the air like clouds and dandelions. Let's go. Gu Zhen waved his hand when he saw Ing Luo soaring into the sky. The sky dragon transformed from his monk staff left his hand and plunged into the space where Ing Luo splashed. Gu Zhen jumped on the dragon's body and rushed into the bottom of the blue water like an arhat subduing dragons and tigers. After 10 minutes, the jade beads became even denser and an indescribable pressure came from the heavenly dragon. Gu Zhen narrowed his eyes and knew the beads were close. Amitabha. Gu Zhen let out a roar and jumped up from the heavenly dragon. Then he formed a seal and hit the heavenly dragon. The Buddha light around the heavenly dragon shone brightly and it let out a roar before charging down. Gu Zhen's Buddha light disappeared and he stopped in the air. He put his palms together and quietly looked into the distance. Gu Zhen's eyes stared straight ahead. He did not pay attention to his golden body. However, under the dimming of the Buddha's light, strange blood streaks could be vaguely seen. The blood streaks were as thin as a spider web and were almost invisible. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions rocked the entire space around the Yingluo. Gu Zhen's eyes gradually reddened as the dandelion-like Yingluo unfurled its wings in front of him. It flew high into the sky in a bid to outdo one another, revealing a ball of dim blue radiance. Is this the immortal treasure Xian spoke of? Gu Zhen frowned and urged the cloud under his feet to charge forward. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Gu Zhen looked at Gu Zhen from afar. When they got closer, Gu Zhen could see clearly that there was a triangular flag inside the light. The flag was aqua blue, with 5 jade talismans embroidered on it. Between the talismans were faint ripples of water. A few ferocious dragons were embroidered on the edge of the flag. However, the dragons were swaying slightly, and there was no fluctuation of elemental energy. The entire small flag emitted a blue light. Every time the light flashed, many jade talismans would appear and slowly float in the air. Above the blue light, strange runes flowed. These runes were gold and silver in color. They were shaped like tadpoles and inscriptions. When Gu Zhen saw the immortal treasure clearly, he immediately flipped his tongue and swallowed the jade beads hidden at the bottom of his tongue. He glanced at the jade beads that had just exploded and saw the clouds that were beginning to condense. Gu Zhen understood that the heavenly dragon staff's explosion was only because it borrowed the heavenly dragon's Buddha power to temporarily imprison the flag. It wouldn't be long before his seemingly unbreakable restriction would be broken by the flag. He had to take advantage of this extremely short window of time to control the flag. However, when he thought about controlling the immortal treasure, Gu Zhen felt uneasy. But when he saw the unmoving flag in the aqua blue light, he couldn't help but feel a desire. A desire to control the world. Smack. The more Gu Zhen thought about it, the more excited he became. He reached out his huge palm and slapped it on the top of his head. Poof. With a clear sound, the Buddha light above Gu Zhen's head shone brightly. A heavenly king walked out from the top of Gu Zhen's head with a 9th-rank golden lotus. When the heavenly king entered the space, countless heavenly maidens danced in the air, countless heavenly flowers fell, and countless heavenly dragons appeared amidst thousands of Sanskrit chants. Seeing this, Gu Zhen was wild with joy. The jade beads clearly said that with this Buddhist secret technique, he could see the vision of him attaining Buddhahood. In other words, this heavenly king must be his Buddha body after he attains Buddhahood. The heavenly maidens coming to congratulate him was also the grand scene of him attaining Buddhahood in the future. Heavenly King. I'm actually a heavenly king after attaining Buddhahood. This is unimaginable. Gu Zhen screamed in his heart. When he heard the words of the heavenly dragons, he thought that if he attained Buddhahood, he would only be a Jelon. He didn't expect that he would be a heavenly king. This was really beyond his imagination. Amitabha. The heavenly king looked exactly like Gu Zhen. He stood in the air with his palms together and chanted, "This poor monk greets the great monk." Gu Zhen hurriedly returned the greeting and said uncomfortably, "Amitabha, this disciple greets the heavenly king. No need to be so polite." The heavenly king said with a smile, "You and I are one. It's enough to call me great monk." Gu Zhen didn't even dream that he could be called a heavenly king or great monk. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He said with a smile, "Yes, yes, this poor monk greets the great monk." "Great monk, are you ready?" The heavenly king's Buddha light shone brightly. In a moment, he was as tall as Gu Zhen's golden body. The heavenly king glanced at the flag not far away and said with a smile, "Now is the most crucial moment for you and me. If I succeed, this poor monk will attain Buddhahood in the future. If not, you won't even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This poor monk understands." Gu Zhen's eyes had turned blood red. He shouted fanatically, "This poor monk will definitely attain Buddhahood." "Good, as you wish." The Heavenly King also had the feeling of looking down on the world. How could this be the demeanor of a Buddhist Heavenly King? As the Heavenly King's voice fell, the lotus platform under his feet turned into a ball of Buddha light and rushed to the other side of the flag. Although there was an extremely strong deterrence around the flag, it didn't disappear under the Buddha light. Guzhen didn't dare to delay and hurriedly urged the auspicious cloud. However, when he was only 20 feet away from the flag, he couldn't move forward anymore because the deterrence was like the sand in the deep sea. It drowned his mouth and nose. He couldn't fly half a step forward at all. Seeing that his Heavenly King golden body easily crossed the flag and went to the same position as him, the fervor in his heart was even hotter than the scorching sun at noon. Seeing that the Heavenly King was in position, he raised his hand and took out a few blood-red relics from his bosom. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Buddhist light, and those relics all went into his stomach. In an instant, a rolling red cloud rushed out of Guzhen's golden body and completely enveloped him. Within the red cloud, Guzhen's face twisted in pain. The muscles on his face trembled violently. Coupled with his blood-red eyes, he wasn't much different from a demon. Rise. Guzhen endured the torment of karma and reached out his hand to slap the top of his head. Puff. Another cluster of Buddha's light mixed with blood red spurted out from the top of Guzhen's head and turned into a Buddha's palm the size of half an acre in the air. As the Buddha palm condensed and expanded, the golden light around Guzhen suddenly decreased. The red cloud also disappeared. However, these red clouds were entangled with the golden light and condensed into a golden-red kasaya that tightly stuck to Guzhen's body. At this moment, Guzhen's golden body seemed to have lost some of its strength and was trembling slightly. However, when Guzhen saw the Heavenly King on the other side of the flag doing the same thing, he was stunned by the Buddha's palm that came out of the Heavenly King's head. This was because although the Heavenly King was surrounded by Buddha light, the Buddha palm peeking out from the top of his head was pitch black. There was even a pair of blood-red black flames lingering in the darkness. This is my demonic nature? How can there be so many and so strong? If I cultivate by myself, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve fruition even if I cultivate for another 10,000 years. Guzhen's heart trembled. He thought of the records in the Jade Pearl. As a Buddhist protector, he should be one with Buddha and demon. If he wanted to subdue an immortal weapon, he must remove the demonic nature from his body. The Jade Pearl was a Buddhist weapon that Sky Dragon gave to Guzhen. It could temporarily extract Guzhen's merit and demonic nature. The merit condensed into a golden body, which had to contain the demonic nature. Then, Guzhen's body used a Buddhist divine ability and the golden body used the same divine ability. However, this divine ability became a pure demonic technique before the demonic nature. Under the pincer attack of the Buddha and demon, the immortal weapon could only be captured. Capture. Seeing that the time was right, Guzhen didn't dare to think too much. He chanted a mantra and formed a seal with his hands. The Buddha palm above his head suddenly fell down. Chapter 3473. Guzhen's Buddha's palm fell, and the Heavenly King's devil's palm also cooperated with the Buddha's palm, imprisoning an area of 1 mu on the left side of the flag. The side of the flag close to Guzhen was filled with Buddha's light, while the side close to the Heavenly King was filled with devil's chi. The flag suddenly moved without wind, and countless pearls rushed out of the blue brilliance, fighting to block the Buddha's light and devil's chi. Stab, stab, countless sounds echoed in the air. Guzhen looked on coldly. Although the thousands of jade talismans continued to pour out, it was obvious that the flag wouldn't attack. The jade talismans could only defend. 2 huge palms slammed down and tore the jade talismans in half. How could they block it? Boom! Just as Guzhen expected, the 2 giant palms fell on the brilliance of the flag, one on each side. Strangely, the giant palms in the air were half a mu in size, but they were only the size of a palm when they fell on the flag. Keep! Guzhen was overjoyed. With a roar, the 2 palms suddenly pulled, and the brilliance of the flag suddenly dimmed. Rumble. As the light of the flag dimmed, the entire space let out a series of rumbling sounds. Amidst these rumbling sounds, the jade talismans that had been blown apart by the Guzhen monk's staff trembled violently. With the flag as the center, they rapidly shrank. The jade talismans ignored the two palms and the space that had been sealed by the palms. They turned into broken fireflies and sank into the flag. In an instant, the whole flag emitted a bright blue light. Guzhen's expression changed slightly, because he had sensed that the brighter the brilliance, the tougher the flag under the Buddha palm became. Gradually, it was out of his control. Ha! Great monk! The heavenly king with the brilliant Buddha light laughed. It seems that the possibility of us taking this immortal artifact is not high. How about this? Let's take this immortal artifact first and send it to Senior Heavenly Dragon first. Guzhen was slightly disappointed, but looking at the seemingly endless pearls, he did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly said, "I'll listen to your orders, great monk. Rise." The heavenly king smiled and his demonic palm left the flag. In an instant, it grew to the size of half an acre and rushed into the air. Guzhen's Buddha palms also rose high into the air. Woo-woo. A whimper that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves sounded. His two palms suddenly twisted in midair and grabbed at the flag in perfect coordination. As the two palms slowly rotated, the Buddha's light and the devil's chi actually combined perfectly. A completely different kind of imprisonment force was born again, imprisoning the space around the flag. This sealing power was so great and so strange that the space was collapsing inch by inch. Golden threads and black flames appeared inch by inch, completely separating the flag from the incoming jade. Master Guzhen? Just as Guzhen's eyes flashed red and his heart was filled with joy, an extremely shocked voice came from afar. Guzhen was taken aback. He raised his head and saw a transcendent's golden body, which was more than 100 feet tall, flying over with golden light flashing around it. Beside this transcendent's golden body was a woman in palace attire, riding on a golden flying sword. However, the golden light flashing around the woman was extremely dim. It must be very difficult for her to break through the confinement of the transcendent's golden body. The shocked voice came from this woman. At this moment, Guzhen was no longer the Guzhen from before. He only glanced at the flag for a moment before retracting his gaze. He still urged the Buddha's palm to cooperate with the devil's palm to grab at the flag. Of course, the closer he got to the flag, the stronger the flag's resistance became. Even though the space within 1,000 feet of the flag had been twisted by the two giant palms, the flag could not even flutter. Combine! The heavenly king roared. Guzhen's willpower surged out uncontrollably. The Buddha's palm and the devil's palm, which were originally distinct meridians, slowly merged. A wisp of Buddha's light wrapped around a wisp of devil's chi. Outside the light and devil's chi, black flames burned. A Buddha's demon's palm was about to take shape. Master Guzhen, what are you doing? Xian naturally became anxious and cried out, "This is the immortal world's mystic origin water control flag. It's the item used to suppress the demonic world. If you take it away, won't that demonic creature appear?" Unfortunately, Guzhen turned a deaf ear to Xian's words. The same rumbling sound came from the space. Beside the Buddha's demon's palm, countless heavenly flowers, fairies, and even countless devils riding on demonic dragons emerged from the void. The Sanskrit chants mixed with demonic chants shook the entire space. Benefactor Xian, don't shout. Xiao Hua sneered. Guzhen has already turned into a devil. Didn't you see his eyes? Didn't you see the blood vessels on his golden body? Also, the golden body in front of him is originally a devil god's image. However, this devil god's image is plated with a layer of Buddhist light. This devil god's image is exactly the same as Guzhen. It should be the devil spirit of the devil world suppressed by the mystic origin water control flag. By the way, Benefactor Xian, How did you know this flag was previously called the Mystic Origin Water Control Flag? Yes, little monk. How did you know this heavenly monarch's golden body is a devil god's image? How did you know the devil world can also produce devil spirits? Xin retorted without hesitation. Instead of asking me, why don't you think about how to stop Guzhen? I'm going to stop Guzhen. What are you going to do? Xiaohua glanced at Xin. At this moment, Xin was incomparably calm. Her expression had returned to normal. She indifferently replied, I'm not going to do anything. I don't have the ability to stop Guzhen. Of course, if I had the ability, I would definitely do it. Because if I don't stop Guzhen, after he takes away the Mystic Origin Water Control Flag, the devil world under you and me will be born. You and I will die. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted. No need to remind me. This little monk knows what to do. Even if this little monk has to risk his life, this little monk will stop Guzhen. At the very least, this little monk will kill Guzhen right now. Kill. A cold light flashed through Xin's eyes. If Guzhen is here and Ci Hui is nowhere to be seen, then Ci Hui must have already died. If I don't kill Guzhen, I won't be able to avenge Ci Hui Wu. Without waiting for Xin to finish speaking, Xiaohua similarly slapped his hand on the top of his head. Using the nascent soul's hand, waves of water-type heaven and earth spiritual qi surged and condensed towards Xiaohua. Even the seemingly endless jade luo rushed over along with the gale. Roar. Xiaohua faced the sky and roared. With a shake of his arms, the heavenly law embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and heavenly human body bestowment technique were all activated. An extremely large amount of jade luo entered the surface of Xiaohua's body. The golden light around Xiaohua's body flourished with a green color. Under Xin's stupefied gaze, the golden body also expanded to a size of more than 300 feet. The nascent soul's hand on top of the golden body's head expanded to a size of more than 1 mu. It violently tore apart the restrictions around the flag and met the Buddha's demon hand with a backhand. Guzhen really didn't expect Xiaohua's nascent soul's hand to be so familiar. It was so much faster than his Buddha's demon hand. However, a trace of disdain surfaced in Guzhen's heart. The Buddha's demon hand's power could even tear apart the defense of an immortal tool. Even if Xiaohua's strength was at the 5th grade of origin energy, it was impossible for him to block it. Sure enough, with a loud bang, the two hands clasped together. The nascent soul's hand collapsed with a loud bang, while the Buddha's demon hand merely shook a little and dimmed a little. Humph. Guzhen coldly snorted again. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. His eyes once again fell on the Xianyuan water control flag. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred again. A pitch-black staff appeared in Xiaohua's hands without him knowing when. This staff became thicker and longer in the blink of an eye. It streaked across the sky and struck the Buddha's demon hand. The staff had yet to reach the body, but the whistling wind of the staff had already destroyed the Buddha's light and demon qi in the void, as well as the fairies, heavenly flowers, and heavenly dragons. What is this thing? Guzhen was greatly shocked. He used all his strength to urge the Buddha's demon hand to fall down with a loud bang. Boom. Another loud bang no less than the previous one. Xiaohua's wishful staff was knocked away. Xiaohua's huge golden body also staggered and almost fell down. However, the almost unparalleled Buddha's demon hand was also smashed in half. The half-mu of demon flames and other things were swept away, and many jade pearls once again rushed over. Guzhen was furious and roared, "Damn it!" Abandoning the Xianyuan water control flag, the Buddha's demon hand grabbed at Xiaohua's golden body. The huge Buddha's demon hand swept across the sky, and the collapsed place was quickly repaired. When it fell on the top of Xiaohua's head, it was already as good as new. At this time, Xiaohua had already stood firmly in midair. Looking at the Buddha's demon hand, the demon qi had taken the upper hand. He knew that the unknown demon had completely controlled Gu Zhen. If he did not make a prompt decision, he would really die. Thinking of this, Xiaohua roared. His right arm exerted strength, and the wishful staff smashed down. At the same time, his left hand waved and took out the sword gourd. His left hand pinched a seal, preparing to cast the soul-punishing light. Boom! Another loud bang. This time, the Buddha's demon hand was only smashed by 2 fingers, and the wishful staff was knocked into the air. Because Xiaohua was prepared, his golden body did not lose its balance. Quick! The moment the wishful staff was knocked away, Xiaohua's soul-punishing light had already been activated. His left hand pinched a seal, and the green and red soul-punishing light rushed out from the sword gourd. All of a sudden, it nailed Gu Zhen's golden body in midair. Even the Buddha's demon hand began to collapse. Seeing that the soul-punishing light was effective, Xiaohua was overjoyed. The spiritual power in his body surged, and he fully activated the soul-punishing light. He wanted to cut off Gu Zhen's head in one fell swoop. At this time, Xian, who was watching the battle, did not have time to be surprised by Xiaohua's means. She clenched her hands tightly and stared at the soul-punishing light, waiting for Gu Zhen's head to fall to the ground. Swoosh! Xian was only looking at the sky, but she didn't notice that not far from her feet, in the midst of the surging demonic energy and black flames, a dragon-shaped phantom suddenly rushed out. This phantom flashed through the jade bracelets, and the 100 feet of space seemed to pass through a crack. Without waiting for anyone to see, it had already cut across Xiaohua's left arm. Chapter 3474. Xiaohua only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, as if the entire night had pounced on him. That black shadow was shaped like a dragon, but also like a scimitar. Then, a kind of extreme fear appeared in his heart, and that fear instantly spread throughout his body. Before this fear could subside, another sharp pain came from his left arm. Xiaohua couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" When he looked down again, his left arm had already been chopped off from the middle. Before Xiaohua could do anything else, that severed arm had already been swept up by the black shadow and fell into the devilish energy. Roar! The sharp pain in his body had yet to subside, and many of Xiaohua's primordial spirits screamed in unison. Especially that orange giant, whose left arm was also severed, rolling around in pain inside Xiaohua's bones. Xiaohua's mysterious dark cloud also rapidly flickered, and that dark green color greatly decreased. Looking at the dragon vein, body, and even the primordial spirits in the space were all heavily injured. The power of that black shadow's attack was actually so powerful. Xiaohua was heavily injured by that black shadow. Not only did the spirit-slaying Yuan light disappear, the sword gourd floated in the air, and the 300 zhang golden body rapidly shrank, gradually turning into a normal human form. Since the spirit-slaying Yuan light disappeared, Gu Zhen's primordial spirit recovered. Gu Zhen's eyes became even redder, and he let out a beast-like roar. The Buddha's demonic hand fell down and firmly controlled Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua was about to be turned into meat paste. All of this happened in a flash. When Xian came to her senses, Xiaohua's body had already fallen into Gu Zhen's demonic hand. Even if Xian wanted to activate her life-saving golden hairpin, it would be too late to do so. Amitabha. Just when Xian was in despair, a crisp voice was heard. This voice sounded very childish, but the tone was filled with vicissitudes of life. Ci Hui? Xian was startled, and immediately became overjoyed. She hurriedly looked around, because that voice didn't have a fixed origin, it just floated in the space. Unfortunately, Xian opened her golden eyes and looked around for a moment, but she didn't see any familiar figures. However, when she saw Gu Zhen, she was puzzled. Gu Zhen, who had been extremely arrogant and wanted to kill Xiaohua, now seemed to have been imprisoned. He stood there in a daze, his blood-red eyes staring into the distance. The Buddha's demonic hand that could crush Xiaohua with a single move also stopped. Xian was not the only one who was confused. Even the golden body in the shape of a heavenly king was confused. The heavenly king failed to activate the giant palm and asked, "Great monk, what are you doing? As long as we kill this Tao cultivator, you and I will be able to obtain the immortal artifact. Senior Tianlong will be able to condense a relic for you with this immortal artifact. With this relic, you will definitely attain Heavenly King Buddha fruit in the future. Not to mention the Heavenly King Buddha fruit, even if it was the Buddha fruit, I wouldn't care for it." Gu Zhen finally opened his mouth. His tone was extremely indifferent. In order to hear this voice, in order to meet this person, this poor monk is willing to go to the 9 hells or the 9 springs. Gu Zhen's words reverberated in the air. Every word contained the fervor and care in his heart. That's right. Just before entering the longevity hall, the benevolent Manjushri saw Gu Zhen trying to devour his relic. He immediately woke up and thought that Gu Zhen's so-called search for his younger brother was a lie. At that time, Gu Zhen admitted it without hesitation and denied his real purpose of looking for Gu Nian. At that time, Gu Zhen had decided to give up everything for the ancient Buddha relic, including himself, even if he had to turn into a devil. However, the development of the situation was such a joke. Now that Gu Zhen had really turned into a devil, the voice that he had been thinking about day and night appeared again. The ancients often said that a single slip would cause everlasting sorrow. When you look back, you will be 100 years old. Perhaps this was the case. Xian was stunned. She seemed to have suddenly understood something. However, the heavenly king did not know. He was very confused. Who is this person? Is this the person who is chanting the name of Buddha? Gu Zhen frowned slightly. Great monk, aren't you this poor monk's demonic golden body? Why don't you know this poor monk's thoughts? Amitabha. The heavenly king said indifferently. This poor monk is you, but you are still you. This poor monk cannot replace you. Naturally, the heavenly king's words revealed a flaw. However, Gu Zhen did not pay attention to it. He only waited quietly. It seemed that he had enough patience to wait for this moment. As Xian listened, she looked in the direction Gu Zhen was looking at. In the distance, a faint figure slowly appeared. It was a little monk in a monk's robe. Of course, this little monk was not benevolent. However, the little monk looked a little panicked, as if he was afraid of something. However, Xian could see that under the little monk's panicked expression, his eyes were extremely bright and filled with determination. Dumbo. Dumbo, is that you? Gu Zhen's voice trembled. His golden body also trembled as he asked softly. Seeing the shadow that he had seen countless times in his dreams, Gu Zhen's hundreds of years of patience could no longer be held back. The little monk also trembled as he answered, "Big brother, it's me. I'm Dumbo." You. Gu Zhen originally wanted to ask, "You're not dead yet?" However, when he saw the little monk's dim figure, he could only change his words. "Big brother, I didn't expect to see you one day." "Yes. Big brother." The little monk's eyes flashed with tears. "I also didn't expect that I would be able to endure until this day. All these years. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to see Big brother." Do you hate Big brother? Do you want to scold Big brother personally?" Gu Zhen's ferocious expression disappeared, replaced by kindness as he probed. The little monk smiled. "How can I blame Big brother? It's my life's fortune to be able to die for Big brother. Big brother, do you know? You've been my everything since I was young. You're my sky. You've done everything for me. I've always thought about how to grow up, how to repay you, how to think of you and do so much for you. Even if I can do one thing for you, I'll be happy. I've been cultivating diligently in Crimson Reed Temple to repay Big brother. When I've succeeded in my cultivation, I'll be able to protect Big Brother. I've been praying for Big Brother in front of Buddha every day, hoping that Big Brother will live a peaceful life. And Buddha really did hear my thoughts. He actually gave me a chance to die for my elder brother. It's true, Big Brother. I've never blamed you. Even when I fell into an illusion and was lucky enough to leave my soul behind, the only person I've been thinking about is you. Big Brother, you're my only family in this life. Dumbo. 2 drops of blood flowed out from Gu Zhen's eyes as he raised his head and roared. Big Brother. The little monk continued, I was originally hiding in the illusory array to avoid the devil dragon. However, a few days ago, I met that interesting little monk. Seeing that he was able to escape from the illusory array, I curiously followed him. I never thought that I would be able to see Big Brother. However, Big Brother, your current situation is very bad. You've been invaded by the demon dragon. Look at your golden body, it's filled with demonic runes. Look at your eyes, they're blood red. Big Brother, I don't know what the demon dragon promised you, but I know that you and I are Buddhist disciples. No matter what, we can't dance with demons. That's why I took the risk to come out and see Big Brother. Now that I've said what I need to say, I'm willing even if the demon dragon eats me. Amitabha. The Heavenly King said flatly. Big Monk, don't be fooled. This Dumbo is the manifestation of the mystic water control flag, and he's here to stop you from taking the immortal item. If you take the flag away, I'm sure that the little monk will disappear. Gu Zhen's blood-red eyes looked at the Heavenly King, then at the little monk, and even at Xiaohua, who was still writhing in the Buddha's hands. Amitabha. The Heavenly King waited for a moment before he chanted, Big Monk, you're so indecisive. How can you attain Buddha's fruit if you can't sever your mortal bonds? If you're unwilling, I'll end it for you, won't I? Shut up. Gu Zhen snorted coldly and cursed. I've never told anyone about Dumbo. Even in front of Ci Hui, who had become a Manjushri Bodhisattva, I lied. Even Tipu and Xian wouldn't know what Dumbo looks like. How could they conjure him? Oh, Big Monk. The Heavenly King tried to persuade him. The mystic water control flag is an immortal item. It could read your mind. Big Monk. Gu Zhen said flatly. Do you know why I've taken the path of Dharma protectors? The Heavenly King did a double take before his eyes shifted. It's for Dumbo, of course. That's right. Do you think I would let you destroy him if you know I'm doing it for Dumbo? Gu Zhen asked sinisterly. The Heavenly King was confused. But Dumbo is just an illusion. You're wrong. You're terribly wrong. Gu Zhen said, enunciating each word. For Dumbo, I could give up my Sarira and let my cultivation go to waste. Why would I let you destroy him? Not even if it's an illusion. But the Heavenly King didn't know what to say. Even if it's an illusion, the immortal item has found my weakness. That's why I have to bow down. Gu Zhen said flatly. I can choose not to believe in everyone in the world, and I can choose not to believe in all the Buddhas, but I can't not believe in my Buddha and Dumbo. I believe that the Buddhists would forgive me if I repent before the Buddha every day, so that I can see Dumbo again. Likewise, I believe that Dumbo would live for centuries in an illusory array just to wait for me. Amitabha. You are unreasonable. The Heavenly King shook his head. Demon Dragon, leave. Gu Zhen sighed. I command you with the Buddha's orders. Ha ha ha, can the Buddha control me? Do you really think he would show himself here? The Heavenly King finally laughed. Moreover, can you still leave now that things have come to this? Even if the Buddha is willing to control you, he wouldn't be able to, would he? Brother. The young monk cried out, tears flowing unwittingly as if sensing something. Chapter 3475. Amitabha. Gu Zhen's golden body put his palms together, bowed his head and said piously, "If I have Buddha in my heart, I see Buddha everywhere. If I have Buddha in my heart, I am Buddha. In this life, my heart belongs to Buddha, and in the next life, my heart belongs to Buddha. Thank you, Namo Amitabha. I thank you again." Then, Guzheng patted the top of his head gently, and a benevolent look appeared on his face. He looked at the little monk and said, "Dumbo, I'm sorry for not being able to take good care of you. I hope I can still be your big brother in the next life. I swear. I'll take good care of you." The Heavenly King was also stunned. He said anxiously, "You. What are you doing? You. How can you do this?" The Heavenly King realized what Guzheng was going to do. He shouted in disbelief. He really couldn't understand how Guzheng, who was filled with endless evil, could do such a thing. Guzheng raised his hand, and the golden body collapsed. Pieces of it turned into Buddhist light. As Guzheng's golden body collapsed, so did the Heavenly King's golden body. Only a thick stream of demonic chi was left hovering in the air. Similarly, the Buddha's demonic hand disappeared, revealing the injured Xiaohua. Xian watched from the side. She didn't have the Dharma golden body, so she was like a child in front of Guzheng's golden body and Xiaohua's Dharma body. She was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. After listening to Guzheng's words and seeing what he did, she really didn't expect that Guzheng, who was so easily taken advantage of by the mystic dragon, would be so obsessed with brotherhood. His devotion to Buddha even surpassed that of all the other arhats she had met. No. Seeing the golden body turn into nothingness, Guzheng's blood-red eyes were still staring at the little monk, unwilling to disappear. Xian suddenly realized something. Guzheng might not be really devoted to Buddha, and his last words might not be fully believed. He's gambling. Of course, Xian didn't know what Guzheng was thinking and whether his concern was real. She could only judge others by her own standards, but what was Guzheng's real thought? Perhaps only the Buddha knew the answer to that. Thinking of this, Xian's mind once again turned sharply, looking at Xiaohua, who was already dispirited and listless in midair. Xiaohua's left arm had not regenerated, the place where his arm was severed was surrounded by black gas. The continuous heavy injuries had already made him temporarily unable to deal with them. Xian had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She sighed inwardly, forget it. Humans naturally have a human form. Only by becoming Buddha can one have Buddha nature. There's no need to think too much about Guzheng's intentions. Since he had an obsession in his heart, he was able to abandon it at the critical moment. Although he did not sever his worldly desires, he had severed his own. But in the end, it was severed. He has no regrets in his life. When he looked at the little monk again, he saw that his face was filled with grief. Where was the fear from before? Just like Guzheng, in order to see his brother, he had been lonely for hundreds of years in the illusory matrix. But who knew that the moment he saw his brother, he would have to part with him again? How could he not be heartbroken? Not everyone could bear the pain of witnessing the departure of a loved one. The little monk flew in midair, wanting to touch his brother's body before he left. Unfortunately, Guzheng's words before he committed suicide did not move the Buddha. The heavenly flower and the heavenly maiden disappeared and never appeared again. His soul also did not appear. The little monk could clearly feel his brother's gentle gaze, but he could not see anything about his brother. The path of Dharma protector was originally a void. Guzheng had passed away, and the Heavenly King had also perished. Mo Long's meticulous plan to kill both Buddha and demon had also failed. The Xianyuan water control flag shone brightly, and jade talismans of various sizes emerged from the brilliance. The jade talismans that were previously excluded from afar also flew towards the flag. Good. Xian nodded slightly and urged the auspicious cloud to fly towards Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua was severely injured, as long as they could escape from the Xianyuan water palace and get away from the battle between immortals and demons, Xian was confident that she could save him. Just as Xian flew for about 30 meters, the space suddenly shone with a bloody light. Roar, roar. A dragon's roar soared into the sky. Xian saw a sea of scarlet before her eyes. A dragon several meters long rushed out of the jade talismans, carrying with it a frenzied demonic aura. Not good. Xian was shocked and cried out, "Mo long." However, contrary to Xian's expectations, the demon dragon did not attack the flag after rushing out of the jade talismans. Instead, it rushed directly towards Xiaohua. "Little monk, be careful," Xian hurriedly transmitted. Unfortunately, no matter how fast her thoughts turned, she could not compare to the speed of the demon dragon. Furthermore, Xiaohua was currently in a weakened state. He had no time to react to the demon dragon's charge. Before Xian's words could reach him, the demon dragon had already opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiaohua's left arm. Ah! Xian covered her mouth in shock. She felt an indescribable stabbing pain in her heart. A feeling of disbelief suddenly arose in her heart. Could it be that the little monk is going to be eaten by the demon dragon? The development of the situation once again exceeded Xian's expectations. After the demon dragon swallowed Xiaohua's left arm, it did not continue to devour the rest of Xiaohua's body. Instead, it rapidly shrank. The dragon's body shrunk from several meters long to several feet long, just like before Xiaohua lost his arm. What was special was that after the dragon shrunk, the bloody light around it flashed again. The black flames within the bloody light transformed into thousands of tiny demons that roared and swam up and down. An arm that was exactly the same as Xiaohua's previous body suddenly grew out. Following the transformation of this arm, the previously dispirited and listless Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. The silvery white pupils in his eyes disappeared and were replaced by a bloody red. This bloody red did not contain any other emotions, only savagery. Roar. Xiaohua raised his head and roared. The demonic aura around his left arm surged and quickly spread towards the rest of Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Xiaohua's body expanded once again. Demonic aura and black flames surged out from the pores of his body at the same time. Just as Xian was dumbstruck, the demon's body that was over 100 meters long appeared in front of her eyes. Xiaohua was currently wearing a bloody armor that completely covered him. Above the armor, millions of demons roared at the same time. The bloody light of the armor was mixed with black light, illuminating the surroundings. The black light pierced through the pearls that surrounded him one by one. That light even gave birth to tiny demons that frantically devoured the pearls. Looking at the top of Xiaohua's head, the two horns on his head flashed with a faint golden light. Strands of golden light flowed along the demonic aura like flowing water, penetrating into the space between the demonic aura and the bloody light. What made Xian even more shocked was that in Xiaohua's left hand, a pitch-black demonic saber suddenly appeared. This demonic saber was only a foot long. The front part of the saber was damaged and the tip of the saber could not be seen. This demonic saber looked unremarkable, but in Xian's eyes, she could not help but feel frightened. Because this demonic saber was pitch black and enchanting. When her gaze swept past it, her entire mind felt like it was being pulled in. Moreover, the moment her mind was slightly distracted, her eyes and mind were filled with bloody red. One after another, ferocious demons of unimaginable shapes appeared out of thin air. When she finally shifted her gaze away with great difficulty, she saw the hilt of the demonic saber. The demonic saber did not seem to have a hilt. The entire demonic saber was connected to Xiaohua's left hand. It looked like a part of the bloody armor, but also like a part of Xiaohua's left arm. In an instant, Xian understood. Previously, the demonic dragon was the demonic saber's transformation. When the demonic saber chopped off Xiaohua's left arm, it wanted to devour Xiaohua's flesh and blood, and then fuse with Xiaohua's body. But now, needless to say, the demonic saber must have already corroded and taken over Xiaohua's body. Of course, as for why the demonic saber wanted to take over Xiaohua's body, and not Gu Zhen, and even more not Xian, when she thought about how Xiaohua's wound did not bleed and how there was even a lingering black aura around his wound, Xian, as a Confucian cultivator, knew that it was because Xiaohua himself practiced demonic arts. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Xian felt a burst of relief for no reason. She was so relaxed that it was as if she had unloaded a heavy burden of 10,000 jin. However, just as this relief passed, she felt a burst of emptiness. That relief was even more like a small thorn that pierced into her heart. Roar. Xian's heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts and feelings. The demonic god Xiaohua roared again, and the demonic aura around his body flourished. As Xiaohua raised his hand, rumble. A sound that was 100 times louder than mountain torrents and ocean waves vibrated in the surroundings. The space that was previously filled with the jade talisman had already been gradually occupied by the overflowing demonic aura. No matter if it was under Xian's feet, the surroundings of the Xianyuan water control flag, or even the top of Xian's head, there were faint waves of demonic aura that were frantically corroding everything. Where's the little monk Gu Nian? Xian suddenly thought of the little monk when she looked around. Fortunately, there was no trace of Gu Nian in the vicinity. With the little monk's alertness, he was able to survive in the illusion array for several hundred years. I'm afraid he can also avoid this kind of crisis. But how can I escape? Looking at the surging demonic aura, as well as the devil that was just born because of Xiaohua's existence, Xian didn't know what to do. The brilliance of the Xianyuan water control flag in front of her had already dimmed in the demonic aura. However, in Xian's eyes, it was incomparably warm. This was also her only hope. Almost without thinking, Xian urged the auspicious cloud to hastily rush towards the Xianyuan water control flag. Perhaps because the Xianyuan water control flag had already been suppressed by Xiaohua's demonic aura, the distance that Xian couldn't get close to previously was now easily closed again. Xian's thinking was still too optimistic. Her hope was naturally the despair of the demonic god Xiaohua. How could that demonic saber let her have her way? Xian had only flown a few feet when she saw Xiaohua, who was 1,000 feet tall, waving his hand and laughing coldly. You bastard flag, you have suppressed me for 1,000,000 years. Isn't it very satisfying? Today, let's also change positions. I'll let you have a good time. Chapter 3476. Demon god Xiaohua waved his left arm, and the broken blade drew a pitch-black blade mark in the air. The blade mark was like blood, and it cut open the void. Spatial cracks spread rapidly along with the blade mark, and slashed towards the Xianyuan water control flag. At the spatial cracks, countless tiny devils, either laughing or wailing, also rushed over. Kacha! A soft crack sounded, and the entire space shook violently. The brilliance around the Xianyuan water control flag, which couldn't be shaken by Gu Zhen's Buddha demon hand, was now easily split in half like a chicken's shell. The Xianyuan water control flag swayed slightly, and the brilliance on the flag's surface was completely restrained. Presumably, if the devil blade was waved again, the Xianyuan water control flag would be greatly damaged. Unfortunately, after one slash, demon god Xiaohua's body rapidly shrank, and his left arm drooped down slightly, as if his strength was exhausted. Alas! Demon god Xiaohua's voice sounded again, and it sounded very helpless and regretful. This body is very good, but it's a pity that my cultivation of the devil realm's devil technique is not good enough. After I control it, I'll have to temper it even more. I'm afraid that with hundreds of millions of blood spirits, I'll be able to achieve small success, right? After this voice, Xiaohua waved his left hand again, and the devil blade flashed with black light, and a tidal wave of devil chi rushed into it, and then Xiaohua's devil body expanded again. What should we do? Xian just recovered, and her originally calm heart became anxious again. She once heard that when the Xianyuan water control flag was unfurled, all evils would retreat, and nothing could invade it. Since the Devil Blade had been suppressed by the flag for 1,000,000 years, how could it be a match for the Immortal Realm's immortal artifact? But she didn't expect that when the Devil Blade moved, it would have such power, and even the flag couldn't resist it. Then what kind of Devil Realm's immortal artifact was this Devil Blade? Control, yes, it must be controlled. Suddenly, Xian realized, whether it's immortal artifact or devil artifact, they are all dead objects, and if no one controls them, they can't be used. Unless the immortal artifact or devil artifact has its own spirit. The demonic saber transformed into a dragon because it had devoured thousands of blood essences. It was not the true spirit of the demonic saber. Although the demonic saber could attack, it could only fight against cultivators of the mortal realm like the little monk. It was useless against the Xianyuan water control flag. The Devil Blade could only rely on the little monk's physical body and the little monk's devil technique to unleash a true attack. As for the mystic origin water control flag, it's a defensive immortal artifact. It doesn't have any means of attacking. She even needs someone to activate it. When Xian realized this, before she could look at the Xianyuan water control flag, the flag immediately flashed a faint light and flew towards Xian. An immortal artifact was indeed an immortal artifact. Xian had just seen the mystic essence water control flag flying, and in the next moment, the flag had already appeared in her hands. Seeing that she had unexpectedly obtained an immortal artifact, Xian was not as ecstatic as she imagined. Almost without thinking, she touched her chest with her hand and a drop of blood came out from the tip of her heart. Xian's face instantly turned pale. When the blood from the tip of her heart dripped into the Xianyuan water control flag, the flag shone brightly. Xian hurriedly performed a Daoist technique and urged her true qi to hit the flag. The flag flashed rapidly, and a wisp of aqua-blue crystal thread came out and entered between Xian's eyebrows. The flag gradually shrank, preparing to rush into Xian's Niwen palace. But at this moment, Xian's face showed a painful expression. The crystal thread between her eyebrows split open and dark red blood flowed out. Xian's physical body trembled at the same time. Even the golden light emitted by the palace dress could not stop it. Xian's physical body could not contain the Xianyuan water control flag and showed signs of collapsing. Ha ha ha. How could it be so easy to control an immortal artifact? If you could control it, I would have found a body 1,000,000 years ago. The demon god Xiaohua, who had grown into a 300-meter tall demon body, laughed mockingly from the side. If you're willing, you can be Laozi's servant. Laozi will teach you the Tao of dual cultivation. After 1,000,000 years, perhaps you'll have such a heaven-reaching opportunity. Swoosh. The brilliance of the mystic Yuan water control flag receded and the crystal thread was sucked into the flag. Immediately after, Xian's blood droplet appeared on the flag once again. However, this time, the blood droplet was much smaller than before. Xian's face was ashen. She opened her mouth and the essence blood flew back into her mouth. Immortal artifact. Sure enough, it was not something an ordinary person could control, even if it was someone as strong as Xian. Little flag, your good days are over. Demon god Xiaohua roared, and half of the devil blade chopped down again. Quickly return to my embrace. I will love you. Xian almost did not think at all. She urged the true qi in her body and rushed it into the Xianyuan water control flag. The flag received the true qi and immediately emitted a blue brilliance. When the brilliance was born, the true qi in Xian's dantian seemed to be sucked in by a big hand and was instantly emptied. However, along with the brilliance of the flag, countless true qi of heaven and earth appeared out of thin air and poured into the flag at the same time. A sparkling and translucent jade emerged from the Xianyuan water control flag and blocked the devil blade. Ka! The jade broke, the devil blade retreated, and the brilliance of the Shenyuan water control flag receded again. No. Seeing this, Xian's heart was like a mirror. The battle between the Shenyuan water control flag and the devil blade was a battle between her and Xiaohua. The Shenyuan water control flag and the devil blade were equally matched, but she was far from Xiaohua. Xiaohua's devil technique was insufficient, but he had a corporeal body. The devil blade could block the first attack, but she could not block the second attack. As for whether the Shenyuan water control flag could block the third attack, Xian was not optimistic. The devil blade still had the ability to attack, but she did not. In the end, she could only fall into a desperate situation. If she wanted to live, she could only think of other ways before the Shenyuan water control flag was damaged. Take drastic measures. Xian looked at Xiaohua's shrunken body and her eyes flashed with determination. This is the only way now. As for the future, I can't explain it to others. Forget it, for today's escape, for the billions of creatures in the 3 continents, I'm afraid this is the only way. Since she had made her choice, Xian bit her lips, threw the Shenyuan water control flag in her hand, and flew towards the devil god Xiaohua. Kaka, little girl, are you ready to abandon the dark and join the light? The devil god Xiaohua's black qi was surging, and the countless devils around him were laughing wildly. This voice seemed to come from Xiaohua's mouth, but also seemed to come from the mouths of thousands of devils. Or do you have an ulterior motive? Xian only pretended not to hear, quietly took out her golden hairpin, and accelerated towards Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua was still several zhang tall. Seeing Xian getting closer and closer, the devil god Xiaohua waved his hand. An array of devil qi blocked in front of her. Little girl, men and women should not touch each other. You are a Confucian cultivator, don't you know? I don't have the appetite to devour you today, so don't join in the fun. Wait until I take care of the little flag, I will let you go. How could Xian listen to this kind of bewitching? She clenched her teeth, and inserted the golden hairpin into her chest. A blood-red golden brilliance was born like a sword river, and poured into the devil qi like a waterfall. Tens of thousands of devils wailed as they were killed. However, they only managed to erase the devil qi. The sword river didn't even get close to Xiaohua. Go. Xian was somewhat desperate. She pulled out the golden hairpin, and the blood-red hairpin turned into a meteor and rushed towards Xiaohua. The devil god Xiaohua sneered, and did not wave his devil blade. He only raised his right hand, and his devil palm grabbed the golden hairpin in his hand. Aoo. The devil god Xiaohua screamed, and the golden hairpin fell out of his right hand, and directly inserted into his devil armor. Once the golden hairpin was inserted, golden light shot out in all directions, and the devil qi that was pouring into his devil body suddenly stopped. Even the several zhang tall devil body also stopped. Xian did not dare to be negligent, and once again rushed towards Xiaohua's head. When she was about 1 zhang away from Xiaohua's head, with a pu sound, the golden hairpin flew out, and Xiaohua's devil body moved again. Failed on the verge of success? Xian looked at Xiaohua's malevolent face, and her heart died. At this moment, the Shenyuan water control flag moved again, as if it knew Xian's thoughts. The previously dissipated fragments of the jade luo flashed and fell around the devil god Xiaohua. Although the devil god Xiaohua did his best to resist, he still could not stop the jade luo from falling. Following the disappearance of the jade luo's blue light, the devil god Xiaohua was once again unable to move. Little flag, you've used this move for 1,000,000 years, don't you feel tired? Can't you change your position? Although the devil god Xiaohua was very helpless, he was still unable to move, and the scattered devils around him spoke up. The devil god Xiaohua's words were quite human, but people did not know if it was the devil blade's idea or Xiaohua's idea. However, the current Xian could not tell at all. She only saw that the devil god Xiaohua was motionless, and was immediately overjoyed. She hurriedly flew in front of Xiaohua, and looked at his malevolent devil face, as well as the countless devils and bloody light on his devil face. She stuck out her head, and extended her mouth. "Little girl? Are you in heat?" The numerous devils at the side asked very strangely. Indeed, if Xian was not in heat, then what was she? They saw Xian's lips, and her soft tongue gently pried open Xiaohua's mouth. She closed her eyes, and her tongue entered. Good heavens, this guy's luck with women is not shallow. We can also feel good now. The devils laughed loudly, but their laughter was still echoing in the air. From Xian's mouth, half of the dazzling golden core entered Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as that golden core entered Xiaohua's mouth, it immediately entered Xiaohua's middle dantian. This half of the core was like a resplendent golden star, completely illuminating Xiaohua's body. Within his middle dantian, the scarlet core that Xiaohua hadn't refined before seemed to be attracted and flew towards that golden star. The two cores collided. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Golden and scarlet radiance carrying dense true qi seeped out of Xiaohua's middle dantian and directly rushed out of Xiaohua's demonic body. That radiance was like a sword, easily destroying the demonic blood armor. Large amounts of decaying blood were cut off from Xiaohua's body, and the demonic tools that swarmed over were forced to retreat. Chapter 3477. Xian clearly did not expect that Xiaohua actually had a scarlet Dan core in his body. Her originally extremely disappointed expression was now filled with anger and grievance. However, since things had already come to this point, there was no point in regretting. She bit her lips with all her strength, causing them to turn white. Only then did she circulate the last of her true energy and fly back to the Shenyuan water control flag. Xian had already done everything she could. As for whether Xiaohua could control the devil dragon or not, that was not something Xian could know. Looking at Xiaohua again, the devil armor on his body had just been shaved off by 30%. Inside Xiaohua's body, the golden and scarlet colors resonated with each other like fireflies. Boom boom boom. Countless awe-inspiring qi pierced through the air and bombarded Xiaohua's devil body. The rolling devil qi was like ice and snow meeting boiling water, instantly melting away. What is this? The devil god Xiaohua seemed to have yet to regain consciousness as he cried out in surprise. Xian coldly smiled and said, "It seems like you're not the real devil blade's true spirit. You don't even know this?" In the Confucian Cultivation Enlightenment book, there is an awe-inspiring cloud map. The 5 qis gather in the universe. The heavenly heart shakes the 4 continents. This is my Confucian Cultivation's heavenly heart. Heavenly heart? Heavenly heart. So what if it's the heavenly heart? The demonic dragon was extremely arrogant. If you give this half of the heaven's heart to this little monk, you can stop me from controlling his corporeal body. I can't use the demonic body to destroy the flag, but how can you stop me from controlling his primordial spirit? With a heart in the chest, the body will be upright. With a relaxed posture, the primordial spirit will be peaceful. Xian coldly smiled. I'd like to see how you'll control this little monk's primordial spirit. Although Xian's face was very calm, she was very anxious in her heart. Her heavenly heart sounded very frightening, but its true use was not that. At this moment, she had no other choice but to give it to Xiaohua. On one hand, she wanted to stop the demonic dragon from invading Xiaohua's body. On the other hand, she wanted to awaken Xiaohua's mind that was bewitched by the demonic dragon. Only when Xiaohua's mind was awakened, would this heavenly heart be able to help his mind return to its original position and fight against the demonic dragon for his body. Of course, Xian still had a move that could really take drastic measures, and that was to borrow the strength of the mystic origin water control flag to first suppress Xiaohua, who had lost his physical body, and then chop off his head with a single sword strike. Since the devil dragon was separated from the devil saber, the mystic origin water control flag could naturally still suppress the devil saber. Of course, perhaps there was no need to go through so much trouble. If Xiao Hua's head was chopped off, Xiao Hua would naturally lose his life. Without Xiao Hua, the devil blade and the Xianyuan water control flag would return to the previous situation. Naturally, the devil blade would still be suppressed by the flag. However, Xian was still a bit hesitant because this was taking away Xiao Hua's life. Then I, your father, will let you see what is called, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. The devil dragon was obviously very conceited. After a sneer, it went silent. After that, there was no more after that. Xian did not hear the extremely conceited laughter of the devil dragon anymore. Extremely strange. Xian tried her best to open her golden eyes, but the devil god Xiao Hua suddenly closed his eyes. Then, for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was no movement at all. However, immediately after, the bloody light above Xiao Hua's head flourished once again. That surging devil qi uncontrollably rushed up to the sky from the top of his head. Woo woo woo. In the midst of sobbing, the Xianyuan water control flag's jade luo was suddenly rushed out of a several mu wide gap. Oh no. Xian turned pale with fright. She took a deep breath and the pale gold color on her face reappeared. She really wanted to urge the last trace of gold qi to chop off Xiao Hua's head. Woo woo. The flashing gold and red colors around Xiao Hua's body suddenly disappeared. Countless amounts of devil qi once again gushed out from Xiao Hua's skin. This devil qi circled around Xiao Hua once, and that thick devil armor appeared once again. Wang wang. Even the devil blade in Xiao Hua's hand began to become restless. A pillar of devil qi shot out from Xiao Hua's body and also rushed out of the jade luo under Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Xiao Hua's devil body once again expanded, filling the heaven and earth. In the end, he was more than 300 meters tall. Xian stared blankly. Looking at Xiao Hua's mountain-like devil body, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. She couldn't help but hold back the gold qi in her mouth. She was secretly astonished. What's going on? My heavenly heart of Confucian cultivators is definitely not something that the devil dragon can control. Only those who have practiced Confucian cultivation techniques can control it. If the little monk's mind is invaded by the devil dragon, he can't possibly absorb the heavenly heart into his dantian. Just as Xian was hesitating, the sorrowful cry of a devil came out from the devil qi. The armor covering Xiao Hua's head immediately turned into the image of a malevolent devil. The sorrowful cry disappeared, and the devil disappeared at the same time. Immediately after, a sorrowful woman wept. Xiao Hua's face once again turned into a rather pretty woman. This guy. Xian suddenly understood. When she looked at the devil pillar that pierced through the heaven and earth, countless amounts of devil qi poured into it. Xian finally understood. This guy is actually refining the devil spirit. He's too daring, isn't he? However, he's merely a cultivator of the 5th level of essence energy. At most, he's only a cultivator of the 6th level of essence energy. How can he easily subdue the devil dragon? Although Xian didn't understand, she could only resign herself to fate. In the end, the heavenly heart was already a meat bun, swallowed by Xiao Hua, who made Xian gnash her teeth in hatred. The true qi in Xian's body had already dried up. With the devil blade in Xiao Hua's body, she was no longer afraid of the Xianyuan water control flag. What else could Xian do? She looked at Xiao Hua's head, where the devil repeatedly appeared. Later, his entire body surged with a bloody light. Wailing and howling devils and resentful spirits appeared everywhere. Xian could only fly back to the left side of the Xianyuan water control flag. Seeing Xian fly back, the Xianyuan water control flag approached Xian as if it depended on her for survival. Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. She waved her hand in disbelief and the Xianyuan water control flag flew into her hand. This. Looking at the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand that wasn't too eye-catching, Xian was really overjoyed. Previously, she didn't think of subduing this immortal tool. She just wanted to find someone. However, when she came here, not only was there no one, she almost lost her life. Just now, she had the opportunity to subdue the immortal tool, but her body couldn't contain the immortal tool. Just when she completely gave up, the immortal tool was obediently delivered into her hand. The two heavens of sorrow and joy were nothing more than this. Of course, at this time, Xian also somewhat understood that the Devil Saber's previous strike had damaged the Xianyuan water control flag, allowing her blood essence to seep in. Although her blood essence had only passed through the immortal tool once, the immortal tool also had a sense of closeness to her. In the future, if she painstakingly refined and sharpened it, she would be able to control this immortal tool. Of course, what made Xian feel most at ease was that since the Xianyuan water control flag took the initiative to fall into her hand, the Devil Saber shouldn't be in any danger. Xiaohua would also be fine. This feeling of relief came so suddenly that Xian was somewhat caught off guard. She even accepted it very naturally. However, holding the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand, Xian was still very vigilant. She observed Xiaohua's movements from afar and took some medicine. After an unknown amount of time, the devils around Xiaohua's body no longer appeared. The devil armor gradually withdrew into Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Xiaohua slowly shrunk until he was the same size as an ordinary person. When the devil aura on Xiaohua's face disappeared, he was once again a little monk in high spirits. However, this little monk's eyes flashed with blood red, revealing a gaze full of smiles. "Little monk?" Xian called in a low voice. "Yes." Xiaohua looked down at the devil saber in his left hand and casually replied. "Tipu?" Xian called again. "I'm here." Xiaohua was somewhat impatient and unhappily replied again. "You, who are you?" Xian was still not at ease and asked again. Xiaohua raised his head and glanced at Xian and the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand. He curled his lips and replied, "This little monk is here. You can rest assured. This little monk is still a little monk and has nothing to do with that devil dragon. Oh, I also have to congratulate Xian. He actually obtained the immortal tool of the Dao sect. Truly unparalleled luck. Then what about the demonic spirit of the demonic god dragon?" Hearing Xiaohua's sour tone, Xian didn't mind at all. She probed again, because she really didn't understand. "That devil dragon? Oh, this little monk is currently teaching it how to read," Xiaohua said in all seriousness. "What? Learn how to read?" Xian was somewhat stunned. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Yes, this little monk is currently teaching it how to write. The inscription entering a noble's gate is as deep as the ocean, henceforth Xiao is just a passerby." This. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She knew that Xiaohua was really perfunctory, but what she didn't know was that what Xiaohua said was the truth. In fact, when the devil saber's devil spirit seized Xiaohua's left arm, Xiaohua had already sensed that something was wrong. When the devil dragon began to control Xiaohua's blood drop paradise, Xiaohua knew that he was definitely not the devil dragon's opponent. Facing such a powerful opponent, Xiaohua was also helpless. When the devil dragon took control of his body, he hurriedly let go of his body and his mind wandered to the left side of the space. Just as Xian expected, that devil spirit was indeed condensed from the blood spirit of the devil saber from 1,000,000 years ago or even longer. During the days when it was suppressed by the mystic origin water control flag, the devil spirit had thought of all sorts of ways to escape. The heavenly dragon in the longevity lamp in the longevity hall was also condensed from a devil spirit. The ancient Buddha of the Manjushri Bodhisattva was enshrined in the longevity hall not to condense the power of faith like the devil dragon said, but to suppress the devil saber. When the ancient Buddha was present, the devil dragon didn't dare to appear. Only when the little monk, Ci Hui, took away the ancient Buddha and became the Buddha of the Manjushri Bodhisattva did the devil dragon dare to raise its head. However, Gu Zhen's body wasn't very useful, and the devil dragon couldn't possess Gu Zhen to enter the arch bridge of the mysterious water palace. Therefore, the devil dragon could only bewitch Gu Zhen. Chapter 3478. In the beginning, Mo Long didn't intend to use Xiao Hua's body because Xiao Hua's performance in the illusion made Mo Long somewhat apprehensive. For 1,000,000 years, no cultivator who entered the illusion was able to escape. However, Xiao Hua relied on the power of a soul cultivator to break free from Mo Long's control. Xiao Hua's sobriety also made Xin sober up. However, when Xiao Hua stopped Gu Zhen's Buddha demon hand and Mo Long used the demon blade to cut off one of Xiao Hua's arms, Mo Long was shocked to discover that Xiao Hua actually had the blood-dripping paradise's demonic technique. Moreover, Xiao Hua's physical body was actually so strong. Only then did Mo Long have the intention to possess Xiao Hua's body. In Mo Long's eyes, Xiao Hua's mind was like a child's, unable to be compared to his own. Therefore, after obtaining Xiao Hua's body, the first thing Mo Long wanted to do was to destroy the Xianyuan water control flag. Even if he couldn't destroy it, he had to heavily injure it. Only then could Mo Long escape with the demon blade. However, with Xion's obstruction and the Xianyuan water control flag's resistance, Mo Long actually couldn't control Xiao Hua's body. Thus, the demon dragon could only try to possess Xiao Hua's body. Seeing Xiao Hua's weak state of mind, the demon dragon was like a scoundrel on the street who saw his beautiful wife walking in the dark. Xiao Hua's trembling state of mind made the demon dragon feel relieved. However, when Xiao Hua's mind hid in the space, leaving only a small portion as bait, Mo Long swaggered to devour this small portion of mind. Only then did Mo Long suddenly discover that he was no longer in Xiao Hua's body. What awaited him was Jade Archive Xiao Hua's smiling eyes, green-robed Xiao Hua, soul cultivator Xiao Hua's salivating mouth, and even bone-tempering Xiao Hua's fierce gaze. Even in the face of so many primordial spirits, Mo Long still didn't care. In his eyes, they were just a few more lambs to satisfy his hunger. Only when he discovered that he couldn't move and could only let Jade Archive Xiao Hua and the other primordial spirits wantonly devour him did he truly understand what it meant by entering a noble house is as deep as the sea. This was Xiao Hua's territory. Mo Long couldn't make the decision. Henceforth, he really became a passerby with Xiao Hua. Little monk, who are you? Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't tell the truth, Xian felt was helpless. But she still stared at Xiao Hua and asked. Me? The little monk Ti-Pu? Xiao Hua said to Xian with a smile, you have already asked this question many times. No, you're definitely not Tip. Xian's face was pale. You want to tell me who you are? Is that necessary? Xiao Hua slightly frowned. After that, he raised his left hand, and the devil blade gradually appeared. He said, wait for a moment, all right, I'll wait for your answer. Xian wanted to get to the bottom of things. You have to give me an answer. Xiao Hua raised the demonic blade and waved it in the air. The demonic blade turned into a demonic palm and grabbed below him. The remaining demonic chi in the space surged into the demonic palm. It took a full 6 hours for the demonic chi to be completely absorbed by the demonic blade. Are you done? Xian asked. She had enough patience. Xiao Hua sighed, nodded, and did not answer. On the other hand, Xian waved the Xianyuan water control flag, and the countless pearls in the space instantly turned into thousands of brilliance and fell into the flag. It seemed that her method was many times more brilliant than Xiaohua's. You can tell me now, right? Xian still asked. Xiaohua smiled and said, I don't think it's necessary to expose each other's identity, I think it's necessary. Xian replied with equal harshness. Alright, tell me who you are first. Xiaohua compromised. I can't tell you my name, but I can let you know my true face. Xian bit her lips and replied. While speaking, a golden light slowly flashed on Xian's face, and an outstanding beauty was revealed. When Xiaohua heard that Xian only said to show her true face, he immediately felt some regret. He was about to speak when he saw Xian's extraordinary appearance, which seemed to be gnashing her teeth. This. Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded for a moment, but then he smiled bitterly. The same magic power surged on his face, and Xiaohua's true face was revealed. Is this you? Is this your true face? You're not lying to me, right? Xian seemed to be somewhat in disbelief and asked 3 more questions. Facing Xian's doubt, Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, believe it or not, this is me. Of course, I can tell you my name, but you have to tell me too. Sigh, forget it. Xian shook her head, a strange expression on her face. Women are really strange. Since you don't want to say so much, why do you want to know so much? Xiaohua muttered, but he didn't know that women wouldn't pursue the matter with people they didn't care about, but they would get to the bottom of the matter with people they cared about, because women were most afraid of being deceived. Before entering the profound water palace, Xian knew that Xiaohua was a little inappropriate, but she didn't pursue the matter. But now, Xian didn't know, but her nature made her pursue the matter. You. Xian seemed to have heard Xiaohua's mutterings and became somewhat angry. Be content. Yes, I'm really quite content. Xiaohua nodded, but suddenly, he came to his senses and hurriedly said, oh right, this little monk will now, sigh, there's no need. That half of the heaven's core is already in your dantian. How can I take it? Xian waved her hand. Just treat it as a reward for saving me so many times. Oh, okay. Xiaohua nodded. Immediately, Xian waved her hand, took out half of the tortoise shell and handed it to Xiaohua. Since I'm a good person, I'll give you the heavenly book as well. Oh. Why? Xiaohua looked at the tortoise shell. Although his heart was connected, he still asked curiously. The heavenly book and the heaven's core are one. Since you have half of the heaven's core, it's useless without the heavenly book. Moreover, don't you want to cultivate the 5 Qis unification? Only by comprehending this heavenly book can you cultivate the real 5 Qis unification. Xian explained and handed over the tortoise shell. Thank you, Xian. Xiaohua took the tortoise shell. The way he addressed her finally changed. However, he looked at it for a while and asked, how do I read the heavenly book? Do I use the clear eyes technique? Or the divine sense technique? Nothing at all. Xian laughed. I don't know how to read it either. Moreover, I'm afraid no one on the hidden immortal continent knows how to read it. What the? Xiaohua held his forehead and said, so the heavenly book is useless to you. No wonder you gave it to me. If you don't want it, quickly return it to me. Xian's face turned cold. Che, how can I return something that is in this little monk's hands? Xiaohua flipped his hand and the tortoise shell disappeared. Xiaohua said proudly, not to mention the heavenly book, even the devil blade is the same. And there is also the devil spirit. Xian slightly curled her lips. That's right, then, how is the heaven's core together with the heavenly book? Xiaohua immediately thought of the tortoise shell that Elder Wu gave him. It seems like there is no heaven's core. N. Xian did not find it strange. As if she knew Xiao Hua's greedy character, she transmitted a few sentences to Xiao Hua and finally said, "This is a secret technique. No one can know about it. Also, it must not be recorded on the jade eyes." "Hee, I know." Xiao Hua beamed with joy and replied, "I gave you a lot of things. Are you going to give me something in return?" Xian said indifferently. "What do you want? Just say it." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "As long as I have it, I can give it to you." "Good. The 7 flying swords in your hand are not bad. Give them to me." Xian said without any trace of politeness. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and nodded, "No problem." As he said that, he took out the 7 flying swords that were transformed by the illusory swordsman and said, "These 7 flying swords can form the 7-star sword formation. Do you need the sword formation method?" "No need." Xian took it and shook her head slightly. "Oh," Xiao Hua handed over the 7 flying swords. Then, he changed his mind and took out 2 flying swords. He said with a smile, "These 2 flying swords are of better quality. Do you need them?" Xian's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "Good, these 2 flying swords should be able to refine 2 Mandarin duck swords. I want them. These 7 flying swords. You can take them all. This little monk has no use for them." Xiao Hua was rarely generous. "So that's how it is. You have no use for them. No wonder you are so generous to give them to me." Xian returned the same words. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "If you don't want them, quickly return them to me. In your dreams." Xian also took back the 9 flying swords. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said, "By the way, the magic wand in your hand, it looks like the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, right?" "Ah. You want my cudgel? That's my livelihood. If you take it away, how can I live?" Xiao Hua said with a pitiful face. Xian sneered and said, "Why would I want your cudgel? I just saw your generosity and suddenly thought of the refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel." "What? How do you know how to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel? Quick, tell me." Xiao Hua was overjoyed. "How would I know?" Xian said slyly, "It should be someone else who knows, but I can't tell you. I only know what material this 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel is made of." "That's fine too." Xiao Hua took a step back. The 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel is called the 5 elements, but in fact, it is a 5 elements item. Since its name contains the 5 elements, its material must also be a 5 elements item. Xian explained, "If you want to cast a cudgel out of the 5 elements, then you need to cast the cudgel from the 5 elements material. There are many 5 elements in this world, and there are many materials that can be used to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, such as..." Xian mentioned some materials, many of which were materials of the heaven cudgel, and even materials of the 5 elements cudgel. In the end, Xian said, "Looking at your wishful heaven cudgel, I'm afraid that it has a prototype, but when you use it, it can't penetrate the heaven and earth. The correct material of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel should be..." The last material, Xian actually transmitted her voice, which seemed to be very secretive. Chapter 3479. What? It's these? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck as if he suddenly realized something. Then, he said regretfully, "Alas, it's true. I should have thought of it earlier." "Oh. Why, have you encountered these things before?" Xian was surprised. Xiao Hua didn't hide it and nodded, "It's true. But those things are too big. With my current ability, I can't take them away." "Of course. If you have the ability to take them away and refine them, you'll be able to break free from the 5 elements and do as you please. Xian smiled, little monk, you still need to work hard. But speaking of the little monk, Xian's mouth twitched. At that time, Xiaohua laughed. But as he spoke, he suddenly thought of something and asked with a sad face, oh right, we've already taken the immortal weapon and the demonic saber. How do we get out of the Xianshui palace? Where's the exit? You've already taken the demonic saber and refined the demonic spirit. Didn't you get any information? Xian's expression changed greatly and she asked hurriedly. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, how would the demonic spirit know? Isn't that the same as the immortal weapon? But I've never refined an immortal weapon. How would I know? Xian was also anxious. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand, we have such treasures in our hands. At worst, we'll turn around and kill everyone. First we'll pull out the tendons of that ancient Xianshui beast and skin it. Hee hee. Xian suddenly laughed, don't worry, don't worry. Follow me and I'll guarantee your safety. You. Xiaohua pointed at Xian with a helpless expression. He really didn't expect Xian to act shamelessly. What's wrong with me? You've lied to me and Ci Hui for so long. Can't I lie to you once? Xian said with a smile. At this point, Xian suddenly realized something and shouted, right, where's fellow immortal Ci Hui? Could it be that he's really like what Guzhen said, he's already achieved fruition? Amitabha. Xiaohua put his palms together and said with a smile, although Guzhen has turned into a demon, his words should be trusted. If he said he achieved fruition, then he achieved fruition. It's because Ci Hui achieved fruition that Guzhen was stimulated. It caused his mind to become unstable, allowing the demon spirit to take advantage of it. One becomes a Buddha, and the other becomes a demon. The cause is different, and the result is also different. Alas, that poor little monk Gunyan. Xian felt a bit sad. Thinking of the little monk Zunian, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He glanced around and said, Xian, this little monk has some secrets of the devil's doctrine. I'm afraid it's not good for you to be here, What are you trying to do? Xian snorted and said, if you don't want me to look, then so be it. What's so great about that? Ha! Xiaohua chuckled. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed downwards. Devilish energy surged downwards, and soon after, hundreds of corpses followed the devilish energy into the air, Xian swept a glance, and once again let out a cold snort from her nose. Holding the Xianyuan water control flag in her hand, she flew to the side. Xiaohua also waved his hand without any trace of politeness, and a billowing devil chi condensed into a wall in front of Xian. Amitabha. Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha, and said in a low voice, little monk, you can come out now. Amitabha. A faint shadow appeared in the air. It was the little monk that Xiaohua saw in the illusion before. However, at this moment, Gunyan's face was filled with extreme panic. He bowed and said, Gunyan greets you, speaking up to here. Gunyan didn't know how to address Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua chanted the name of Buddha, but in his hand, he controlled the devil blade, and even swallowed the extremely terrifying devil spirit. This Xiaohua was far from the Xiaohua that he saw in the illusion. Xiaohua didn't care about Gunyan's fear. He waved his hand, and a little monk's body flew out from a pile of corpses. This body's eyes were tightly closed, as if it was in a deep sleep. Its face was exactly the same as Gunyan's. Gunyan. Xiaohua said in a deep voice, you're not willing to be used by the devil spirit, your heart is commendable. Your body was also preserved by the devil spirit when you were alive. I obtained the will of the devil spirit, and am proficient in the devil spirit technique. I can send your soul into your body. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to survive and see the light of day. Really? Gu Nian was overjoyed, and asked in disbelief. Xiaohua said with a smile, of course it's true. However, before you survive, I still want to ask you, what's the deal with Wang Bianfei in the illusion? Could it be that he's also a resentful spirit of this place? Alright, Master knows. Gu Nian explained carefully in his joy, Wang Bianfei is this little monk's playmate in the illusion. He's not a resentful spirit of this place. As for what he is, this little monk also doesn't know. However, according to this little monk's knowledge, Wang Bianfei came to the illusion through the dream. Everything that Master saw should be his dream. There's such a miraculous thing? Xiaohua was a bit stunned. This was somewhat out of his imagination. This little monk doesn't know if what Wang Bianfei said is true or not. However, because I got to know him, this little monk had a place to hide in the illusion, and even a place to play. Therefore, I never thought too much about it. Gu Nian was still careful. If Master wants to know if Wang Bianfei is speaking the truth, you'll know when you go take a look. And, if you're willing, you can go with me. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, many thanks for Master's grace. Gu Nian bowed deeply. However, just as Xiaohua raised his hand and prepared to send the soul extracted by the devil spirit back into the body, that Gu Nian suddenly said, Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. Just say it. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Can this little monk's big brother survive? Gu Nian said softly. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. You were extracted by the devil spirit. I can send you back. If Gu Zhen really died, I'm also powerless. For me, Big Brother would rather walk the path of a protector. He didn't know that he would fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Gu Nian's face showed a sad expression. Xiaohua said with a smile, Gu Zhen's matter was originally going to be discussed after I settled you down. Since that's the case, please wait a moment. While speaking, Xiaohua patted his forehead, and that Buddha Sarira stepped into the air. Seeing this, Gu Nian was pleasantly surprised. He bowed down and said, This disciple greets Buddha Lord. Bing. Buddha Xiaohua chanted the 9 syllables mantra. As the golden mantra fell into the air, Gu Zhen's soul slowly appeared. Big Brother. Gu Nian couldn't help shouting and rushed over. Dumbo. Gu Zhen also wept softly. He reached out and hugged Gu Nian. The souls of the two brothers actually hugged each other and wept. After a while, Buddha Xiaohua said in a low voice, Gu Zhen, it's getting late. You should go. Yes, many thanks Buddha Lord. Gu Zhen put his palms together. Gu Zhen has sinned deeply in this life. I hope that in the next life, speaking to here, Gu Zhen's face showed a somewhat bitter smile. The cycle of a protector is cruel. How can it be turned into a human body? Buddha Lord. Gu Nian shouted, this disciple is willing to give up the chance to live and let Big Brother take over this disciple's body. No. Gu Zhen roared, how can Big Brother let you enter the cycle of reincarnation? Stop arguing. Buddha Xiaohua said indifferently, I don't have such great divine ability for the time being. Don't think about such a beautiful thing. Yes, this disciple understands. Gu Nian lowered his head in disappointment. However, Gu Nian, step aside. I can help your big brother enter the path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Although the karma of this life can't be attached to the body, after reincarnation, he can recultivate Buddhism. Buddha Xiaohua said indifferently. Many thanks Buddha Lord. Not only was Gu Nian overjoyed, even Gu Zhen was also somewhat overjoyed to the point of tears. Gu Nian hurriedly escaped from Gu Zhen's embrace and ran far away. Gu Zhen, I, Nan Wu, shall be reborn in the name of Maitreya Buddha. I shall remove the karma of this life, all your sins shall be attached to my body. Buddha Xiaohua chanted Buddhist sutras. Endless Buddhist light from his mouth landed on Guzhen's body. Rays of black light flew out from Guzhen's body. Strands of green flames floated out and landed on Buddha Xiaohua's body. When nothing else flew out from Guzhen's body, his figure became increasingly dim. Many thanks Buddha Lord for transcending. Guzhen put his palms together and said, Lin. Buddha Xiaohua chanted the 9 syllables mantra again and was about to transcend Guzhen. At this moment, Gunyan suddenly flew over and grabbed Guzhen's hand. He said to Buddha Xiaohua, Buddha Lord is merciful. Previously, Big Brother said that he would still be my big brother in the next life and would still protect me. Therefore, disciple is willing to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation with Big Brother. Dumbo, you. Guzhen was about to get angry again. Big Brother, you can't control me in this matter. Instead of having me chase after you, why don't you let me reincarnate with you? If you enter another reincarnation, I'll still be with you. No matter what you do in this life, I'll always be your little brother. Gunyan said very firmly. Buddha Xiaohua was greatly moved. He really didn't think that there would be someone in this world who would give up on the chance of survival for brotherly love. Even so, he still advised, Gunyan, I'm not the real Buddha Lord right now. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely let you reincarnate together, Buddha Lord, there's no need to say anymore. To be able to reincarnate with Big Brother, disciple's life is already complete. Whether or not we can still be brothers in the next life is no longer important to disciple. Sigh, that's right. Buddha Lord, disciple understands. To be able to walk through this life hand in hand with little brother, disciple is also satisfied. Guzhen reached out and grabbed Gunyan's shoulder, pulling him into his embrace with a look of extreme happiness on his face. Namo Maitreya Buddha in the next life. Buddha Xiaohua's eyes were already wet as he chanted Buddha's name. Lin, but as the 9 syllables mantra descended, the souls of the 2 turned into light smoke and gradually disappeared. Ah, there's nothing better than brotherly love. Xiaohua sighed inwardly after sending the Buddha's Saraira into his Naiwan palace. Looking at Gunyan's physical body, he waved his hand and a sea of fire appeared, incinerating the hundreds of corpses. The souls of these corpses weren't as lucky as Gunyan and were already devoured by the demonic dragon. Xiaohua couldn't revive them. Chapter 3480. Maybe. Gunyan was afraid that Guzhen couldn't enter the human path, so he wanted to enter reincarnation with Guzhen and lend Guzhen a hand with his merits. When Xian saw Xiaohua take out the corpse of the evil spirit of Xianshui Palace, she knew that he wanted to find a body for the soul of the little monk Gunyan. However, when she saw only Xiaohua and Gunyan was nowhere to be seen, she couldn't help asking. Xiaohua didn't intend to tell her in detail. He told Xian to use the Xianyuan water control flag to open the formation and briefly told her what had happened. When he heard that Gunyan gave up the chance to be reborn and chose to enter reincarnation with Guzhen, he couldn't help sighing. Looking at the sage river at dusk, he said with a sigh, since the little monk Gunyan cares so much about his brotherhood and bloodline, I'm sure even Buddha will bless him. Actually, Guzhen is not that bad. Xiaohua also sighed with emotion. If he didn't care about his brotherhood and believed in the sincerity of his brotherhood, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him even before the evil spirit appeared. 2 brothers from the countryside, 2 Buddhas who have converted to Buddhism, have such true feelings. Why don't many people who have many extravagant hopes that others can't reach in their whole lives? Xian looked a little lonely. Looking at the orange sunset that was as red as an egg yolk, she said faintly, they can give up their kinship for power, they can give up their bloodline for rules, they can be ruthless for benefits. In their hearts, where did their kinship, bloodline and love go? Is it possible that face is more important than freedom? Is it possible that strength is more important than happiness? Thinking of what Xian said before entering the Sage River, Xiaohua knew that Xian had endless worries in her heart. However, he didn't dare to ask too much. He just nodded and said, indeed. The most important thing in the world is love. Love is more beautiful than this sunset and more important than everything in the world. Unfortunately, this love was too simple, too easy, and too neglected by others. Many people gave up on love for their own pursuit. It's rare that Guzhan and Gunnyan guarded their brotherly love until the last moment. They should be the happiest people in the world now. Xian didn't change her appearance. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her face. Her eyes flashed with confusion and haziness, looking even more beautiful than the setting sun. Perhaps a faintly discernible sigh could be heard, as if it was the sorrow of the ages. Xiaohua didn't dare to look any longer. He placed his hands behind his back and accompanied Xian to stand on the Saint River. He looked at the setting sun in the distance and didn't say anything else. Little monk. Xian looked at the red clouds in the sky and said, "In this life, perhaps we won't have the chance to meet again." "You, want me to call you that?" Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Since we won't have the opportunity to meet again in this life, why must I know her name?" "Sigh, maybe you're right." Xian frowned as she looked at the flowing water of the Saint River and said faintly, "But I think you're still upset that I didn't tell you my name." "I don't understand." "Little monk, can't you just suffer a little?" "Xian Tanua, is this little monk that vulgar?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "You already said that we won't meet again in the future. Why must we make it so clear? Besides, you're from a scholarly family. To this little monk, you're a colossus." "Humph, do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Xian curled her lips. "My name has always been Xian. It's just that it's Xian for old and new." "I told you long ago, but you're stupid, you didn't think of it. What's your surname?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "You only told me your name. Why didn't you tell me which scholarly family you're from?" "There's no need for that." Xian shook her head. "You just need to know my name." I understand." Xiaohua nodded. "Actually, I already told you my surname in the Profound Water Palace. Once you enter a noble family, you're as deep as the ocean. From now on, my dear Xiao is just a passerby. It's just that you're not much smarter than me and didn't understand. You. Xian said the word, "you," 3 times in a row. Without taking out her mount, auspicious clouds appeared under her feet and she soared into the sky. Her voice was still filled with hatred. "I won't see you in this life, and I won't be bothered to see you in my next life either. Alright, we won't see each other for 3 lifetimes. I won't be seeing you off." Xiaohua raised his hand and smiled at Xian. Seeing Xian fly into the distance, Xiaohua was shocked again. He patted his head and thought regretfully, "Damn it, bickering is refreshing. But no matter what, I should have let this girl send me to Jinshan Temple. Cai Hui has already attained enlightenment. Who knows where he went? I know the location of Jinshan Temple, but can I find it myself?" At this moment, Xian's voice fell into his ears like a mosquito. "Oh right, little monk Xiao, I forgot to tell you. 300 li south of Saint River is Pingxi City. East of the city is Jitai Temple. The temple's abbot is a good friend of Cai Hui. You can go there and ask for the location of Jinshan Temple." "Humph, don't think too much. This is what Cai Hui entrusted to me before entering the Profound Water Palace. And the person I'm looking for is really my nephew." Xian's words were so soft that they couldn't be heard. Of course, with Xian's cultivation, she wouldn't have flown too far. It could only mean that she didn't really want to say it. Thank you." Unlike Xian, Xiaohua suddenly used the Buddhist's lion's roar. After sending out the 4 words, he immediately used the wind evasion technique and rushed towards the south while laughing heartily. While flying, He was still imagining Xian's trembling face after being frightened by this thunderous sound. Damn it. Xian wasn't the only one who was startled. Even the strange bird beneath her was so startled that its wings exploded and it almost fell from the sky. Xian managed to stabilize the strange bird with great difficulty. She couldn't help but grumble. However, after a while, when the strange bird stabilized its flight, Xian frowned again. This little monk is interesting. Where did he come from? It's not rare for him to have Buddhist and Taoist techniques, but how can the Devil Realm's techniques be in the same body as my Confucian cultivator's true qi? It's a pity that this little monk is so tight-lipped. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get any information out of him. Hee, little monk Xiao, they're really interesting. Alas, it's just that. I'm afraid I won't be able to see such an interesting little monk again. The affairs of this world are really hard to understand. Xiaohua didn't have as many thoughts as Xian. He flew 100 li south of Saint River. Suddenly, he froze, dumbstruck. Although night had fallen, he could clearly see that the scene below his feet was the same as what he saw in the profound water palace's illusory formation. It was exactly the same. At the foot of the mountain ridge, which was not too high, a small stream gurgled in the darkness. Amidst the sparse aquatic plants, a few frog croaks could be heard. Beside the stream was a Bodhi tree. However, there was nothing under the Bodhi tree. There were only some tracks of ox hooves on the flat ground. There were no small monks or chess pieces. Xiaohua was shocked. Is this still an illusory formation? While he was thinking, the green light between Xiaohua's eyebrows flourished. Layers of dense lightning flashed in the night sky. Fortunately, the scene didn't collapse under the lightning and thunder, causing Xiaohua to feel slightly relieved. Just as Xiaohua was about to continue forward, his heart skipped a beat. He reached into his bosom and felt around. Hiss. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In his hand was the black triangle that Gu Nian gave him in the illusory formation. Damn it, what's going on here? Is this an illusory formation or not? Xiaohua didn't understand. An indescribable strangeness arose in his heart. Xiaohua looked around and even released his soul sense. He didn't find anything abnormal. Only then did he look at the triangle in his hand. This triangle looks a bit familiar. Right, didn't I also get a triangle when I killed Qin Jian? Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the triangle from the space. Just as he took it out, Xiaohua was stunned again. Strange. Normally, I would send things into the space. Why didn't I do it in the illusory formation? Why did I put it in my bosom instead? Could it be that the space can't be created in the illusory formation? It's a good thing that the secret of the space wasn't exposed in the illusory formation. Otherwise, how could Mo Ling be fooled? Immediately, Xiaohua used his transcendence vision to look at the triangle. It really was the same as the triangle that Gu Nian gave him. There was an indistinct chess piece hidden inside. Since the two triangles had some origin, Xiaohua somewhat understood. Someone probably brought this thing to the Dawn Rain continent just like the appearance of the setting sun island. He didn't pass through the three natural formations and left it behind. I'll keep it for now. Who knows what it is? Xiaohua kept the two triangles, but his eyes were looking ahead. In the darkness of the night, there was a small village, and there was a disciple he took in the illusion. However, according to Gu Nian, that was in Wang Bianfei's dream. He didn't know if Wang Bianfei still remembered. Was the thing that happened in Wang Bianfei's dream real? Unfortunately, the difference between dream and reality wasn't small. Xiaohua actually flew 100 li before he saw the familiar mountain village and familiar mountain ridge. This was much farther than the environment. Xiaohua very familiarly swept his divine sense over Wang Bianfei's home. However, when he saw that Wang Bianfei's home was pitch black without any light, he couldn't help but be stunned. He only saw Wang Bianfei once, and it was in the illusory formation. How could he know what Wang Bianfei's home was like at night? However, looking at the entire small village, other than a few farmhouses that were dark like Wang Bianfei's home, the other houses more or less had candles. There were also some children making noise. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be somewhat puzzled. Chapter 3481. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua descended from the sky and arrived at the neighboring house next to Wang Bianfei's house. The farmhouse's small courtyard didn't have any walls, only a few withered branches were inserted there. Xiao Hua stood next to the fence that also couldn't be considered a gate. He put his palms together and said, Amitba. As Xiao Hua's voice entered the house, a 40-something-year-old man's head popped out from the flickering light. Then the man's head shrank back. A rather thin woman walked out with a gray thing in her hand. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, the woman handed over the thing in her hand and said with some displeasure, "Little monk, you came to the wrong house. If you want to beg for alms, you have to go to the village. Master Wang lives there." Xiao Hua smiled and hurriedly raised his hand. He said with a smile, "Auntie misunderstood. This poor monk isn't here to beg for alms." "Oh. If little master isn't here to beg for alms, then what are you here for?" Hearing that Xiao Hua wasn't here to beg for alms, the woman hurriedly withdrew the thing in her hand and even changed the way she addressed him. Xiao Hua pointed at Wang Bianfei's house and asked, "Excuse me, auntie, is this the house of little benefactor Wang Bianfei?" "Yes." The woman nodded. "Why is little master looking for Wang Bianfei?" "Oh, I understand. Little master is here to find Wang Bianfei to paint, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua was happy. He didn't need to find a reason, so he nodded and said, "Auntie is right. But why is there no one in little benefactor Wang Bianfei's house?" "Oh, little master, it's really unfortunate. I'm afraid you've come for nothing." The woman said exaggeratedly, "There's no one in Wang Bianfei's house, and I reckon there won't be anyone in these few days." "Ah. How can that be?" Xiao Hua was anxious. This little monk is here on master's order to ask Wang Bianfei to paint. If he's not home, how can this little monk return? "Auntie, do you know where Wang Bianfei went?" "Hee, you've asked the right person. I'm afraid only I know where they went in this village." The woman said with a smile. "What does auntie mean?" This little monk doesn't understand. Xiao Hua is even more baffled. This little monk heard that Wang Bianfei only has one mother in his family. Where can an orphan and widow go? If it were anyone else. I really wouldn't tell them." The woman was very mysterious. She lowered her voice and said, "Before sunset today, most of the villagers were plowing the fields and hadn't returned. Because my old man." "Boy's mother, what are you doing there?" A loud roar came from the house. The woman trembled and hurriedly cried out, "Boy's father, I'll be right back." Then, he finally said concisely, "When I came back, I bumped into Wang Yifei's mother. She locked the door and left with Wang Yifei. She said that she was going to Pingxi City. There was a rich merchant who wanted Wang Yifei to paint for them and wanted to stay in Pingxi City for a month. TSK. She said that she had 3 coins of silver. My goodness, 3 coins of silver. How many things could she buy with that?" After sighing with emotion, the woman didn't dare to stay any longer and turned around to leave. "Auntie, which direction is Pingxi City?" Xiao Hua hurriedly asked again. The woman raised her hand and pointed to the south again. She turned around and asked curiously, "Could it be that you're not a monk in Pingxi City's temple?" "Many thanks, auntie." Xiao Hua didn't dawdle with her. He hurriedly released his Buddhist awareness and swept it in the direction of Pingxi City. Xiao Hua originally had a calm expression as he thanked the woman. However, his expression suddenly changed. Anger appeared on his face. He snorted faintly and immediately used the wind escape technique to fly away. Hearing Xiao Hua's cold snort, the woman stared blankly and turned her head to look. However, where was Xiaohua's shadow in front of the gate? Ghost! The woman screamed and hurriedly rushed into the house. However, her hand was still tightly clutching the grayish food. Since there were people in this world, there were naturally good and evil people. Even if human nature was good, when faced with temptation that exceeded their own limits, it was inevitable that they would do something out of line. Therefore, as long as there were people in this world, there would be no pure land in this world. Even if it was the so-called pure land, even if it was the pure land that Buddha spoke of. In a dense forest 50 li away from the small village, only a few dozen zhang away from the main road, there was a small carriage parked. Beside the carriage stood a man holding a sharp knife. This man was none other than the Wang family's housekeeper. In front of him, there was a woman kneeling. Behind the woman was Wang Biafei, who was being firmly protected by the woman's hands. The woman hit the ground with her head and sorrowfully said, "Housekeeper, please take pity on us, mother and son. Just take the gold, we definitely won't dare to say anything. Moreover, from today onwards, we will never return to the village. This way, no one will know that you took the gold. Why should you stain your hands with blood because of this?" The housekeeper took a step forward and pressed the sharp knife against the woman's chest. He smiled nastily and said, "Do you think we won't say anything just because you said so? Who knows what you think after you leave? I only know that dead people can't speak. As long as you are a living person, you can't keep secrets." Housekeeper. The woman was in despair. She grabbed the sharp knife with one hand and blood flowed from her fingertips. Finally, she pleaded, "If you want to kill, then kill me. My son is still young. No matter what he says, others won't believe it. Can you let him go?" The blood on the woman's hand dripped on her towering chest. Under the lantern of the carriage, it looked somewhat coquettish. The housekeeper's eyes flashed and unconsciously revealed a trace of a lewd smile. Looking at the child behind the woman, he smiled nastily and said, "How about this? I will give your child a chance. Thank you, housekeeper. Thank you, housekeeper." The woman didn't know what the housekeeper was thinking and hurriedly thanked him. Soon after, she said to Wang Biafei behind her, "Son, why don't you hurry and thank the housekeeper? You must remember, in the future, you must never say anything." Wang Biafei stood behind his mother. His fists were tightly clenched and his teeth had already bitten through his lips. He stared at the housekeeper without saying a word. At this moment, compared to what Xiaohua saw in the illusion, he was a bit more timid. "When did I say I was going to let this little bastard go?" The housekeeper laughed and said, "I see that you have some beauty. You might as well serve me. This gap is your child's chance. He will run as far as he can. After I am satisfied, I will kill you first and then kill him. How far he can run will depend on you." "You." The woman obviously didn't expect the housekeeper to say this and was really stunned. "You don't agree? Well, now I will kill him first." The housekeeper raised his hand and pretended to take the sharp knife away. "No, no, I promise you, I promise you." The woman hurriedly grabbed the sharp knife. Blood flowed out of her hand again. Then, she hysterically shouted behind her, "Son, why don't you hurry and run, mother?" Wang Biafei cried and shouted. His hand tightly grasped his mother's lapel. He also didn't have the rare decisiveness in the illusion. "Why don't you hurry and run?" Wang Biafei's mother turned her hand and slapped Wang Biafei's face. The 5 bloody marks were deeply imprinted on his face and also hit his heart. At this moment, Wang Biafei didn't know what to choose. Fortunately, before he could make any choice, a faint voice came from above his head. "Someone actually dares to bully this Zhao's disciple. He must be tired of living." "Master?" When Wang Biafei heard this voice, it was as if he woke up from a dream. He looked up at the night sky and shouted, Is it really you? I am not dreaming again, right?" As he spoke, Wang Biafei thought of something and hurriedly said, "Master, quickly save this disciple." When Wang Biafei shouted like this, the housekeeper and Wang Biafei's mother were stunned. Wang Biafei's mother hurriedly turned her head. The surprise on her face couldn't be concealed even in the darkness of the night. The housekeeper, without hesitation, grabbed the knife from Wang Biafei's mother's hand. However, when the housekeeper only took 2 steps back and was about to escape, he seemed to have thought of something. He clenched his teeth and revealed a ruthless expression. Using all his strength, he stabbed towards Wang Biafei's mother's chest. Nothing could be more vicious than this. This housekeeper actually felt that it was impossible for him to escape from Xiao Hua's hands and wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. Only this kind of evil person would come up with that kind of vicious idea. However, the housekeeper's knife only pierced a few inches before it stagnated there and couldn't move forward anymore. Wang Biafei's mother couldn't see anyone in the night sky and was caught off guard, and the housekeeper snatched the knife away. She wondered if she had heard wrongly and hurriedly turned her head back. Seeing that the housekeeper was about to attack again, she unhesitatingly spread out her arms and blocked in front of Wang Biafei, pouncing towards the sharp knife. Naturally, without Wang Biafei's mother pouncing in front of the sharp knife, her body couldn't move. Then, very strangely, she moved back half a foot before stopping. A gentle voice sounded in her ear, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. This evil person won't be able to do evil again in the future." "Master, master." Wang Biafei was really excited. He jumped on the ground and shouted, "Where are you? Quickly, quickly come ah." Xiao Hua's voice laughed and said, "Don't worry, isn't Master here now?" In the night sky, a thin and tall figure covered in starlight flew over from a distance. However, when he got closer, his bald head spoiled the scenery. "Master, it's really you." Wang Biafei saw Xiao Hua's head and familiar face and couldn't help but shout again, "Disciple isn't dreaming this time, right? If it's a dream, would you be in such danger?" Xiao Hua smiled, but there was coldness in his smile. He had seen everything that the housekeeper had done. He really didn't expect that there would be such a vicious person in this world. Compared to him, Xiao Hua felt that Mo Ling was clean. Chapter 3482. This concubine greets, Master. Wang Bianfei's mother didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Xiao Hua waved his hand. How could he let her kneel down? He smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. I don't like empty etiquette the most. Mother, you see, what the boy said this morning is right." Wang Bianfei held his mother's arm and said happily, "The boy really acknowledged a master in his dream. Now, master is here. Do you believe it? Son, why aren't you greeting your master?" Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly pulled Wang Bianfei and said, "You acknowledged a master in your dream. Now you have to kowtow." Yes, the boy knows." Wang Bianfei also remembered and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Disciple Wang Bianfei greets master." N. Xiao Hua didn't stop him and nodded, "Master doesn't have so many rules. It's the first time you meet, so kowtow a few more times. There's no need to be so troublesome in the future." "Yes, disciple knows." Wang Bianfei obediently kowtowed 9 times before getting up. Xiao Hua then took some medicine for Wang Bianfei's mother and walked to the front of the housekeeper. He looked up and down and slightly shook his head. The housekeeper's eyes were filled with despair and even some fear. However, Xiao Hua didn't see a trace of begging for mercy. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua turned his head and said, "Wang Bianfei, yes, master." Wang Bianfei helped his mother apply the medicine. Seeing the wound on his mother's hand heal, he was even more convinced. Hearing Xiao Hua calling him, he hurriedly responded and walked to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua asked, "Today's disaster, was it because you drew the portrait of Miss Wang and got the gold?" "Yes." Wang Bianfei gnashed his teeth and nodded. N. Xiao Hua asked again, "Is it related to Wang family?" This. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to speak carelessly. His mother hurriedly said, Master, it can't be. Although Master Wang is a bit arrogant, he's not domineering. He still values my son. Since he rewarded the gold, he definitely wouldn't go back on his words. This must be his own idea. Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei also echoed, from what this steward said just now, it should be that he was aroused by greed and wanted to harm this disciple. What are your plans? Xiao Hua asked. Wang Bianfei thought for a moment and said honestly, this disciple will listen to Master. Whatever Master says is what it is. Master wants to hear what you think. Xiao Hua shook his head and asked. Master. Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to speak but was stopped by Xiao Hua. This. Wang Bianfei looked at the butler, who looked like a clay statue. He gritted his teeth and said, those who kill will be killed. If we don't kill him, the boy and mother won't be able to return to the village. What else? Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Wang Yifei's mother opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't dare to say anything. That Wang Bianfei pondered for a moment, his face flushed red, and said in a low voice, what is Master talking about? This disciple doesn't quite understand. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Wang Bianfei and then at Wang Bianfei's mother. He knew that under his mother's protection, Wang Bianfei was like a flower under a big tree. All the wind and rain were covered by the big tree. He didn't know about the wind and rain outside. What he saw in the illusion was indeed what happened in the past. However, in Wang Bianfei's dream, it was greatly modified by Wang Bianfei. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua found it funny. Not to mention Wang Bianfei, even if it was him, didn't he also have a wishful thinking in the illusion? Soon after, Xiao Hua said, hee hee, Wang Bianfei, don't be nervous. If in the dream, you met such a wicked person and killed him, what would you do? Didn't the little monk mention it to you? When Xiao Hua mentioned the dream, Wang Bianfei's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment and said, after this disciple kills this person, I will naturally destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Then, I will bring mother back to the village as if nothing happened. Even if the Wang clan discovers that the housekeeper is missing, they won't suspect this disciple. Have you ever thought that the housekeeper is deceiving you? When you leave the village, he will mention it to others? Or perhaps, when you leave the village, you will be seen by others? Xiao Hua took advantage of this opportunity to patiently teach Wang Bianfei. When Wang Bianfei heard this, his expression slightly changed. He bitterly smiled and said, since Master said this disciple feels that it's better if we don't return to the village. Even if others didn't discover the housekeeper's matter, the entire village knows about the gold. When Wang Bianfei said this, Wang Bianfei's mother's expression greatly changed. She seemed to have thought of something. The Wang clan is wealthy, but the Wang clan is also powerful. No one dares to provoke them. Xiao Hua says word by word, although your family's gold is much less than the Wang family's, if you can't protect this gold, not to mention the housekeeper, in the future, the Wang family servants and even the villagers will more or less find trouble with you. Jade is innocent, but possessing jade is a crime. Master's words are extremely true. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly smiled and said, I always felt that something was wrong these few days. The Shen Laoer's wife next door always came to borrow food from me. The village entrance. I won't say any more. Only today did I understand. A few days? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He looked at Wang Bianfei and asked, how many days have passed since you painted the tiger? Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei said, that was 10 days ago. However, it should be because disciple dreamt of it last night that Master saw it. Right, Master came out from inside. What about the little monk? He was originally a part of the illusion. He can't come out. Moreover, you won't be able to see him in the future. Xiao Hua didn't hide and replied. Master. Wang Bianfei's face was somewhat sad. The little monk is quite good. Master also knows. Unfortunately, the world is unpredictable. Good people don't necessarily have long lives. Xiao Hua looked at the evil housekeeper again. Of course, sometimes evil people also don't have long lives. Wang Bianfei, how do you think this housekeeper should die? Xiao Hua moved his gaze away from the housekeeper's face and asked again. How should he die? Wang Bianfei was stunned. This question was indeed somewhat difficult for a child who wasn't even 10 years old. Let his head flow with pus, the soles of his feet bubble, and his body grow poisonous sores. Let him howl for 10 days and 10 nights until he dies. Wang Bianfei said as if he was telling a nursery rhyme. Good, as you wish. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Ah. Master, disciple just said it casually. Wang Bianfei replied in surprise, let's forget about killing him. Find a hole to bury him. Hee, this evil person bullied you and your mother like this. If Master didn't come, you too would have died miserably in his hands. How can you let him die peacefully? Xiao Hua pointed his hand. A trace of devil energy fell between the housekeeper's eyebrows under the cover of the night. The housekeeper trembled. His eyes that were originally looking death in the eye flashed with an unspeakable fear. The housekeeper's body could also move at this moment. Moreover, it was very powerful. This was because after the trembling, the butler's entire body was trembling, as if he was twitching and struggling. Even the muscles on the butler's face were twisting and trembling. Bean-sized beads of sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead, neck, and other parts of his body, soaking his clothes. Hee. The housekeeper opened his mouth as if he wanted to scream. However, his tongue was twisted into a ball. His throat was also uncontrollable. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He could only howl like he was retching. Gradually, the housekeeper curled up into a prawn. His body seemed to have shrunk. Under the carriage's lantern, his face appeared particularly dark. After another moment, the housekeeper suddenly rolled on the ground. His head, hands, and body hit a tree and hit a stone. Strands of black blood seeped out from his body. This blood, sweat, and mud smeared on the housekeeper's body. He looked worse than a beggar. Wang Bianfei looked somewhat unbearable. Wang Bianfei's mother had already closed her eyes, not daring to look. Wang Bianfei couldn't help but say, Master, look. Xiao Hua said indifferently, you have to remember, if Master didn't come, I'm afraid you would be even more miserable than this, yes. Wang Bianfei bit his lips. His eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. After all, he was born in a village. Although he was fated to become Xiao Hua's disciple, no matter if it was hidden Immortal Continent or Western Paradise, they were both not good places. Xiao Hua admittedly protected him for a while, but it was impossible for him to protect him for a lifetime. Wang Bianfei was also not comparable to Lu Yi. Therefore, Xiao Hua could only let him experience a little bit. Although this experience was somewhat cruel to him. Pa! A muffled sound echoed. Wang Bianfei's eyes jumped. He saw a thin crack burst open on the housekeeper's forehead. A pitch-black pus flowed out from the inside. Immediately, muffled sounds continuously came from the housekeeper's body. Cracks like a baby's mouth spread all over the housekeeper's body. Sigh. Let's go. Xiao Hua slightly sighed. He knew that if he continued to look, Wang Bianfei's heart might not be able to bear it. He waved his hand and said. Wang Bianfei finally let out a sigh of relief and respectfully said, Yes, I will listen to Master's instructions. Go, bring the carriage over. Xiao Hua pointed with his hand and said. Master, I will go. Wang Bianfei's mother rushed to go. Xiao Hua smiled and said, There's no need for sister-in-law to go, let Wang Bianfei go. Mother, the boy will go, you just have to wait. Wang Bianfei hurriedly ran over and untied the horse's reins from the big tree. He pulled the horse over with great effort. That horse obviously refused to accept it. It shook its head and almost pulled Wang Bianfei to the ground. Wang Bianfei's mother's heart had long been pulled. But seeing that Xiaohua was silent and motionless, she also didn't dare to move. When Wang Bianfei pulled the carriage over with great difficulty, Wang Bianfei's mother couldn't help but run 2 steps and took the reins. She respectfully said to Xiaohua, "Master, please get on the carriage." "Hee, there's no need for sister-in-law to drive the carriage." Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's already late. You and Wang Bianfei are both tired. Just rest in the carriage. This Xiao will drive the carriage." "How could I dare to trouble master?" Wang Bianfei's mother said very uneasily, "You are Wang Bianfei's master and also my savior." Chapter 3483. Get on the carriage, no need to be polite. Xiaohua took the reins and said unquestionably. Wang Bianfei's mother was helpless and could only climb onto the carriage. Wang Bianfei also nimbly jumped onto the carriage, but he didn't follow his mother into the canopy, but instead sat in front obediently. Hee. Xiaohua looked at this unusually intelligent child and smiled. He also floated onto the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He skillfully shook the reins and shouted, "Jia." The carriage slowly moved towards the main road not far away. It was actually very obedient. The carriage started to move. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head as he waved his left hand. Ah! Ah! The housekeeper's blood-curdling screams came out one after another. By the time the carriage reached the main road, the blood-curdling screams had already become hoarse and gradually stopped. "Master," Wang Bianfei whispered, "if the housekeeper's corpse is found in the morning, what should we do?" "It won't." Xiaohua looked forward and said indifferently, "After half a cup of tea, not even his bones will be left. He will completely turn into a pool of black water." "See." Wang Bianfei sucked in a breath of cold air. The expression on his face was somewhat stiff. Xiaohua glanced at Wang Bianfei and said indifferently, "What? Are you regretting it a little?" "No. I don't regret it." Wang Bianfei's face immediately turned red and he hurriedly shook his head. "I haven't said what I regret yet. How do you know you don't regret it?" Xiaohua asked again. "Master." At this time, Wang Bianfei's mother spoke from behind. "This morning, I heard little Four talk about the situation in his dream. Is everything in it true? Does Master have the ability to transcend heaven and earth?" Xiaohua was stunned and nodded. "Yes, everything in Wang Bianfei's dream was done by me. Even on a normal day, I can also do it. Since that's the case, can Grandmaster also fly with me and little Four?" "Of course." Xiaohua already understood what Wang Bianfei's mother wanted to say and replied with a smile. "Son, why don't you think about it? Why can Master fly with you and your mother? Why must we sit in this carriage? Didn't Master say to let mother and the boy rest in the carriage?" Wang Bianfei asked in confusion. "Master can fly, so where can't he take us to rest? Why must we do it in the carriage?" "Boy, I don't know." Wang Yifei was at a loss. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's not talk about it, we'll know when the time comes." "Oh right, Wang Bianfei, tell me, how did you dream of the little monk?" "Master, call him Little Four. This is his nickname. Master keeps calling him Wang Bianfei. This concubine feels that you are treating him as an outsider." Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly said. "Hee, good." Xiaohua readily agreed. Then, Wang Yifei told her how he dreamed of the little monk and everything that had happened. The night slowly deepened. The sound of horse hooves, the creaking of the carriage, and the child's clear voice were like a happy song on the road. In the end, a child was still a child. As he spoke, he fell asleep on Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua sent Wang Bianfei to the tent. Wang Bianfei's mother had already fallen asleep. It seemed that both of them were mentally and physically exhausted after the scare. Although they were excited just now, once they relaxed, they fell asleep easily. Xiaohua didn't care about the carriage anymore. He trusted the reins and let the horse stroll on the road. He frowned and pondered over what Wang Bianfei had just said. This Wang Bianfei was very strange. Since he was young, he could dream of illusions. In that illusionary realm, he first met Gu Nian. Gu Nian was frightened in the illusionary realm and was abnormally depressed. After seeing Wang Bianfei, he was naturally wild with joy and played with Wang Bianfei very happily. Just before Xiaohua entered the illusionary realm, there was also a Confucian disciple who entered the illusionary realm. However, that Confucian disciple was not as lucky as Xiaohua. He gradually got lost in the illusionary realm and never escaped again. As for Wang Bianfei, after hearing Gu Nian talk about the terror of the illusion, he never dared to walk into the depths of the illusion. Therefore, when he saw Xiaohua in the illusion that day, Wang Bianfei said so many things that Xiaohua couldn't understand. As for the illusion that Xiaohua entered, it was naturally the illusion in his heart. This illusion just so happened to be entangled with Wang Bianfei's dream. This allowed Xiaohua to have the strange matter of accepting a disciple in his dream. What surprised Xiaohua even more was that Wang Bianfei clearly remembered the cultivation techniques and so on that he taught Wang Bianfei in the illusion. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he would probably be able to cultivate immediately. Alas, it's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Previously, I felt that Lu Yi was very smart. However, compared to this Wang Bianfei, Lu Yi is slightly inferior. Xiaohua said with a somewhat bitter smile. Of course, perhaps it's Wang Bianfei's unknown talent that created his intelligence. In the future, if this talent can be used for cultivation, then he'll be even more of a prodigy in my Dao sect. Actually, looking at Wang Bianfei's situation, it's more suitable for him to cultivate Confucian cultivation. However, no matter if he cultivates Taoist cultivation techniques or Confucian cultivation techniques, I can teach him both. The problem is, should I bring them back to the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua was somewhat worried. If I bring them back, how? Put them in the Qinkuan bag? If I bring them to the hidden immortal continent, how should I explain it to them? Wouldn't others know that I appeared in the western land of ultimate bliss? But if I don't bring them back, how will I settle them down? The night passed very quickly. When the sky started to brighten, Wang Bianfei and his mother woke up. Xiaohua took out 2 spirit jujubes and let them eat it. After another half an hour, when the sky was bright and there was actually a caravan of merchants passing by behind them, Xiaohua let Wang Bianfei and his mother get off the carriage while he drove the carriage to negotiate with the caravan of merchants. He used the carriage and horses to exchange for a few taels of silver. Seeing Xiaohua walking back with large strides, Wang Bianfei immediately stepped forward and bowed. Master, disciple has come to apologize. Disciple gauged the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain and actually doubted Master, it was really disrespectful. No matter. Xiaohua handed the silver to Wang Bianfei's mother and said with a smile, you are still young, maybe you didn't think it through thoroughly. In fact, there are some things that you don't need to force others to know, as long as you understand it, your heart can live with it, and can face the heavens magnanimously. Yes, disciple will remember. Wang Bianfei said sincerely. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered the 2 of them. He said, the trivial matters are over, we should get down to business. Immediately, Xiaohua took the 2 of them and flew to the nearby mountain peak. Wang Bianfei and his mother saw Xiaohua's immortal method and unconsciously became excited. Their eyes looked left and right, very curious. Sister-in-law. Xiaohua pointed to the distance with his finger and said with a smile, there is a cave over there, clean it up a bit and use it as your and Xiao Xi's residence. We will stay here for 3 days. I understand. When Wang Bianfei's mother heard this, she immediately understood. She hurriedly took some of her belongings and hurriedly left. Xiaohua then beckoned to Wang Bianfei and said, Wang Bianfei, come here. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei walked over and carefully answered. Sit down cross-legged, just like what master taught you before. Xiaohua glanced at Wang Bianfei and instructed, then, according to the instructions of the technique, sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and turned his palms towards the sky to sense. As Xiaohua thought, Wang Bianfei and Lu Yi were very similar. Although they were already familiar with the technique, they couldn't sense the spiritual energy. In the following 2 days, Xiaohua taught the other techniques one by one. Wang Bianfei understood them more easily than Lu Yi, but the result was the same as Lu Yi. Xiaohua saw this and nodded slightly. He already understood something. He waved his hand and took out the soul bridge. He said, Wang Bianfei, close your eyes. No matter what you feel in a while, don't resist. Let master help you take a look. Yes, master. After seeing the technique taught by Xiaohua, Wang Bianfei no longer had any doubts about Xiaohua. He answered and immediately closed his eyes. Xiaohua threw the soul bridge in his hand. A dark green light flashed between his eyebrows. Countless soul strands stretched out from the magic eye imprint. As soon as these soul strands appeared, they immediately vibrated violently. An indescribable whimpering sound came from between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It sounded quite creepy. Following the trembling of these soul strands, strands of misty green light flashed out layer by layer. These strands of green light touched the soul bridge with the soul strands and also fell on the soul bridge. The bone ball that was originally quietly floating in the air began to slowly rotate. As the soul strands fell, the green light on the bone ball began to become dazzling. However, the bone ball's rotation was still relatively slow, as if Xiaohua's soul force wasn't enough. After a full half cup of tea's time, a crisp, kacha sound was heard. It was like the sound of a copper lock being opened. The bone ball suddenly sped up. Waves of buzzing sounds could be heard. Moreover, this sound was very rhythmic. In another moment, the entire outer layer of the bone ball completely transformed into a layer of dark green light. Xiaohua's expression was very serious as he waved the soul strands and drove the bone ball to fly between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Xiaohua's eyes didn't blink as he stared closely at the bone ball. When the bone ball touched Wang Bianfei's eyebrows, the skin that came in contact with it was instantly dyed dark green. Xiaohua stopped and took a deep breath. He slightly composed himself before urging it again. When the outer layer of the bone ball easily entered, a happy expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. Although Xiaohua already knew about the soul technique used to control soul tools, this was the first time he was actually using it. Especially this kind of soul technique that didn't hurt people, Xiaohua couldn't help but be a little nervous. The soul bridge entered Wang Bianfei's mind. Without Xiaohua's control, it slowly moved inside. It didn't take long for it to arrive at the mysterious dark clouds. However, Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark clouds were much weaker than Xiaohua's. Not only were the heavenly patterns and earth deeds on the dark clouds not obvious, the dark clouds also flickered slightly as if they were breathing. Chapter 3484. At this moment, the layer of green on the soul bridge had already disappeared. Only the white bones on the outer layer of the soul bridge could be seen slowly rotating. This rotation was very strange. The outermost bone balls were not rotating in one direction. Instead, part of them were rotating in one direction while the other part was rotating in another direction. This layer of bone balls was actually divided into 9 directions. Xiaohua urged his soul strands to carefully touch Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark clouds. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. Under the attack of the tiny lightning strands, the heavenly pattern and earth deed on the surface of the dark clouds also faintly flickered, doing its best to resist the bone balls from entering. Under the attack of the lightning strands, the entire surface of the bone balls was in contact with the dark clouds. Ka. Another slight movement. The outer layer of the bone balls suddenly stopped. And at the same time, the lightning strands and the heavenly pattern and earth deed also disappeared. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Knowing that the soul bridge was effective, his soul strands pushed the soul bridge slightly. As expected, the outermost layer of the soul bridge did not move. Inside, a slightly smaller bone ball was pushed out and entered the mysterious dark clouds. Seeing the lightning strands and the heavenly pattern and earth deed of the mysterious dark clouds reappear, Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his soul strands again. Another vibration was released, and the smaller bone ball's outer layer started to rotate again. Like this, the 18th layer of the soul armament was pushed into the bone layer and a bridge-like passageway appeared in the dark clouds. Soul bridge, it really lives up to its name. Xiao Hua could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although he currently felt extremely tired and the space between his eyebrows was unusually swollen, he still laughed in his heart. With the help of this soul bridge, soul cultivators can directly use soul techniques on the mysterious dark clouds. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua sighed again. It's a pity that this Xiao does not know how to repair the mysterious dark clouds. Otherwise, Kaizhuxia could be revived. The thought of reviving Kaizhuxia flashed through his mind. Soon after, Xiao Hua's soul strands entered the soul bridge and looked at the place where he came out of the spiritual energy sky. Io, what's wrong? Why is this place different from this Xiao's spiritual energy sky? When his soul thread entered, it was blocked by a layer of thick and heavy membrane. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's consciousness followed the soul strand and entered the back of Wang Bianfei's head. Once the jade archive Xiao Hua entered Wang Bianfei's body, it immediately recovered Xiao Hua's appearance. Moreover, a very powerful hostility surged from all directions, making Xiao Hua have a kind of feeling of being unable to move an inch. Xiao Hua knew that this was Wang Bianfei's instinctive rejection of him. Although he had already instructed Wang Bianfei not to resist, those instructions were useless. This kind of rejection was innate. Wang. Without any other choice, Xiao Hua could only urge his soul strands once again. Layers of green light covered Xiao Hua's mind, blocking the aura of his mind. Only then did the hostility gradually decrease. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Hua's consciousness hurriedly entered the soul bridge. He saw that inside the soul bridge was a revolving passage, just like the soul cultivators that Xiao Hua had seen in the past. However, the method of opening the soul bridge was the same. The revolving of this passage was very chaotic, and he couldn't find any pattern at all. When Xiao Hua passed through the soul bridge and saw the entrance of the spiritual energy sky, a transparent restriction flashing with countless starlight, Xiao Hua was stupefied. How is this possible? Wang Bianfei is only a child less than 10 years old, who would seal him? Could it be that he has a background like this Xiao? But that's not right. Even if this Xiao has some background, this Xiao's spiritual energy sky doesn't have this layer of seal. Moreover, this layer of seal looks very strange, it actually uses star power. The cultivators in these 3 continents who can use star power. I'm afraid there are very few, right? Who would go against this child? Xiao Hua stood under the seal, his face cloudy and uncertain. He really didn't expect that a disciple he casually accepted would have such a great background. It was no wonder that a child who was less than 10 years old could connect the dreamland with the ancient formation at the bottom of the Sage River and the illusory formation of the demonic spirit. If Xiao Hua hadn't advanced to the nascent soul stage, he might have hesitated, but now, his pride as a grandmaster made him unable to hesitate. Since he had accepted Wang Bianfei as his nominal disciple, this so-called nominal disciple was still a disciple. Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't give up on Wang Bianfei just because he might have some hidden great enemy. In particular, after obtaining the demonic saber from the profound water palace, Xiao Hua still hadn't carefully studied the demonic saber, and he didn't have any extra primordial spirit to refine the demonic saber. However, the demonic saber's demonic spirit was being devoured by Xiaohua. If possible, Xiaohua was prepared to take drastic measures like Xian. He would control the demonic spirit himself and use it to refine the demonic saber. In this way, it would be 100 times easier than refining the demonic saber himself. Xiaohua even wanted to use the demonic spirit to cultivate the blood drop paradise and take control of his bloodline. With the demonic saber as his trump card, Xiaohua was confident that if he met an opponent at the spirit-severing stage or above, he would have the strength to fight. Thinking of this, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and touched that thin layer of seal with his finger. Boom! Like the afterimages of 10,000 stars, a scene of a primordial star shattering rushed towards Xiaohua's mind. Immediately after, a suffocating pressure smashed towards Xiaohua's finger from the seal. Hiss! Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hastily retracted his finger, and the reaction on the seal disappeared. The afterimages of the 10,000 stars once again turned into specks of starlight on the seal. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position under the protection of the soul strand. Xiaohua unconsciously frowned and pondered for a moment before waking Wang Bianfei up. He looked into Wang Bianfei's eyes and said word by word, "Wang Bianfei, Master has something to tell you." "Master, please speak." Wang Bianfei's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. He thought that Xiaohua was going back on his words because he couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Xiaohua very keenly felt Wang Bianfei's uneasiness and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. What Master wants to say is that there's something strange in your body. It seems, it's a kind of restriction placed on you by someone else. Master is going to break it. Although this restriction is powerful, with Master's strength, it should be easy to break it. However, I still have to tell you and ask for your consent." "Ah. Master, why is it like this?" Wang Bianfei was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Disciple grew up in a village. The furthest I went was Pingxi City. Disciple can't have offended anyone, right? Could it be, Disciple rashly entered the illusion and offended the little monk's enemy? Saying this, Wang Bianfei's face showed regret. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "It should be different from what you think. However, Master doesn't know the specifics. I can only take one step at a time. What if I don't break it?" Wang Bianfei blinked his eyes and asked. "If you don't break this restriction, your little life is in the hands of that person. That person can find you at any time." Xiaohua replied without the slightest hesitation, "Moreover, this layer of restriction seems to be blocking you from perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Of course, it only seems. Master can't be completely sure. I can only know after I break the restriction." "Mother." Hearing that the matter was so serious, Wang Bianfei hurriedly turned his head and wanted to call his mother to make a decision. "Hee, Wang Bianfei, now that you've grown up, it's also time for you to make your own decisions." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile, "That day when you were in the Wang family, you handled everything decisively and nimbly. Why didn't you think too much when you were by your mother's side?" "Master." Wang Bianfei said embarrassedly, "Mother wasn't by my side, so Disciple naturally had to handle things by myself. However, with Mother by my side, all of Disciple's matters were handled by Mother. She only let Disciple paint. After a few times, Disciple got used to it. Last time in the Wang family, Disciple was anxious, so Disciple took the risk. You also know that when I came back, I was scolded by Mother." Xiaohua sighed slightly. That day, he had the thought of taking Wang Bianfei as his disciple, not only because of his intelligence, but also because of his filial piety and his decisiveness in handling matters. However, he didn't expect that he only saw one side of Wang Bianfei. He didn't see the side of Wang Bianfei that was doted on by his mother. Or perhaps, that was what Wang Bianfei didn't want to be seen in his dreams. Alas, sometimes, love is also a kind of burden. Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the silent Jiang lure in the space. Immediately, his expression became serious and he asked, Wang Bianfei, do you know what a cultivator is? No. I don't know. Wang Bianfei's face was slightly red, and he said in a low voice, Disciple only heard this from the little monk. Although Disciple envied their carefree and magical abilities, Disciple didn't hear others mention the specifics. Then, Master will tell you. Xiaohua nodded and said, simply speaking, the so-called cultivator is a cultivator who transcends mortals. In this world, there are the three sects of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, as well as a few other cultivation paths. Cultivators emphasize on cultivation and cultivation. No matter what kind of cultivation method it is completely different from the way you live. Not to mention the methods and strength you yearn for, even, lifespan and feelings are also different. At this point, Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss for words. He didn't know how to talk about cultivation with a 10-year-old child like Wang Bianfei. Compared to Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei's experience was still far behind. However, looking at Wang Bianfei's clear gaze, Xiaohua smiled. Although his own memory wasn't complete, he already vaguely knew his own origin. Since he was young, he wasn't as ignorant as Wang Bianfei, but didn't he also cultivate to such a realm? A person's fate was the most miraculous. Who could say that Wang Bianfei, a child who hadn't experienced wind and rain, couldn't grow into a towering tree? Master, what's the difference? Master, please teach me. Wang Bianfei saw that Xiaohua paused, and asked very obediently. Xiaohua replied, Oh, let's not talk about other things. Previously, you've also seen one or two of Master's methods. Master isn't afraid to tell you that it's nothing more than an ordinary person walking. Master still has many magical abilities that you can't even dream of. How about this? To put it simply, Master will ask you, how old do you think Master is? Chapter 3485. Master? Wang Bianfei looked at Xiaohua and said without any hesitation, Master looks like he's in his 20s, but Disciple heard from the little monk that he's 300 years old. Master is much more powerful than him, so you're at least 500 years old, right? Damn! Xiaohua originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but he was immediately exposed, so he could only say embarrassedly, this little monk is bragging a bit, he's only around 200 years old. However, I'm afraid I'm about the same age as the little monk, probably around 200 years old. Really, Master? Wang Bianfei's eyes widened, you really can't tell. Master mentioned this to tell you, you're about to become a cultivator. Your age won't just be 500 years old, you might even be 5,000 or 50,000 years old. You have to always remember to be independent, even in front of your mother, you have to be independent, yes, Master. Wang Bianfei was anxious and shouted, Disciple understands, Disciple will definitely change, Disciple won't let mother care about Disciple anymore, it doesn't matter. At this moment, Xiaohua had already understood, he smiled and waved his hand, you don't have to be so deliberate. Your mother taking care of everything for you is also a kind of love. She also watched you grow up day by day, she knows that you don't need her care more and more. She can keep this life, every day is a day of enjoyment, you don't have to force her to let go, just let her slowly adapt. What's more special is that your mother is immortal. There will come a day when her lifespan will run out. This period of time is extremely short in your life as a cultivator. Being able to enjoy a bit of familial love is also a bit of warmth. But, Master. Wang Bianfei said anxiously, the little monk said that if you want to become a senior monk and become a person with great magical powers, you have to cut off your worldly ties, only then can you focus on Buddha, don't listen to that little monk's nonsense. Xiaohua originally wanted to teach Wang Bianfei like this, but he changed his mind at this moment, we're Dao's sect, yes, Fortune Gate's disciples, we control the fortune of the world, cutting off our worldly ties, shaving our heads and becoming a monk, that's a matter for monks. Besides, that little monk's heart misses his own brother, he doesn't have the qualifications to say anything about cutting off worldly ties. Yes, I understand. Wang Bianfei beamed with joy and probed, Master, you know Master Guzhen? I know. Xiao Hua nodded. Master Guzhen will be going with me this time. What about Master Guzhen? I heard from the little monk that great Master Guzhen possesses remarkable abilities and is the #1 Buddhist expert. Wang Bianfei said. He was still concerned about the little monk Gu Nian. Xiao Hua smiled, but didn't expose him. Grand Master Guzhen is indeed formidable. This time, it was all thanks to him that Master and the others were able to escape. In the end, Master Guzhen met the little monk Gunian. In order to accompany the little monk, Guzhen didn't come out of the illusion. Both of them were reborn as humans. Ah! Wang Yifei was shocked. Both of them are dead? Yes. Actually, this little monk isn't human. Xiao Hua nodded. He did have a chance to survive, but just like his brother, he couldn't bear to, so he went with him. What a pitiful, adorable, and amiable little monk. Wang Bianfei's heart was somewhat heavy. Forget it, let's not talk about others. Xiao Hua waved his hand. You rest for a while and discuss with your mother. It won't be too late to make a decision after that. No need to ask mother. Disciple will make the decision on cultivation. Wang Bianfei hurriedly said, Mother doesn't know how to cultivate. You'd better go and tell her. Xiao Hua smiled and rubbed Wang Bianfei's head. After all, she is your mother who loves and dotes on you. If you suddenly become independent, your mother will be disappointed. Yes, disciple understands. Wang Bianfei smiled cutely. Disciple will tell mother that I will be back immediately. Okay, Xiao Hua agreed. He folded his arms and looked at the clouds floating in the distant sky. His thoughts seemed to have run to Lu Town. Not long after, Wang Bianfei ran back cheerfully. Behind him, although his mother's figure was hidden in the shadow of the cave, Xiao Hua could clearly see her worried expression. Master, disciple has finished talking to mother. Wang Bianfei ran to Xiao Hua and shouted, Mother said that you will listen to me in the future. What are you eating? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. It's the dates that Master gave mother. Mother said that she couldn't finish them and left them for me to eat. Wang Bianfei replied with some embarrassment. Disciple knows that mother was reluctant and wanted to leave them for disciple. Disciple didn't want to eat them, but thinking about what Master said just now, disciple still accepted them. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew that Wang Bianfei was intelligent. He only needed to mention a lot of things and he would understand. Then, he pointed to the distant sky and said, You also come and look. Try to integrate yourself with the sky, or think that your mind is as big as the sky. No need, Master. Wang Bianfei blinked his eyes and said, This is what disciple often played with when I was young. Xiao Hua was somewhat stunned. He asked curiously, You often looked at the sky when you were young? Yes. Wang Bianfei nodded. When disciple was young, father often pointed to the sky and told disciple that the sky was the most difficult thing to draw in the world. What incomparably clear, what storm, what continuous rain, they were all carved in the sky. Disciple often looked at the sky when he had nothing to do. Especially later, father died. Disciple missed father very much, so disciple liked to look at the sky even more. When disciple saw the sky, it was as if disciple saw father's face. All troubles and pain would disappear. Genius has always been a coincidence. Xiao Hua was speechless. He waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, Forget it, just pretend that Master didn't say anything. Yes, Master. Wang Bianfei went back to his original place and sat down cross-legged, saying, Master, you can do whatever you want. Disciple is already prepared. Good. Xiao Hua saw that Wang Bianfei's expression was as solemn as an adult's. He nodded slightly and brought out his soul bridge. After communicating with Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark cloud, a green light flashed between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. After that green light became dense, two thumb-sized green seal characters, Purify and Purify, appeared from the green light. Once these two green seal characters appeared, the entire mountain peak immediately lit up. Nearby, a bright green light appeared and enveloped the entire mountain peak. Xiao Hua didn't have time to carefully observe the change in the sky. He urged the two green seal characters to enter between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. The two green seal characters smoothly passed through the soul bridge and entered the mysterious dark cloud. When the two green seal characters disappeared, the entire mountain peak seemed to follow them and rushed towards Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Some of the green light disappeared into Wang Bianfei's body, but many gathered around Wang Bianfei's head. Looking inside the mysterious dark cloud, the two green seal characters emitted the sound of flowing water. Hua Hua. They slowly turned into hundreds of even smaller green seal characters. Then, near the restriction, there was a loud sound of Purify and Purify. Those tiny green seal characters seemed to be washing over the restriction. Swoosh swoosh. The green seal script, which was even more powerful than a waterfall, flew upwards and landed on the restriction. The restriction instantly loosened and turned into the 10,000 stars that Xiao Hua had seen before, which flew towards the green seal script. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Wang Bianfei's head violently trembled, even his entire body was shaking. Hold on. Xiao Hua hurriedly supported Wang Bianfei's shoulder with one hand and pressed Wang Bianfei down. Wang Bianfei was originally panicking, but when Xiao Hua's hand fell, his expression immediately relaxed. Woo-woo. At this moment, the entire mountain peak's wind and clouds changed. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Xiao Hua broke Wang Bianfei's restriction and actually caused a change in the sky. Good. This Xiao wants to see what kind of expert is coming. Xiao Hua also steeled his heart. The green light between his eyebrows reappeared and another two green seal characters fell between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Boom. Like the opening of the sky, a large hole appeared in the dark clouds that had just gathered. Inside the hole in the clouds, there was a dark blue starry sky. A faint starlight fell from the hole in the clouds and landed on the top of Wang Bianfei's head. Star Force. It really is Star Force. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed. He took the time to open his transcendence vision and looked at the invisible light pillar that seemed to reach the sky. Inside the light pillar, fluorescent light danced and a kind of desolate aura wreaked havoc in this fluorescent light. Rumble. Another strong wave of shaking. Wang Bianfei's head was somewhat crooked as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. A trace of blood even flowed out from his nostrils. Master. Wang Bianfei didn't dare to open his eyes. He reached out and used his small hand to grab Xiao Hua's hand that was placed on his shoulder. Don't worry, disciple. Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve and said indifferently, it will be done very soon. As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the source of the starlight. There was no strange movement. Only then did he relax. Green light flashed between his eyebrows. The cleansing heaven purifying earth technique was used again. Several green seal characters attracted even more green light to fall between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows. Not only did it cover up the starlight, it also made Wang Bianfei's face show a kind of flirtatious green color. Looking at the layer of restriction inside Wang Bianfei's mysterious dark cloud, Xiao Hua didn't use all his strength to break it. Because of the replenishment of the starlight, countless starlight poured in and turned into stars that attacked the green seal characters that were like dancing butterflies. That seemingly weak restriction actually showed a vast aura. However, when Xiao Hua went all out, even more green seal characters rushed into the seal. The flying green seal characters immediately transformed into jade-green giants. Each of the giants had the power to crush stars with their palms. With a raise of their hands, countless stars were reduced to dust. The stars were shattered and there was no star force to replenish them. It looked like this restriction was about to be broken. Rumble. At the final crucial moment, the light and shadow in the starry sky changed greatly. Amidst the stellar transposition, the powerful starlight was like a heavenly river that suddenly poured out and rushed into the light pillar. Chapter 3486. Not good. Xiaohua was very sensitive to the power of the starlight. He knew that once the starlight fell, Wang Bianfei's seal would definitely frantically counterattack and even recover in an instant. Everything he did before would be in vain. In a hurry, Xiaohua really didn't know how to deal with the starlight. He unconsciously frowned and said, "What should we do?" Suddenly, as if the pain was unbearable, Wang Bianfei's right hand, which was holding Xiaohua, began to tremble. The joints of her small hand turned white, and more blood flowed out from Wang Bianfei's nostrils and ears. "Kill!" Xiaohua clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. Black qi flourished from his left arm and he immediately raised his left hand. That originally white left hand instantly turned into a pitch-black demonic blade. Swish! Along with a wave of the demonic blade, a pitch-black demonic qi flashed and the entire starlight was split into two. Moreover, the dense demonic qi turned into tiny demons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws and devoured the starlight. At the same time, the originally dense starlight became even denser. The starlight was like a heavy star that smashed the tiny demons into pieces. "Cleanse, purify," Xiaohua waved the demonic blade. The demonic qi in his body was swept clean and he could no longer control the demonic blade. His left arm powerlessly hung down. Taking advantage of the gap where the demonic qi blocked the starlight, Xiaohua once again used the cleansing heaven purifying earth technique. Even more green seal characters fell between Wang Bianfei's eyebrows, hung. Like a muffled sound of a thunderclap in a clear sky, but also like a clap of thunder tearing apart the heavy clouds, the jade light on Wang Bianfei's head dispersed. The seal within the mysterious dark clouds was finally swept clean by Xiaohua's cleansing heaven purifying earth technique, and the starlight falling from the starry sky immediately disappeared without a trace. Even the cloud hole high in the sky also disappeared in an instant. Sigh, I finally succeeded. Xiaohua's eyebrows also produced a kind of indescribable soreness. Then, a pain comparable to his head splitting emerged from his mysterious dark clouds. Hiss. However, before Xiaohua could take a breath of cold air, a layer of multicolored light suddenly appeared in the sky where the clouds and stars had stopped. This multicolored light was like a heavenly flower, but also like a rainbow. It covered the entire horizon. Then, this multicolored light poured down like a waterfall. Bursts of lightning and thunder were born. The sky that was clear a moment ago was densely covered by red clouds and actually, snowflakes. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? Xiaohua turned pale in fright. Is the origin of the seal on Wang Bianfei's body is really extraordinary? Rumble. Just as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled high up in the sky, within Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace, within the Buddha relic that was hidden within the Linglong Pagoda and was unaffected by the outside world, a thunderous sound similarly rang out. This. Xiaohua was even more alarmed. He hastily sent his mind into his Naiwan Palace. He saw the Buddha Sarira that came out of the exquisite pagoda flickering with a similar brilliance. This brilliance was different from the Buddha aura. It emitted a kind of holy milky white light. This brilliance was like a river that slowly flowed into the Buddha Sarira's heart. At the heart, the Buddha fire began to sway like a heartbeat. The golden threads inside became increasingly exuberant. Unfortunately, even if it was Jade Archive Xiaohua now, he could only see a faint milky white brilliance emerging from the void. It slowly flowed into the Buddha Sarira's heart like a dense fog. He was absolutely unable to see the golden threads inside the Buddha fire. Just like how Xiaohua didn't know what it meant when he broke the seal on Wang Bianfei's spiritual aura sky. He also didn't know what the 10 colors that filled the sky were. Perhaps not long after, Xiaohua would realize that he broke the seal and opened a new chapter of hidden Immortal Continent, Western Paradise, and Xiaoyu Continent's Taoist sect spiritual root cultivation. Perhaps Xiaohua would obtain a lot of merit and faith power because of this. But he could only wait for a very, very, very long time, until he cultivated to a height that he couldn't reach even in his dreams. Only then would he truly understand what he had uncovered. At this moment, Xiaohua couldn't see this inexplicable scene. When his mind came out of his Naiwan palace, he saw Wang Bianfei's complexion turning yellow. He had actually fainted on his arm. The remaining bloodstains covered his ears, lips, and his clothes were also stained quite a bit. Sigh. This Xiao was a bit impetuous. Xiaohua was a bit regretful in his heart. He reached out his hand to touch Wang Bianfei's forehead. However, when his finger touched Wang Bianfei's skin, he stopped. He knew that if he forcefully woke Wang Bianfei up, it wouldn't be good for Wang Bianfei to wake up on his own. Thus, he simply pulled his hand back and used his hand to grab some water stains. He carefully washed Wang Bianfei's face and other places. While washing, Xiaohua's hand very naturally touched Wang Bianfei's hair. That hair actually floated down along with Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua let out a sound and used his hand to pull. Wang Bianfei's hair all fell down without a single strand remaining. Moreover, there was actually a layer of purple sticky substance on his scalp. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth curled up. He wiped away the floating hair and sticky substance. Then, he carried Wang Bianfei's slightly light body and walked towards the cave. Wang Bianfei slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, it was already noon. Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak with his eyes closed in meditation. Wang Bianfei's head was bald. It looked like he was truly Xiaohua's master and disciple. However, there was a kind of joy on his face. He walked behind Xiaohua and quietly stood there, not daring to make a sound. Bianfei, Xiaohua didn't open his eyes and said in a low voice, "How do you feel now? Or is there something wrong?" Reporting to master. Wang Bianfei heard his master being so intimate. The joy on his face became even stronger. He said respectfully, "This disciple feels like he suddenly understood a lot. Everything in the world has a kind of feeling of seeing through everything." Or it could be said that previously, this disciple's heart was like being covered in lard. Master used a spell on this disciple's body and wiped away the lard. This disciple feels incomparably refreshed. That's good. Xiaohua's face was still calm. You suffered a lot. It's naturally worth it to be able to benefit from it. Master, the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. A treasured sword's edge is sharpened. This disciple didn't study much, but this disciple still understands this kind of shallow logic. Wang Bianfei said with a smile. Sit down. Try to see if you can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua swept away a large area of gravel, revealing a clean area. Thank you, master. Wang Bianfei knew that his master doted on him. He jumped to that clean area and sat down cross-legged. In just a moment, his little face revealed a pleasant surprise. He shouted, "Master, you're really godly. This disciple can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He looked at the horizon and said, "Spiritual roots, spiritual roots. So this lost soul is the root of cultivation. Since this Shaoan knows the use of spiritual roots, how can I not worry about the prosperity of the Tao sect? Even the withered cultivation sects in the Xiaoyu continent can still prosper, right?" Xiaoyu continent? Master, where is that? Wang Bianfei asked with a smile on his face. That's a very, very far place. Wait until your cultivation is successful. Master will bring you to see it. Xiaohua originally wanted to tell Wang Bianfei to hide the name of the Xiaoyu continent, but after thinking for a while, he replied with a smile. Good. This disciple has only been to Pingxi City in his life. In his dreams, he has been to Saint River. I have never been to other places. Wang Bianfei also clapped his hands and said happily like Xiaohua. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He asked, "Do you know where this place is?" "This place?" This disciple doesn't know. Wang Bianfei was stunned. "Then, forget it. Bianfei, go and call your mother over." Xiaohua thought for a while and simply instructed. Wang Bianfei suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted, "Yes, master." Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Looking at Wang Bianfei's lively appearance, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Lu Yi. Two similar brats together, they should be happier, right? He had no reason to leave Wang Bianfei and his mother in the land of ultimate bliss. Sister-in-law, Xiaohua saw Wang Bianfei's mother come over. Xiaohua also became extremely polite. "Great master." Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly saluted and said, "This concubine is much younger than the great master. Please, call me." Speaking until here, Wang Bianfei's mother didn't know what to say. If he called her by her name, although she knew that Xiaohua was someone who had lived for several hundred years, looking at Xiaohua's appearance that was only around 20 years old, Wang Bianfei's mother really couldn't say it. "Sister-in-law, you are Bianfei's mother and Bianfei is this Zhao's disciple." "You and this Xiao can be considered to be of the same generation. This concubine doesn't dare." Wang Bianfei's mother replied in panic. Xiaohua helplessly glared at Wang Bianfei. Wang Bianfei mischievously stuck out his tongue as an answer. "Forget it, this Xiao will call you Wang Shi." Xiaohua understood Wang Bianfei's mother's meaning and said while waving his hand. Speaking until here, Xiaohua woke up again and hurriedly said, "That's right, this one's surname is Xiao. I had told sister-in-law in my dream before. This Xiao had neglected it." Xiao Si had mentioned the great master's surname before. However, if the great master didn't mention it, this concubine didn't dare to mention it. After all, monks don't talk about mortal matters. Wang Bianfei's mother hurriedly replied, "However, great master, where did the Wang Shi that you mentioned come from?" Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before smiling and waving his hand. "Sister-in-law, you are wrong. This Xiao is not a monk and Bianfei will not be a monk in the future. If he were to dual cultivate and find a fairy, it is absolutely possible. As for calling sister-in-law Wang Shi, it is because this one doesn't know sister-in-law's name. However, since Bianfei's father is surnamed Wang, sister-in-law can also be called Wang Shi." "Really?" Obviously, Wang Bianfei didn't say these words to his mother. Hearing this, Wang Bianfei's mother was overjoyed. The worry that had been in her stomach for several days had already been thrown away. As for why she was called Wang Shi, she didn't really care. "Of course." Xiaohua nodded. "This one is a cultivator of the Dao sect, not a monk. Sister-in-law doesn't need to call this one master. If you can call me Immortal Master or Old Master." Chapter 3487. "Yes, master, this concubine understands." Wang Bianfei's mother was very satisfied, and very casually called out. When Xiaohua heard this master, he couldn't help but think of the fat body of the Wang family's master. He smacked his lips, wanting to go back on his words. But when he thought of Lu Yi and the black bear spirit calling him master, if he said anything else, wouldn't Wang Bianfei and his mother also have to call them master in the future? "Forget it. Wang Shi," Xiaohua simply said, "do you know the name of the land under your feet?" Wang Shi was stunned, and didn't react for a long time. Looking at Wang Bianfei, she was somewhat hesitant, not understanding what Xiaohua was asking. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and simply asked, "Do you know the name of the big river next to you?" "Buddha River?" Wang Shi finally spoke. "That Buddha River, on which continent?" Xiaohua asked again. "Continent?" What is a continent? Wang Shi seemed to have fallen into the clouds. Xiao Hua looked at Wang Bianfei and smiled. Bianfei, have you heard the little monk mention it before? No. Wang Bianfei was also at a loss. How about this? This Xiao wants to bring all of you to a place where this Xiao's other disciples are. However, all of you can't say that you live by the Buddha River. Also, all of you can't say that you've seen many monks. Xiao Hua thought for a moment before instructing. Wang Shi nodded. This concubine understands. Actually, this concubine has never seen many monks. As for this Buddha River, this concubine will say that it is a big river. There are also many big rivers left and right. Good. Xiao Hua already understood in his heart, this Wang Shi should be the same as Wang Bianfei. The furthest they went was some Pingxi city. In their hearts, they didn't have the concept of pure land and hidden immortal continent. Even, their village was really remote, even the temples were rarely seen. It was no different from hidden immortal continent. The only thing that Xiao Hua was worried about was this Saint River. Whether it was the Buddha River or the Saint River, this name would make people associate it with paradise. Wang Bianfei's origin was nothing to Lu Yi and the others, but Xiao Hua faintly felt that his Buddha Sarira, his identity as the future Buddha Lord, and even the Buddha fruit of Guan Yin Bodhisattva should be separated from his identity as the successor of the Tao sect. It was best to hide the fact that he came to the Western paradise through the space vein. Therefore, Xiao Hua initially did not plan to bring Wang Bianfei back to the hidden immortal continent. However, after thinking about it, Wang Bianfei and his mother were orphans and widows. Although they were not eye-catching in the Western paradise, Wang Bianfei had cultivated Tao techniques after all. If something happened to him, wouldn't it be his fault? Finally, Xiao Hua decided to bring them back to the hidden immortal continent. However, after instructing Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi for a while, Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. All right, Bianfei, Wang Shi, this Xiao will bring you along. However, during this period, you have to have a good sleep. When you wake up, you will go to a new place. There, you don't have to worry about being bullied by others. Moreover, Bianfei, you will also have senior brothers to cultivate with. Xiao Hua first asked Wang Shi about the direction of Pingxi city, then said to Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi. Thank you, master. When Wang Shi heard that Xiao Hua only had 3 days, she was also worried. After marrying to this village, she had never left. She really didn't know how to live after leaving her hometown. Now that she heard that Xiao Hua was going to bring them along, she was so happy that she almost knelt down and kowtowed. I.O. Hearing Wang Shi's grateful voice, Xiao Hua suddenly understood that he had overlooked a point. That was, the language of the Western paradise was completely different from the language of the hidden immortal continent. When Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi arrived at the hidden immortal continent, as long as they opened their mouth, they would definitely be exposed. However, if Wang Bianfei and Wang Shi were to start learning the language of the hidden immortal continent now, Xiao Hua felt that he wouldn't have such good patience. Moreover, he also didn't know how long it would take for Wang Shi to learn it. He couldn't possibly waste his time here. Forget it. When we arrive at the Black Wind Ridge, let Lu Yi teach them. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. Doing anything in this world was absolutely not easy. Wanting to conceal anything was even more difficult. Immediately, Xiao Hua took out 2 fasting pills and handed them to the 2 people respectively, letting them consume it. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the 2 people's acupoints and sent them to a place in the space. Then, he rode on a cloud and flew towards Pingxi city. Xiao Hua's plan was extremely good, but he still neglected one thing, and that was Wang Bianfei's abnormal ability. In the space, Wang Bianfei was originally sleeping well. However, all of a sudden, his eyes rapidly moved. The breathing from his mouth and nose gradually became somewhat rhythmic. Even his hands, which were casually placed, gradually began to form seals. This was the Qi refining stage level 1 technique. Not long after, the spiritual light that was like sunlight gradually gathered around his body. Wang Bianfei's cultivation in his dream might not count as anything, but the problem was that in Xiao Hua's space, there was still the silent Jiang Luer. Jiang Luer's eyes had been moving day and night for more than 100 years. What kind of story would happen when the two people were in the same place? This time, Xiao Hua didn't fly in the wrong direction. After only half a day, he arrived at Pingxi City. As a bald little monk, Xiao Hua received a rare respect in Pingxi City. Not only were there people attentively giving alms, there were also kind benefactors who took the initiative to bring Xiao Hua to the east of the city to look for the not-too-famous Jitai Temple. However, when he arrived at Jitai Temple, Xiao Hua was in a bit of a predicament. The reception monk at the gate wanted to see Xiao Hua's identity certificate, but where did Xiao Hua have it? The reception monk's face was indifferent, even colder than the people of the secular world. He waved his hand and only said that without an identity certificate, he wasn't allowed to stay on the list, and he wasn't allowed to eat vegetarian food. If he wanted to eat, he could only go outside to beg for alms. Xiao Hua smiled, he smiled very happily. He really liked this reception monk who was straightforward enough. Only with this kind of person could the Taoist sect flourish. He couldn't wait to have more of this kind of people. Therefore, he didn't blame the reception monk and only said that he didn't need to stay on the list. He only needed to find their abbot and ask him something before leaving. It would have been better if Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Once he said that he wanted to see the abbot, the reception monk's face immediately showed a mocking smile. He asked Xiao Hua if he had an appointment with the abbot, and if he had any Buddhist identity certificate that other people brought. After all, how could the head of a temple be met so easily? In particular, the reception monk casually asked Xiao Hua if he knew the Dharma name of the abbot of Jitai Temple. Xiao Hua was even more speechless. Even if he brought out Ci Hui, the reception monk still waved his monk robe, indicating that he wanted to see the guest out. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hua was also bald, perhaps he would have directly swept Xiao Hua out with a broom. Helpless, Xiao Hua could only release his Buddhist awareness, attracting the abbot of Jitai Temple, Xian Chan, to come out and very politely invite Xiao Hua into the temple. Under the reception monk's unsightly black face, Xiao Hua leisurely followed Xian Chan into the temple. However, just when the reception monk was extremely worried that he would be punished by the abbot, Xiao Hua once again flew out of Jitai Temple on a magic cloud under the guidance of a young monk. Xiao Hua really did ask one thing and then left. The reception monk didn't lie at all. This flight took several days. On this day, it was dusk again. A very wide river appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. That river flowed under a cliff. On the side of that cliff, there was a very dilapidated ancient temple. There were many dark green ancient trees planted at the two ends of the ancient temple. At first glance, these ancient trees carried a thick shadow in the dusk. The entire ancient temple looked like a bat spreading its wings. Just as he saw the ancient temple, the monk leading the way stopped. He put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. Junior brother Tipu, this is Jinshan Temple. The river under Jinshan Temple is called Chen River. This is also what I told you along the way. At the end of Chen River is Saint River. Jinshan Temple's great Zen master Ji Kong's temper is rather strange. Last time I came with my master to visit him, he didn't see us at all. This made my master lose face. Therefore, I won't accompany junior brother down. Junior brother, if you have any matters, cough cough, you must be prepared. Many thanks, senior brother Liao." Xiao Hua also put his palms together and thanked him. Liao Ming waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Junior brother discussed Buddhism with me along the way and it really benefited me greatly. Back then, when martial uncle Ci Hui came to visit martial ancestor, I once listened from the side. The harvest of these few days is no less than that time." "That's right, senior brother Liao Ming, Ci Hui. Is there any news?" Xiao Hua held back from asking along the way. At this moment, he finally asked again. Liao Ming was puzzled. What news does Martial Uncle Ci Hui have? This. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I also don't know. I haven't seen Ci Hui since I parted ways with him. Also, I want to ask again. If there is a senior in the Pure Land who has attained Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, how would we know? Attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Junior brother isn't joking, right? As far as I know, our Pure Land hasn't had a Buddha attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit for several tens of thousands of years. Oh, that's right, a few days ago in Xiaoyu continent, I heard that Martial Uncle Ci Hang almost attained Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Liao Ming said with a smile. Cough cough, I mean that there is a person attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. How would we know? Xiaohua coughed and asked. When a Bodhisattva attains Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, 10,000 monks congratulate him. If there is a Bodhisattva attaining Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, there will definitely be a Buddhist bell ringing 64 times and the entire Pure Land will rejoice. Liao Ming said with a smile, then, this Bodhisattva's Buddha seat will appear in Leiyin Temple. Then, Leiyin Temple will send out a small envoy to receive him. At the same time, it will emit Buddha's light to illuminate the entire Pure Land. Junior brother Tipu, don't tell me you don't even know this? Dong, dong, dong. Just as Liao Ming looked at Xiaohua with a smile, the Buddhist bell of Jinshan Temple in the distance suddenly rang. At the same time, even further away, the Buddhist bells of even more temples rang at the same time, one after another, one after another. Liao Ming was dumbfounded. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and then at Jinshan Temple. After the 64 Buddhist bells rang, the entire Pure Land suddenly emitted a myriad of Buddha's light. It was as if the rising sun was shining on the earth and splashing in all directions. Chapter 3488. T. Junior brother Tipu, you. Who did you say achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Liao Ming was extremely surprised and looked at Xiaohua with an inconceivable gaze. Xiaohua naturally knew that this Buddha light was the Buddhist decree of Leiyin Temple. It was the news of Ci Hui achieving Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. He no longer concealed it and said with a smile, naturally, it's the news of Great Master Ci Hui. If senior brother doesn't believe it, you can quickly return to Jitai Temple to take a look. Good, good, then this poor monk will take his leave. Hearing this, Liao Ming unconsciously became anxious. He put his palms together and hurriedly rushed towards the temple without waiting for Xiaohua to return the greeting. After all, the addition of a new bodhisattva in the Pure Land world was a major event in tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the entire Pure Land world would celebrate, even every temple would organize a certain ceremony to celebrate. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He still turned around and put his palms together to send Liao Ming off, thanking him for leading the way. When Liao Ming's voice disappeared, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the magnificent scenery of the Pure Land world. He secretly sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know how Ci Hui achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, Xiaohua could guess a thing or two from Guzhen's words. It should have something to do with the ancient Buddha fruit. My Dao sect has a secret technique to condense knowledge treasures. Buddhism's sect has ancient Buddha fruit. The effect of condensing knowledge treasures is limited. It is useful for cultivators below nascent soul stage. This ancient Buddha fruit is extraordinary. It can directly allow people to achieve Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xiaohua stood in the air and thought to himself, moreover, little monk Ci Hui. No, it should be Bodhisattva Nanwu Wisdom Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Right now, he is only in the bright Buddha realm. His strength is somewhat similar to Dao sect's Jindan. Such a low level of cultivation can actually achieve Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Either Bodhisattva Buddha fruit has nothing to do with strength, as I said to others before, or Bodhisattva Buddha fruit will greatly increase his strength and make up for the lack of cultivation. Also, Buddhism sect's cultivation is really mysterious. Karma, reincarnation, faith, and so on are all mysterious things. They can actually use them for cultivation. It seems Buddhism sect is not simple. Since this Shao has obtained the inheritance of the little exquisite temple, I should properly comprehend it and grasp the secrets within. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave. But right at this moment, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. "Io, that's not right. There's something else." The cultivators of the Tao sect cultivate their entire lives to attain the Tao and become immortals. Once the cultivators of the Tao sect reach the peak of their cultivation in the mortal world, they will naturally be able to ascend. However, what is the purpose of the arhat of the Buddhist sect? Didn't they want to achieve fruition? Now that Ci Hui had attained the Buddha fruit, why didn't he ascend? Could it be that the Buddha Lord and Bodhisattva of the Buddhism sect did not need to ascend? If she ascended, how could Ci Hui possibly ascend with her strength? The more he thought about it, the more chaotic Xiao Hua's heart became. There was actually some sweat on his forehead. In his heart, he vaguely felt that this was probably another great secret of the Buddhist sect. It was just like the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth after he broke the seal on Wang Biafei's mysterious dark clouds a few days ago. It was far from what he could know with his current strength. Forget it. Xiao Hua looked at the night sky and sighed. His gaze moved away from the lingering Buddhist light in the sky and looked at the Jinshan temple that was sent flying by the bat. He thought to himself, I really have a lot of burdens. Today, I'll quickly settle the matter of Jiang Luer's death. Because he had a favor to ask of the Jinshan temple, Xiaohua didn't dare to be too rash. He didn't release his Buddhist sense and flew above the Qin River. After a brief glance, he landed on the riverside. Then, he came out of the river and washed his hands and face. He looked around and looked at the steps from the riverside to the gate of the Jinshan temple. Putting his palms together, he walked step by step from the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Jinshan temple. Looking from midair, the Jinshan temple wasn't very high. But when he really walked, it still took Xiaohua nearly the time it took to eat a meal. Seeing the gate of the Jinshan temple in front of him, Xiaohua frowned. Because when he walked from the riverside to here, he didn't use his Buddhist sense. Moreover, although it was already dark, it wasn't night yet. The gate of the Jinshan temple was still closed. In particular, just now, the Buddhist bell of the Jinshan temple rang 64 times. Everyone in the Jietai temple knew that there would be a ceremony to celebrate in the temple. Although the Jinshan temple was smaller than the Jietai temple, the abbot of the Jinshan temple was great Zen master Jimia. His seniority was much higher than that of the Jietai temple's Xian Chan. How could the Jinshan temple not celebrate? What if there was no ceremony? Xiao Hua frowned and pondered. He had already arrived in front of the gate of the Jinshan temple. The gate of the Jinshan temple wasn't bright and couldn't be compared with that of the Jietai temple. But it definitely wasn't shabby. It seemed that the incense was good. Looking at the bronze door knocker that didn't move in the wind, Xiaohua raised his hand and was about to slap it. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly smelled a pungent wine fragrance. Within the wine fragrance was a very tempting mellow fragrance. Xiaohua was absolutely familiar with this fragrance, but he hadn't smelled it for a long time. It was the ordinary fragrance of meat in the mortal world. Xiaohua wryly smiled. His hand immediately froze in the air. Creak. The gate of the Jinshan temple opened, revealing a small gap. A tall and fat monk with a lotus leaf pouch in one hand and a wine jar under his other arm opened the door while looking back. He was tiptoeing out of the temple. Xiaohua saw this and was about to speak. The fat monk just happened to turn his head and saw Xiaohua's hand. He unconsciously screamed, "Ah!" It seemed that he was scared. The lotus leaf pouch and wine jar in his hand immediately fell down, seeing that the wine jar was about to shatter and the meat in the lotus leaf pouch fell into the dust. Xiaohua helplessly waved his hand and the two landed smoothly on the ground. Little monk, you want to scare me to death. Do you not want to live anymore? At this time, the fat monk Jiao Ro regained his wits and immediately became furious. He raised his alms bowl-sized fist and smashed it towards Xiaohua's nose. Amitba. Xiaohua extended a finger and pointed it at monk Jiao Ro's fist. Monk Jiao Ro immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. All the fat on his body was rapidly trembling. Monk Jiao Ro's eyes were filled with horror. He hurriedly kneeled on the ground and cried, "Grandpa, spare me, get up." Xiaohua coldly shouted, "This little monk is Ti-Pu. Today, I came to see great Zen Master Nirvana. Greetings junior brother, martial uncle." Monk Jiao Ro hurriedly got up from the ground and clasped his hands together. "This little monk Ming Shen greets martial uncle." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded. "Why aren't you going to help this little monk inform him?" "This." Ming Shen opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, he saw Xiaohua slightly lowering his head to look at the wine jar and lotus leaf bag on the ground. How could he dare to talk back? He whispered, "Martial uncle, please wait a moment. This little monk will immediately help you inform him." Saying this, he revealed a charming smile and lowered his head to grab the wine jar and lotus leaf bag. He quickly ran past Xiaohua's side and rushed into the forest next to the temple. Not long after, he hurriedly ran back and rushed into the Jinshan temple. When he ran past Xiaohua, he didn't forget to whisper, "Martial uncle, please wait a moment. This little monk will immediately return." Sure enough, not long after Ming Shen entered the temple, an old monk came over with a lantern in his hand. This old monk's eyes were muddy. He was clearly not a senior monk who specialized in Buddhist arts. The old monk walked in front of the temple door and opened it. He looked at Xiaohua who was respectfully standing at the door and asked, "Little monk, you are called Ti-Pu?" "Yes, this little monk is called Ti-Pu. I came to visit great Zen Master Nirvana." Xiaohua clasped his hands together and didn't dare to be negligent. "Amitba, this old monk is Yongzhong." As soon as the old monk opened his mouth, Xiaohua was startled. This Yong character's seniority was really high. He didn't even know how to address him. "Hee, you can just call this old monk martial uncle." The old monk Yongzhong seemed to like this kind of surprise very much. He smiled and said, "Did you come to the Jinshan temple for a visit?" "Ah." Xiaohua once again bitterly smiled. Although this Yongzhong was not as old as the old monk of the exquisite temple, his ears were just as bad. He could only say again, "Okay, martial uncle knows. This little monk came to visit great Zen master." "Oh, you haven't eaten yet? Come, little monk, come with this old monk. Ming Shen and the others have just eaten. There is still some left in the vegetarian restaurant." "You can eat to fill your stomach." The old monk Yongzhong smiled and stretched out his hand to grab Xiaohua's wrist. Xiaohua was surprised. As long as it was a cultivator, even if they were very familiar with each other, it was impossible for them to hand their wrist to others. Who knew if others had other thoughts? As long as they got close, his life might be in great danger. However, Xiaohua didn't bat an eyelid. He stretched out his hand to hold the old monk's arm and smiled, "Martial uncle is old, let this disciple help martial uncle." Okay. The old monk Yongzhong smiled. He took the lantern and turned around. With Xiaohua's help, he walked into the temple and said, "Nowadays, there are very few sensible little monks like you. This old monk is busy in the temple all day long. I don't see Ming Shen and the others helping this old monk. Alas, it's really getting worse with each generation." Xiaohua smiled and didn't speak. He looked around and roughly looked at the front yard of the Jinshan temple. There was nothing special about the front yard of the Jinshan temple. It was similar to the Jietai temple and even the little golden temple. It was just a large open space. Facing the temple gate was the main hall. On both sides of the main hall were side halls. At this time, except for the faint candles in the main hall, the side halls were dark. What made Xiaohua laugh was that when he looked towards the side hall, the monk named Ming Shen was squatting down and sneaking past the front of the side hall. He was fleeing towards the temple gate that had yet to be closed. After walking through the main hall, the sound of chanting could be heard. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the hall, only to see a golden statue of a Buddha covered in red cloth beside it. Below the statue, there were 2 large red candles. One of them was only burning halfway and had already been extinguished, while the other was about to burn out, its flame already dim. In front of the altar, a dozen monks of different ages were sitting cross-legged in an uneven manner. These monks were sitting crookedly, and each of them looked listless. Chapter 3489. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. It seemed that there were hundreds of different people, and there were also hundreds of different monks. Perhaps because the old monk's lantern attracted the attention of these monks, they immediately sat upright, and the chanting from their mouths became louder. There was even the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish. However, the old monk Yongzhong seemed not to have noticed and simply ignored them. He passed through the main hall and walked towards the backyard. Just as he was about to pass through the courtyard gate, a tall monk came from the backyard. This monk had thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking very mighty. Martial ancestor, who is this? The monk came face to face with Xiaohua, frowned and asked the old monk Yongzhong. Oh, Miao Fa, this is the little monk who came to my Jinshan temple for a meal. The old monk Yongzhong looked up and weakly replied. Martial ancestor, I am Miao Chen. When the monk heard that it was a little monk for a meal, he no longer paid attention to him and started to walk away. Xiaohua did not dare to delay and hurriedly withdrew his hand and put his palms together. Amitba, this little monk Ti-Pu greets martial ancestor Miao Chen. Miao Chen nodded slightly and smiled. Go quickly, there is not much food left. If you don't go now, you won't be able to eat it. No need. Xiaohua hurriedly said. This little monk came to visit great Zen master Ji Mia. Oh. Miao Chen was surprised and released his Buddhist sense. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. Ai, this little monk will talk to martial ancestor Yongzhong. However, if you want to see the abbot, I'm afraid it will not be easy. After that, Miao Chen quickly walked away. Xiaohua frowned. The scene of this Jinshan temple was really strange. Miao Chen's Buddhist sense might not be able to see Xiaohua's strength, but Xiaohua could tell that Miao Chen should be at Ming Shen's level of cultivation. He could be considered an expert who was one step away from becoming a master. However, it seemed that Miao Chen's mood was somewhat depressed. Thinking about that Ming Shen, he actually stole wine and meat from the temple and went out to enjoy himself. This was really inconceivable. Let's go, little monk, there will be no more food in a while. The old monk Yongzhong was quite persistent. He pulled Xiaohua's hand again and insisted on inviting Xiaohua to enjoy the vegetarian meal. Fortunately, when Xiaohua followed the old monk to the backyard, the vegetarian meal in the Jinshan temple had already been finished by the monks, which made the old monk Yongzhong really unhappy. He seemed to be very embarrassed to Xiaohua and insisted on inviting Xiaohua to his quiet room to drink tea. There were also a few hot-headed monks in Jinshan temple. They all had sincere and apologetic smiles on their faces, but there seemed to be a trace of worry in their smiles. When they arrived at the old monk Yongzhong's simple meditation room, a quick-witted young monk also ran over from the kitchen. The old monk took out a teapot, and the young monk hurriedly took the teapot and quickly walked away. Xiaohua then said with a smile, "Martial uncle, there is no need to be so polite. I just have some matters to discuss with the great Zen master." Great Zen master? At this time, the old monk Yongzhong finally understood. He opened his turbid eyes and looked up and down at Xiaohua. It was not clear whether he saw clearly, so he asked, "What matter does this little monk have to meet with the abbot?" "All right, martial uncle knows." This little monk just wanted to ask. Seeing that the old monk had finally asked, Xiaohua hurriedly explained. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, another wave of hurried footsteps could be heard. A slightly hoarse voice shouted, "Martial ancestor, martial ancestor." Following this voice, Miao Chen pushed the door and rushed in. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly got up. The old monk glanced at Miao Chen and asked curiously, "Miao Chen, didn't you go to the evening class? Why did you come to this old monk's place?" "Martial uncle, I am Miao Fa." Miao Fa, who looked exactly the same as Miao Chen, plopped down on the praying mat that Xiaohua was sitting on before. He grinned, then pointed at the praying mat not far away and said to Xiaohua, "Little monk, go over there and sit." "Oh, Miao Fa, now is the time for the evening class. Why didn't you go to the temple for the evening class? Why did you come to this old monk's place?" the old monk asked in a low voice. Xiaohua looked at this seemingly reckless monk and did not say anything. He walked to the praying mat not far away and sat down, looking at the two with a smile. That monk by the name of Miao Chen ignored Xiaohua. He was in a hurry, moreover, with a mysterious expression, he lowered his voice and asked urgently, "Grandmaster, that bodhisattva who achieved fruition just now, which temple is he from? Attained enlightenment?" Although the old monk Yongzhong was hard of hearing, he heard the two words, "attained enlightenment," clearly. His wrinkled face immediately showed bitterness, and he shook his head. How would this old monk know? "Martial uncle, the entire Pure Land is boiling. The Buddhist bell in every temple has rung 64 times. This disciple heard it on the way, so I hurriedly rushed back." "How could you send this disciple away with just a few words?" Miao Chen was somewhat anxious. "Miao Chen, if you want to know, you can ask the abbot." The Buddhist edict of Lane Temple was received by the abbot. The old monk Yongzhong said with a smile, "The abbot was preaching in the main hall." When he heard the Buddhist bell ringing in the temple, his face changed greatly. Before the 64 bell rings ended, he stood up and walked to the front of the main hall without saying a word. He looked at the flowing Buddhist light in the sky, sighed, and went to the meditation room. The Buddhist edict of Lane Temple was received by the abbot when he was halfway there. The abbot didn't even look at it. Now he is still in seclusion. How can this old monk tell you? How about this old monk go to the meditation room and ask the abbot to take out the Buddhist edict? Hearing this, Miao Chen hurriedly shrank his neck. The excitement on his face had long disappeared. He stretched out his hand and hurriedly waved it with a smile. "Martial uncle, this disciple just wants to know which senior attained the rare bodhisattva Buddhist fruit. It doesn't matter whether I know or not. How dare I disturb the abbot's meditation?" Miao Chen looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Little monk, come to Jinshan Temple." "Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time." While they were talking, the little monk who had just gone out to make tea came back. He carefully made tea for the 3 monks and respectfully stood beside the old monk Yongzhong, waiting for instructions. "Go. After finishing the evening class, rest early. These few days, focus your mind and don't make any mistakes." Yongzhong looked at the little monk and said with a smile. The little monk's face was filled with sorrow. He whispered, "Martial uncle, if this disciple accidentally makes any mistakes, you must bear with it. And this old monk knows. Go." The old monk Yongzhong nodded. Only then did the little monk respectfully leave the meditation room. Although Xiaohua didn't know the inside story, after listening to the old monk Yongzhong's words and Miao Chen's expression, he had already guessed the matter. Attaining the fruit was the goal of all the eminent monks in the Pure Land world. Seeing that someone had taken a step ahead of them, others inevitably felt some envy and jealousy in their hearts. However, Xiaohua pretended not to know and said with a smile, "This little monk didn't come here to register. I just wanted to ask Great Zen Master Ji Mia something. This little monk doesn't understand why it's unlucky." Miao Chen rolled his eyes. Unlucky is unlucky. What's there to say? With that, Miao Chen picked up the teacup. He didn't dare to check whether the tea inside was hot or not. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. "Little monk, why are you looking for my abbot?" the old monk Yongzhong finally asked. Xiaohua hurriedly said, "This little monk wants to ask, how did Great Zen Master Ji Mia get out of the Nirvana realm, pooh?" Miao Chen originally wanted to swallow the tea, but after hearing Xiaohua's words, he spat it out all at once. It covered Xiaohua's bald head. He said in astonishment, "What? You want to ask Abbot about the Nirvana realm?" After saying that, Miao Chen came to his senses and hurriedly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, little monk." Speaking to hear, Miao Chen's eyes lit up. He saw that the tea that was spat on Xiaohua's head rolled over and turned into a sparkling water ball that spun in the air. "Ba, this poor monk has been disrespectful." Only now did Miao Chen realize that Xiaohua's cultivation was not ordinary. He hurriedly put his palms together and said. Xiaohua flung his monk robe and sent the water ball out of the meditation room. He said with a smile, "It's okay. You and I are both Buddhist disciples. How can there be any disrespect?" Miao Chen smiled and asked curiously, "I wonder what is junior brother's Dharma name? Which senior asked junior brother to come and see my abbot? Do you have any letters or Buddhist documents?" This little monk is Tipu. It was Green Lotus Temple's senior brother Ci Hui who recommended this little monk to find Great Zen Master Ji Mia. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said, originally senior brother Ci Hui wanted to come with this little monk, but senior brother Ci Hui had some important matters to attend to and couldn't come. This little monk came in a hurry and didn't bring any letters. Strange. Miao Chen was very puzzled. He looked up and down at Xiaohua and said, "This little monk Ci Hui, this poor monk has seen him before. Abbot also admires him." That year, the two of them debated Buddhism for several days. He also has a good understanding of my abbot. He should know that my abbot is most afraid of people mentioning Great Zen Master. How could he recommend you to Jinshan Temple? The one who recommended Xiaohua to Jinshan Temple was naturally Great Snow Mountain's Master Qingchen. However, Master Qingchen had already passed away. Moreover, Master Qingchen's death was greatly related to the West Ci. Even if you beat Xiaohua to death, Xiaohua wouldn't mention it. Strange, Great Zen Master Ji Mia's Dharma name is Great Zen Master Ji Mia. Why is it taboo to talk about Great Zen Master Ji Mia? Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Great Zen Master Ji Mia. Miao Chen shrugged and replied, "This poor monk doesn't know. If junior brother wants to ask, you can ask martial ancestor Yongzhong." Hee, it's a long story. The old monk Yongzhong shook his head slightly. He picked up the teacup and sipped it. After a while, he said, "Little monk, if you want to know more about Great Zen Master Ji Mia, you should call Ci Hui over. Perhaps Abbot and Ci Hui can talk about it." Unfortunately. Xiaohua looked at the two and said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid that Ci Hui has already arrived at Lane Temple. If this little monk wants to find him, it will be difficult." Lane Temple? Why did Ci Hui go to Lane Temple? Miao Chen was very puzzled. However, he poured another cup of tea and swallowed it in one gulp. He looked at Xiaohua and asked. Chapter 3490. Senior brother Miao Chen, you should drink the tea. Xiaohua said with a smile, otherwise, if this little monk says it out loud, senior brother will spit out the tea again. Miao Chen was slightly stunned. He hurriedly swallowed the tea, but just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly understood. Pfft! Just as Xiao Hua had expected, the tea in Miao Chen's mouth sprayed out again. Miao Chen cried out in an absolutely incredulous voice, "You! What did you say?" Ci Hui. Ci Hui achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? This Buddha fruit temple's bell was rung for him? Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the water droplets that filled the sky fell into his hand. With a flick of his finger, the water droplets flew out of the meditation room again. Xiao Hua's voice lightly sounded, "Yes, it is senior brother Ci Hui who achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit." "Grandma. How is this possible? This little monk." At this point, Miao Chen immediately understood. At this time, Ci Hui was already laying temple's Bodhisattva Manjushri. How could he still talk about him? He hurriedly put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, Bodhisattva Manjushri, forgive this disciple's great disrespect." "Amitabha, so that's how it is." Old monk Yongzhong chanted the name of Buddha and sighed slightly. No wonder Abbot looks like he has aged 100 years. When Abbot debated with Sihui about the Dharma, you even praised Sihui's deep roots and said that he was a rare junior disciple in the Pure Land world. Who would have thought that in just a few years, he actually achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, if Abbot? Alas, let's not talk about it. Xiao Hua said with a smile, as far as this disciple knows, Ci Hui's cultivation in this life is sloppy. At best, he is only in the realm of enlightenment. He only achieved Bodhisattva Buddha fruit because of his previous life's merit. Great Zen Master Ji Mia should know about this, right? Others naturally can. Monk Yongzhong shook his head, but Abbot can't. This is his heart demon. Why is it a heart demon? Xiao Hua asked. Although Monk Yongzhong was old, he was still impenetrable. He said with a smile, "Little monk, you should ask Abbot yourself. This old monk doesn't dare to speak carelessly." Xiao Hua was helpless. He accompanied the two of them to talk for a while. Miao Chen brought Xiao Hua out and had the little novice monk find a guest room for Xiao Hua. After saluting, Miao Chen left. Xiao Hua pushed open the window of the guest room and saw the crescent moon in the sky. He sighed inwardly, "Alas, it's the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month again. Tomorrow is the Lunar New Year. I wonder if the Pure Land has the custom of celebrating the Lunar New Year?" Thinking about these days, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel irritated. Now that he had left the Black Wind Ridge for so long, he wondered how the Black Bear Spirit, Lu Yi, and the others were doing. Fortunately, they had set up the capital star formation at Black Wind Ridge before they left. Otherwise, Xiao Hua really didn't know how they would deal with unexpected accidents. "I have to hurry back." If he didn't seize the opportunity to return to the Dawn Rain continent before the spatial meridian completely collapsed, then he would have to cross the Eastern Sea and Southern Sea to return. That would take a long time, and the outcome would be difficult to predict. Even if the Black Wind Ridge had the capital star formation, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to withstand the crazy attack of the Copper Pillar State. Xiao Hua thought and was about to release his Buddhist sense. However, just as his Buddhist sense swept through the main hall, Xiao Hua hesitated again. Great Zen Master Nirvana was the only senior monk he knew who could come out of the Nirvana realm. He could only rely on Great Zen Master Nirvana to awaken Zhang Luer. He absolutely couldn't offend him. Forget it. Let's wait for 2 more days and see how the situation is. However, things were beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. For 3 consecutive days, he didn't see the shadow of Great Zen Master Nirvana at all. The monks in the entire temple were trembling with fear. All of them were absent-minded and panicked. They seemed to be slacking in their morning and evening classes. Except for the old monk Yongzhong who came to see Xiao Hua from time to time, the others didn't seem to know that a lone monk had come to the temple. This kind of mood was contagious. Even the good men and women who came to the temple to offer incense and alms could feel it. After kowtowing and burning incense, they hurriedly left, not daring to stay in the Jinshan temple for a moment longer. Xiaohua now knew where Great Zen Master Nirvana's meditation room was. The door of the meditation room was tightly shut. Xiaohua wanted to go up and knock on the door several times, or use his Buddhist sense to explore, but he restrained himself. On the 5th day, before dawn, Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard a clamor outside the door. When Xiaohua opened the door, he saw the monks of the Jinshan temple. They were all wearing thin monk robes and holding huge buckets with sharp bottoms. These monks were lined up with solemn faces. One by one, they ran through the corridor, across the open space in front of the main hall, and out of the temple gate. After a long time, these monks raised their hands flat. The huge buckets were filled with river water. They quickly returned and lined up to the back mountain of the Jinshan temple. The back mountain was a large vegetable field. These monks ran to the vegetable field and stopped in front of it. At the entrance of the vegetable field stood an old monk who, although tall, was extremely skinny, almost like a bag of bones. The old monk held a monk's staff in his hand. It was as thick as a duck's egg and several feet long. The monk stopped in front of the old monk. The old monk's eyes were like lightning. He swept the wooden buckets in the monk's hands. If the water in the wooden buckets was not enough, he waved his hand. The monk's face immediately became joyful. He ran to one side of the vegetable field and poured the water in the buckets there. Then, he entered the Jinshan temple from another side. If the water in the buckets was not enough, the old monk would not be polite and hit the monk with the monk's staff. Pa! The sound was very ear-piercing. The monk who was hit grimaced in pain. Then, he poured the water in the buckets to the side and returned to the Jinshan temple. They should be going down the mountain to fetch water. After watching for a while, Xiaohua was speechless. There were many monks fetching water. It seemed that other than the old monk Yongzhong, even Miao Fa and Miao Qin, who were at the bright body realm, were obediently fetching water with buckets. They were all very well behaved. Moreover, Xiaohua could clearly see that either Miao Qin or Miao Fa had been hit by the old monk's staff. It was so painful that the corners of their mouths were crooked. Who are you? Xiaohua had been watching for a long time. The old monk naturally noticed. He coldly swept his gaze and scolded. Xiaohua frowned. He flew up from the guest room and landed in front of the old monk. He put his palms together and bowed. Amitba. Little monk Ti Pu greets Great Zen Master Ji Mia. Seeing that Xiaohua's age was similar to C.I. Hui's, his tone was similar to C.I. Hui's, and even the way he flew was the same, Great Zen Master Ji Mia felt a wave of irritation in his heart. He waved his hand as if he was shooing a fly and said, "No need to be polite. My Jinshan temple will not be receiving monks for the next few days. Little monk, quickly leave." As he spoke, he waved the staff in his hand and hit Mingshen's back. Mingshen's figure staggered, and the water in the wooden bucket spilled out. Great Zen Master Ji Mia scolded, "Damn it. You only know how to steal wine and eat meat. Where did your meat go? Why are you so weak?" This disciple. Mingshen's face was deathly pale. He mumbled a few words but didn't dare to say more. Quickly scram. If you don't fetch 200 buckets today, you are not allowed to eat. Great Zen Master Ji Mia scolded. Mingshen was scared witless and left in a sorry state. Great Zen Master Ji Mia coldly looked at Xiaohua and said, "Little monk, why are you still not leaving? Could it be that you want this old monk to send you out? How can the Buddhist children of today be so insensible?" Seeing Great Zen Master Ji Mia's appearance, Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart. He finally understood why Great Snow Mountain's Master Qing Chen insisted on bringing him here that day, and even why Jia Tai Temple's Master Ming turned around when he saw Jinshan Temple in front of him. This great Zen master Ji Mia really didn't have the demeanor of a great Zen master. He was really a boring great Zen master. However, Xiaohua still suppressed his displeasure. He respectfully bowed and said, "This little monk, Tipu, encountered something related to nirvana while chanting Buddhist scriptures. My heart was very puzzled. I heard that Jinshan Temple has a great Zen master named Nirvana. I was secretly delighted and specially came to your esteemed temple to ask great Zen master about the cause and effect of nirvana." Great Zen master Ji Mia sneered. His eyebrows twitched a few times for no reason. He was not moved by Xiaohua's modesty at all and said, "Just because you are named Nirvana, you can comprehend nirvana? Your name is Tipu. Could it be that you are Bodhi?" As the name implies, it is the doings of Confucian cultivators. Our Buddhist children are chanting Buddhist scriptures with the spirit in their hearts. How can someone like you, who is chanting Buddhist scriptures with your naked eyes, be worthy of talking about nirvana? You should obediently go back and properly chant Buddhist scriptures. It won't be too late to come to my Jinshan temple after you understand one or two things. Xiaohua was angry. His expression changed and said, "This little monk originally heard that Jinshan Temple's great Zen master Ji Mia's Buddhist teachings were profound and his Buddhist techniques were divine. That's why this little monk came from afar to ask for guidance. But I didn't expect that great Zen master was actually like this. This little monk is truly disappointed. Ha ha ha, little monk, what do you think a great Zen master should be like? Is it amiable? Or is it approachable? Is it open-minded like a valley? Or is it open-minded like the world?" Great Zen master Ji Mia laughed loudly. "So what if this old monk punished these disciples? They are bitterly burdened by their own bodies. They are unable to cleanse their minds and wholeheartedly follow Buddha. They have always been worried about their lives. This old monk only wanted to let them know that everything in this world is a burden. This old monk's punishment is a burden, this old monk's reward is also a burden. Watering the ground is tiring, carrying water is also tiring. Only by attaining fruit and engraving the name of Buddha in Layin Temple can they be free. The so-called Bodhi tree originally has no tree, the mirror also has no platform. Originally there was nothing, where did the dust come from?" Xiaohua sneered, "But cultivation is not necessarily restricted to form. Perhaps it is wine and meat in the mouth, but there is no Buddha in the heart. Or perhaps it is saying Amitabha Buddha while holding a blood blade in the hand. Great Zen master, which one is following Buddha?" This little monk really didn't expect that great Zen master would actually fall into such a low position. You can only have your body like a Bodhi tree, your heart like a mirror, constantly wiping it and not letting the dust come from it. Insolent little monk. Great Zen master Ji Mia was somewhat embarrassed and angry. "I don't know where you learned a few words of debate from, but you came to debate Buddhist teachings with this old monk. Just what are your intentions? If you want to become famous at such a young age, you have come to the wrong place. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.